Halo semuanya. Anjir. Isinya first padahal udah udah 3, 4, kelima, keenam. Baru live dikatain streamer nipu, dasar lu nipu kocak. Nonton Boom apa kagak? Nonton. Kan Boom sama Onik kita ya. Tapi jam 8-nya latihan. Halo Miftah. Cuy, lapar cuy. Anjir gue lupa pasang alarm sumpah. Padahal gue kemarin tidur cepat loh. Anjing. Aduh, gue bingung lagi. Halo Gabriel Alan, halo Cynthia S, halo Ercem, halo Aquarius. Boom Onik gak tahu, gue netral bang. Siapapun yang menang, mudah-mudahan bisa lolos ke champion. Siapapun lah. Halo Hardy, halo Kebo. Anjir nama Kebo nggak? Hei gue tidur jam 1 apa jam 12 ya, bangun jam setengah 2 cok. Sebenernya gue udah bangun, gue nggak tahu jam kan. Biasa gue alarm soalnya. Gue kebangun, gue nungguin alarm, tungguin alarm. Pas gue bangun lagi lihat jam, oh iya gue lupa pasang alarm, kocak. Kirain thumbnail Sonic ada dibuatin sama Lamka. Thumbnail ini thumbnail Sonic sama siapa ya? Siapa yang kemarin yang buat ya? Cek dulu lah. Thumbnail Sonic boleh sih. Thumbnail Sonic bagus sih Lamka. Ganti thumbnail Sonic. Sonic bagus cuy. Sonic ya. Sonic soalnya kiri kanannya kayak ada serigala gitu ya. Mana? Ini cuy. Ini sih. Coba lihat guys. Sonic bagus gak sih? Halo di tag ID. Kemana aja? Baru bangun cuy. Lapar lagi kan. Halo Hafiz Ramadan. Malam. Matamu malam. Terus. Gue lupa nyalain alarm. Itu udah bangun dari tadi. Keluar dah. Iya bang sponsor, aku udah bangun sebenarnya. Tapi nungguin alarm, kok alarm gak bunyi-bunyi. Oh iya, pas bangun lagi lupa alarm. Maaf ya. Tapi karena tahu juga sih match pertama tuh kurang greget gitu, kurang lah, jadi malas aja nontonnya. Memang incarnya match ke-2 sama 3. Apakah hari ini kita memulai subathonnya guys? Apa nggak usah? Tapi gue harus stop anjir. Berapa nih? Waktu awal waktu awal 2 jam aja. Aduh ada NWJ lagi. Enggak, ada NWJ lagi. Oke cuy. Gak apa-apa NWJ aman. Jangan cuy, anjir. Waktu awal 2 jam aja. Awal 2 jam. Mana sih sains itu yang mana sih? Oh ini cuy. Anjing 24 jam gile kali lu. Hah? Muke mangga pertama kali 60 jam. Anjing. Giveaway nggak ada giveaway. Besok kalau nggak, janganlah. 2 jam udah cukup lah. Waktu awal 2 jam. 2 jam ya. 2 jam. Gua aja belum ngasih ini, kocak. Gua kasih aduh kayak busuk gini. Aman gak ya? Permanen nih. Aman lah. Kasih ini dulu cuy. Buat namanya. Si namanya itu yang di bawah-bawah itu. Description. Astaga itu air lama. lima jam anjir. Jangan aneh-aneh dong. Teman. Bisa gila. Berapa. Oh iya serius nih. Tiga enam tuh. Dua jam udah naik 10 ke 3 menit. Warung sepi. Bang sponsor. Mulai awal jamnya berapa bang sponsor? Jadi 5 jam kah? Kalau turun di pos kah bang? Pokoknya kalau misalnya di bawah 24 jam di pause. Mana ya? Iya nggak sih? Di bawah 24 jam di pause, di atas 24 jam dijalanin. Bener gak sih? Dan mahal coy agak bilangnya. Enggak, ini standar sumpah. Ini standar. Ini standar banget. Gak mahal. Oh mahal ya? Kayaknya enggak deh. 10.000 1 jam setengah, matamu nggak kelar-kelar itu anjir. Nggak kelar-kelar deh. Jadi donasi nggak bang, kan mau donasi. Aduh, gue ngeri sumpah sama bang sponsor. Tadi NWJ juga udah datang kayak ya bahaya gitu cuy. Tiba-tiba wow. Jadi didonasiin sedikit nggak bang Kaco? Maksudnya udah lah ya, ini cukup lah guys. Ini cukup lah. 3 jam deh, awalnya 3 jam deh, gimana? 3 jam, 3 jam. 3 jam udah oke ya? 3 jam udah cukup cuy. Mana sih itunya? Oh ini cuy, 5 jam. Janganlah. Aman bang, saya bukan main afiliator. Kenapa tuh, kenapa? Oh, donasi ke yang membutuhkan. Enggak. Bukan, gue kira donasi apa, gue nggak paham. Jadi di donasi sedikit ya. Oh, aman itu mah, aman. Apa kabar? Oh ya, ada Lamka. Lamka yang Sonic bagus, yang Sonic bagus. Seperti saya contoh. Ini kan saya membutuhkan nih, bang sponsor. Saya membutuhkan kan. 3 jam deh, 3 jam deh. 3 jam, 3 jam. 3 jam. Ini bisa lewat sawernya sama ini ya. Mana ya? Aduh, kayak busuk gini, guys. Ya, gue takut gimana gitu ya. Ini. Kalau ada ini stop ya. Kalau latihan di stop ya. Busuk nih, guys. Kayaknya. Gini. Sabar. Edit dulu. Namanya timer judulnya. Nah, gini. Sabar. Mana ini ya? Nggak jalan sih. Oh ini udah nih. 3 jam ya, 3 jam ya. Masih di dalam kapal, anjir. Udah kayak. Gak, bang sponsor nih lagi roleplay ya. Nanti real stream sama Rusman. Bang sponsor ini ya. Punya kapal ya? Punya kapal. Lagi roleplay IRL ya. Udah mulai belum cuy? Udah mau mulai cuy, cepet ah. 3 jam ya, 3 jam cukup ya. Oh gini deh, 3 jam. Ya 3 jam. Empat jam 5 sih anjir. Bau busuk kan sih. Kayak takut nggak kelar gue anjir. Tuh bisa lewat sini juga nih. Bang, gue udah enak sama nama sponsor. Spill kah? Spill lah bang. Jadi ada billing. Mana tadi anjir? Oh. Siapa sih? Turunin aja nih. Ah, ribet banget, banyak banget ini tag gua anjing. Rapihin dulu cuy. Ini di sini. Sabar ya. Busuk nih, bau busuk nih. Nggak ganti sih. 4 jam deh, 4 jam deh, 4 jam. Empat jam cukup deh. Aku kasih diskon tuh. Lama-lama 5 jam dong, kocak. Udah mau mulai cuy. Kok dia nggak ke refresh ya? Lama banget nih mulainya. Nipu anjing. Empat angka sial. Bisa. Yaudah deh, 5 dah. Anjir. Iya, 5. Tapi nggak ke refresh, nggak masuk. Iya, 5 angka hoki kata-kata bocil. Iya siap. 5. Tapi nggak ke refresh. Nipu anjing nih. Gak bisa guys. Bubar kayaknya. Bubar kah? Tuh lihat aja tuh. Enggak. Anjir udah 5, 6 lagi. Bisa ada yang bilang 6. Ini nggak bisa anjir. Apa nih? Udah loh padahal loh. Buat yang baru nih kayaknya nih. Terus dulu dah. Nah, udah nih, udah cuy. Ayo cuy. Langsung ya, mulai ya. Gua inin dulu deh, apa? Tadi mana? Udah gue isi belum ya? Udah. Lihat deskripsi aja ya, segitu ya, billingnya cukup ya, aman ya. Subathon, dicari menafski. Oh iya. Sabar. Kayak bau busuk gini guys. Ya gue ngeri gimana gitu. Mulai. Gamenya mulai. Timernya mulai. Gamenya mulai, timernya mulai. Udah. Luka 5 menit. Nggak bisa coy. Anjir ya. Luka 5 menit anjing. Udah deh gini aja deh. Mana 40. Gua tambahin deh 20. Ribu 3 menit. 2 menit deh. 2 menit. 2 menit. 3 deh. 3. 3 deh. Babi. Gak bisa. Anjir lu gila lu ya. Gue masih ada latihan. Tuh kayak bau busuk ini guys. menit gak berasa lah ya. 19 3 1 Udahlah segini lah. Udahlah cukup lah. Udah 3 jam. Bener sih. Dah. Di kopi lagi anjir. Mulai. Udah mulai cuy. Anjir, udah mulai cuy. Udah mulai. Bikin lagu, nonton, oke? Nonton dahulu guys ya.
Arah midnya Under Brawler sudah ditunggu juga.
Udah ya. Cukup ya.
Yang mana
Start.
dia bakal main off angle aja menunggu adanya crossing dan
Nah.
itu dia alone feels. Membuat temannya menjadi alone, yaitu Kongaret pada kali ini 1 melawan 4. Yes, Icon pun berani mengambil duel
Itunya nggak ada,
dan
cuy.
memastikan
Merah di sini nggak ada.
jatuh ke tangan Fancy United.
Berapa?
Ya itu terlalu jauh ya jarak antar pemainnya, utility mereka nggak bersinergi main untuk sendiri.
Mana tadi
doang.
anjing?
Sehingga Menit
ini.
gampang banget dipretelin. Jadi Fancy langsung beli rifle empat-empatnya. Kalau kita biasanya nonton, biasanya sih yang beli rifle ini sekeluarga nih langsung nih.
Sisa 1 ghost.
Dah, aman.
Ghost doang. Jadi
5 jam aja biar
menarik diambil oleh Fancy.
ini.
Tentunya ini wajib menang ya, karena kalau enggak mereka rungkat.
Biar aman.
Bisa nggak beli 2 ronde ke depan.
10.000 3 menit. Iya anjir, ini buat awal doang.
UBG sama aku yuk kak.
Dekat dari arah Garat.
Bisa langsung nambah tuh.
Dengan mudah bagi Fancy dan Yes I Can main jarak jauh dapetin Kadum. Yakin Kadum kaget, gokil beli Vandal nih satu nih guys.
Dua lagi kan nembak berdua.
Satu Vandal, 2 Vandal guys. Tadi sisi lain, Vandal lagi nih. Mereka semua beli rifle ya. Jadi
Ayo Rafael, PUBG malam ya.
In Thailand sekarang ini harus tag gamble sih.
Itu Saweria ya? Oh iya Saweria. Oh iya.
Sebenarnya berharap
Timer Saweria. Oh iya Saweria itu.
Dan bermain shorty ya, berharap lagi rezeki ada yang lewat.
Ada aja.
Concern akan hal itu. Mereka benar-benar nunggu adanya push dulu.
Oh ini salah.
Bermain sabar, cek patahan-patahan yang dimana sering diisi sama shorty manja. Tapi kejadian kalau itu di RA side karena dijagain sama beta.
Oh ini cuy. Anjir udah nambah cuy. Udah 6 jam cuy.
Di antara respect
Nanti dipindahin.
Respect dicek semuanya pakai prowler juga dan mereka berhasil masuk ke dalam set. Gak ditengok ternyata. Masih ada count juga namun udah ke track 2 pemain.
Nanti dipindahin ya. Nanti. Masih timer utamanya nih Sosiabas.
Dan mereka
baru 1 detik muke lu.
Menaruh respect begitu besar terhadap aim dari MITH.
1 detik.
Tapi kali ini sebenarnya mereka tetap jaga dekat. Ada satu pemain terkena langsung teleport out dan lone field Shorty. Coba menembus stop.
Enggak itu 1 detik enggak ngaruh lah.
Dan tidak.
Karena harus di setting. Ya udah deh 66
untuk Fancy United.
Ya kelihatan agak sulit ya.
Banyak protes loh
dengan modal shorty doang dan mereka mainnya agak ragu, mainnya di posisi-posisi yang sulit justru. Dan sekarang baru akan memasuki buy round. Kelihatan dari line up-nya sekarang emang Fate lagi meta banget sih di map ini. Sementara dari Made in Thailand masih dengan line up yang agak ketinggalan. Fancy cenderung unorthodox tapi doable. Ya, mereka percaya dengan meta mereka.
Nambah lagi dong.
Udah dari tahun 2021.
Catatin dong, catatin. Raka.
Dipengaruhin ini susah dihipnotis nih yang kayak
itu
gini.
Berapa lagi?
Dan Fancy langsung.
Catatin Raka.
Mereka menang round tadi dengan relatif bersih tanpa kehilangan banyak pemain. Mereka nggak perlu invest rifle lagi di round.
Salah ininya.
Jadi makin hemat, ekonomi mereka semakin kuat. Mereka bisa buy 2 round berturut-turut sekarang. Made in Thailand bermain default dan Alone Wheels mendapatkan korban pertama. Yes, I can.
15 menit.
Manis, tapi Beta langsung mendapatkan refresh.
15 menit.
3 lawan 4.
Ya, oke.
Drone-nya
Kita gedein.
out combo dengan slow orb. Nizi mampu mendapatkan one of
Sabar,
life.
gue setting dulu.
3 lawan 3 timing dan Suka berhasil menahan. Ada satu pemain dari arah screen dan Suka swing sendirian aja. Beta out of position.
Oke Rafael, nanti kita main ya Rafael malam.
Sembari dia turun aim resetnya. Tidak mendapatkan momen yang tepat. 3-0 Fancy hat-trick dan ekonominya semakin menjauh. Made in Thailand dalam masalah. Mereka kelihatan main sendiri-sendiri banget, Mal.
Iya sih, bener sih. Kayak sendiri-sendiri nggak mau nunggu PD sama emang dapat satu lawan field di awal dan ini sebenarnya masih ada trade yang terjadi oke aja tapi
10.000 dari Erven. Pesan tes dulu.
Jadinya kayak bener-bener ego pick kelihatan di sana
Fan,
dari
oke tes dulu, makasih.
Ya ini
udah langsung nambah itu, udah langsung menambah
kalau Fancy bisa memanfaatkan momentum seperti ini. Tapi mereka berhadapan dengan Marshall dari MITH 3-0 kali ini. Dan balik lagi bermain pelan terlebih dahulu. Lonfields bermain Marshall di arah mid, yang mana midnya cuma dijaga Ovengal. Lagi-lagi mengantisipasi adanya push yang dilakukan dari MITH karena emang mereka tuh low buy, tapi gak bisa diremehin begitu aja juga. Tapi kalau dari aimnya Fancy di 3 round ini lagi nggak getar, lagi oke banget dari kelima-limanya.
Gue tambahin langsung deh, 6 jam.
Menjadi tim yang lebih siap kelihatannya sampai sejauh ini.
Mau kurangin secara
sampai
manual.
Nanti kalau mereka udah kena satu momen biasanya habis itu
6 jam tuh berapa menit sih?
Dan masih bermain default, baru akan membuat persepsi melempar dark covernya ke under 2.
Berapa menit?
Sembari mereka berjalan pelan menuju ke arah B main, yang mana sudah ditunggu oleh Akadum dengan headhunternya. Yes I can dengan Vandal menyala akan coba menyusuri angle demi angle di arah B main. Sembari ada poison cloud yang diturunkan. Kadum melihat banyak sekali pemain di sana dan langsung teleport out. Lonfields mencari peruntungan dengan Marshall shotnya, tapi poison cloud juga sudah dibangun lagi untuk menutup vision dari arah Lamka. Ada Hound juga langsung saja dieksekusi. Parana juga sudah keluar.
Main langsung deh berarti.
Posisi yang tidak sulit sekali dan langsung tumbang di tangan Suka. 4 pemain tersisa dan planting akan menjadi sangat aman. Visio dia tumbang di tangan Kadum karena whip the shot. Suka masih bisa mundur tapi Kadum another kill dengan headhunter. 3 pemain langsung mundur ke arah B main. Dan MITH akan membuat ini menjadi sangat-sangat doable. Sangat possible untuk dilakukan retake-nya. Masih ada wall pula dan drone tag, tapi masih bisa di through the smoke. Dan masih ada nightfall yang di-commit oleh Suka. Kena satu pemain di sana. Masih ada Lonfield dari arah Snowman dan sudah dijaga oleh Nizi, tapi ternyata harapan palsu didapatkan oleh MITH karena round tetap jatuh ke tangan Fancy United.
10 kocak.
Opening yang bagus banget dari Kadum, dapat 2 kill cepat pula. Itu 2 kill yang cepat dan chance untuk menangnya sebenarnya
10 jam, udah 10 jam.
Poison Cloud yang
kok nggak bisa langsung ini sih?
Gitu ya. Karena bisa bikin jalur masuk duelis mereka nih, duelis bayangannya
Apa kocak ini?
Tapi ini Suka langsung udah tahu apa yang harus dia tembak through the smoke.
Nggak auto coy. Udah gue setting.
Economical damage, tapi apalah arti economical damage untuk tim Fancy United? Karena kelihatannya ekonomi mereka udah nggak bisa dibendung. Made in Thailand harus menang.
11 ya? Oh ya. Oke.
Nge-break ekonomi dari Fancy.
Kan tadi 4 jam.
Operator.
Tadi 4 jam kocak. Enggak. Tadi 452 tambah 6 jam.
Sekarang dilempar untuk side A. Line up snake
dari mana 11-nya? Wah, nipu semuanya nipu. Enggak.
Berhasil menculik Nizi. But once more tidak ada coveran. Terjebak di dalam side.
Oh iya. 11 jam ya, 11 jam ya.
Dalam 9 detik.
Gue di demo cuy. Siap.
Langsung
sejam.
Lonfields.
Ini nggak langsung ke ini anjing. Cacat nih.
Kedum dengan operator di tangan Beta double kill, entah apa yang terjadi sambil kita lihat dari kill feed.
Udah amat sama game lah.
3 lawan 2 Kongaren.
Gue udah ini loh kopi loh. Masa kopi ulang sih?
Beta mendapatkan 1
kill ulang kah? Lama anjing. Start dulu kali.
Langsung saja.
Oh udah. Oh harus di start dulu.
Dari
Udah aman ya.
Sekali lagi untuk Fancy Made in Thailand masih tanpa
busuk
kesempatan. Mereka punya
udah nggak ada Kaspon kosong anjir. Udah gue tambahin semuanya.
Perlu banget
Kaspon
sih
udah nggak ada.
karena lagi-lagi I don't know,
Fancy
mereka
kenapa
udah
nih?
unggul jumlah pemain,
Cika yang menang.
tapi ya
Double
mereka nggak tahu
smoker.
kapan harus ngerem sih.
Iya, itu
Dan 05
masih
aja.
menjadi masalah menurut gue untuk MIT
15.
di 5 ronde pertama. Cara mereka bermain
Udah
bener-bener
ditambah kan,
kebaca
dibulatin.
banget sama Fancy
Hey.
United Esports. Lu bisa lihat tadi di 20 detik pertama Fancy
Oh iya, ada
gak pernah
18 menit
ambil
ya.
gerakan terlebih dahulu. Mereka bermain
Itu
dengan
maksud
default,
gua.
nungguin pemain-pemain dari
Tambah.
MITH untuk jemput
Ya
bola.
deh,
Dan
kasbonin dulu deh.
yang sangat amat disayangkan
18
dari
menit,
MITH
18 menit.
mereka benar-benar kelihatan banget mereka main sendiri-sendiri,
oke.
nggak ada reflect
Aman.
potensial yang terjadi, body system
Kasbon,
mereka
kasbon,
terlalu jauh,
18
dan
menit.
bahkan kayak
Nanti ditambahin.
tadi ada satu posisi di mana dimainin sama Wanna-Fly di atas barrier orb, itu nggak ada temennya yang mau coba bantu ngancurin recon, nggak ada temennya yang coba bantu untuk ngancurin utility,
Enak,
atau
gue
bikin
cat.
suara, ngambil perhatian, narik
Gue
crosshair.
catat di
dari
Saweri
pemain-pemain
aja lah.
Fancy,
Gue
sehingga
catat di
tadi
Saweri aja
kelihatannya
kali ya.
Wanna-Fly
18 menit ya?
mati sia-sia
18
di arah situ,
menit.
walaupun dia dapetin satu, di refragnya cepet.
Tuh,
Dan
udah ya.
Fancy, mereka bermain dengan
langsung sih?
rapat banget body sistemnya, sehingga refleks selalu terjadi
Nipu,
walaupun ditumbangkan
anjing.
satu oleh pemain MITH karena mereka main berdekat-dekatan, semuanya masih bisa diamankan
Catat
kembali.
di Saweri aja.
Menurut gua di sini
18
VCU
menit.
yang lagi nyala banget kelihatan di
Tuh, udah.
VCU
Nggak ada
bisa
kasbon,
untuk
nggak ada
ngambil
kasbon.
space yang diciptakan
Kasbon
oleh
nggak ada,
MITH.
nggak ada kasbon.
Ini
Udah gue
kelihatan
catat.
nih, Omen oke juga
Omen
nih.
oke
Udah gua
juga
catat.
nih.
Oke juga nih. Dari smoke-nya, TP-TP-nya
Udah
bisa
gua
ke
catat ya.
atas ya kan tadi. Ya tapi balik lagi ini best of 3 dan masih harus cari angka 13
Aduh.
untuk The Force di dalam dark cover. Coba
Oke
untuk
lagi.
mengambil resiko kali ini karena dia juga masih punya teleport, tapi
Oh, dua menit.
ternyata Kim Chin yang
2 menit.
dituju.
Oke.
Masih ada
Welcome
trademark,
to
setidaknya
membership
akan ada
dari
sinyal
suara.
yang bisa
Welcome.
didapatkan oleh tim MITH.
2 menit, 2 menit.
Sudah dilemparkan
20.
ini dia setup masuk
20.
langsung dan Kadum yang akan
ya,
menyambut.
20 ya.
The Force-nya langsung memberikan efek slow tentu
Ayolah, guys.
memperlambat gerakan
game nih,
dari
jadinya.
tim Fancy United.
Kalian mau
Masih
fokus
terkit
game apa
Roller.
fokus ini sih?
Seenggaknya juga bisa
Menit-menit.
mengusir. Udah kelihatan
Nggak ada
pemain
game-gamenya.
coba langsung di wallbang. Ternyata suka bermain pintar. Dijongkokin
Ya, nonton
depan wajah dari Kadum.
Mau nonton
Dan
susah,
ini
anjir.
membuat sedikit recover yang bisa dilakukan.
Nggak ada
oleh
kasbon,
Haizen menang
kasbon
duluan
nggak
di
ada,
beta.
udah langsung gue tambahin.
Lawan 3.
Ih.
Wow, MITH kali lagi dalam
Ada
posisi yang
kasbon,
cukup
kasbon
tertekan.
nggak ada.
Meskipun
Nanti
dua pemain
baru
defensive
tambahin.
pun sudah agak terjebak, jadi harus ada gerakan lain yang dibuat
Ini dibantai
oleh pemain-pemain yang di area yang berbeda.
bubar di
Visio
antara
juga
ini.
udah sampai bisa,
Kadum
dia udah
pindah
nge-clear
tim deh.
banyak banget angle. Dia udah dapet
Kadum pindah tim.
side-nya. Masih ada satu pemain dari arah
Kadum
orange,
pindah
yaitu
tim.
Kongan. Dan ternyata Haizi mendapatkan timing tersebut dan langsung memberikan call ke arah teman-temannya untuk masuk ke arah bisa.
Gila, Lamka langsung buatin thumbnail dia yang tadi ada Sonicnya.
Dari MITH ada di A dan juga ada di spawn.
Ya, ini Fancy unexpectedly
Boleh
rapi
juga.
banget ya.
Rapi.
Lu bisa ngelihat gimana caranya mereka bertahan di kitchen dengan kekurangan satu pemain. Mereka bisa ngeriset. Mereka bisa paksa Made in Thailand.
PSG Kadum itu real, iya, iya.
PSG
PSG Kadum ya.
Kesempatan sekali lagi.
Kasih Kadum ya.
Tapi lepas aja begitu. Lone emang dapat satu consolidation kill, tapi lu lihat ini posisinya udah ketahuan.
Woi.
Walaupun agak ragu-ragu tadi Visio, tapi Haizi udah siap untuk menyambut bola panas. 6-0 Fancy masih tanpa celah.
Lamka
Asli coy, lu bisa
bisa-bisa.
ngeliat tadi. Itu dari kitchen. Ketika udah dapet killnya si Kadum, kan ke-slow. Terus Fancy kayak, oke udah santai aja dulu, kita tahan di sini, kita masih bisa mundur
Tambah
kok.
20 menit ya.
Sementara
20
dari Made in
menit.
Thailand tiba
20 menit.
dia itu sayang banget sih
Kasbon
sebenarnya
20
karena
menit.
dia pengen bunuh yang belakang, ternyata ada yang di depan.
Ya.
Dan they are not-
Efek lagi kok juga mungkin kali
iya,
ya.
dan they are not hitting their shots juga sebenarnya.
Iya sih.
Sayang banget. Kelihatan agak
22 menit. Tambah 22 menit.
Kayak nggak ngobrol mainnya.
Busuk.
Jadi
Bisa jam segini ya.
Made in Thailand ketinggalan 6-0 Fancy. So far so good. Ini Vietnam's last hope bersama juga dengan Cerberus di LCQ kali ini.
Welcome.
Menahan, lu lihat
Terima-
betapa- ini nih
Tadi siapa tuh yang masuk?
bener-bener textbook
Calf
iPhone.
R,
Hanya bikin
welcome to
suara,
membership.
B-nya perlahan masuk, kalau A-nya dapat
Welcome
putar
to
ke arah
Sobat.
dan di sini
Mantap.
Kadum bisa
Buat
lagi-lagi
kalian yang
ngeliat
dapat
dia berada di posisi yang enggak
Member dari
mencoba untuk dapetin kill
dari
dia just not
Lamka,
hitting their
saya
shots. Ini udah
saya thank you
sulit
guys
banget kok ngaret.
yang dapat dari
Akhirnya
Lamka.
mendapatkan Visio dan actually mereka leading dua pemain.
Thank you Lamka.
Karena satu Hunters
10 gift
beauty
membership-nya.
kill dari Alone Fields, ada 0 command dari Kongaret. Jadi keputusan yang tepat banget untuk main jauh ke belakang.
Q-nya
Ketika
11
ada
kali
kontak
anjing
lagi,
jagi
Kongaret
bacot.
bisa
Oke.
0 command-nya. Jadi ini udah tinggal nunggu sound Q sebenarnya. Alone Fields masih
Sampai
dari
enak
arah
kalian dengarnya.
recon. Masih dihancurkan, jadi informasi masih kalau di mid masih ada pemain. 0 command dibuka oleh HIC, jadi 0 command dari Kongaret. Gak bisa dibuka sama sekali, gak ada utility.
30 seconds left.
Dan HIC, oh no, Kongaret. Untungnya masih bisa mendapatkan kill tersebut walaupun terlihat sangat mengerikan.
Udah ya, 11 ya, 11.
Restart dulu di sini.
Sore Bang Ocha.
Menyimpan dan bakal jadi bait suka.
Ini
Frag,
bubar
14
nih
detik.
bentar lagi.
Lumayan
Oh,
ada
dia kalau bukan
temen
Nightfall agak
begadang.
gila sih. Dan masih mencoba, tidak akan bisa. Suka ditumbangkan oleh Alonfios. Lari baik no, lari kayak nggak ada orang di dalam side-nya.
Si cuek.
Si cuek banget tuh. Gua nggak
Masih
tahu
pun
apa yang dia
racing
coba
tiba-tiba
achieve.
nongol.
Tapi dengan
Tadi
ekonomi
nggak
kayak
ada
gitu
loh.
dan dia masih megang senjata.
Wah.
Sebenarnya
GG,
antara dia
cuy.
nge-try atau dia save aja sih sekalian. Nah itu kelihatan kayak gue ngapain ya tadi?
Iya, nggak lihat timer kayaknya
Iya.
dari Fancy tiba-tiba kok udah merah nih timer nih.
Tapi
Terus
dia nggak ada
dia
di
pulang,
live chat
kepikiran
tiba-tiba
Nightfall,
dia
tentu
donasi.
nggak jadi karena
Ada
temennya jauh
Forten
banget.
habis menang
Dan
giveaway
itu
langsung
juga, menurut gue emang terlalu lama sih
ngasih
bermain.
membership. Aduh,
Terpisahnya.
ada kasbon lagi
Jadi, pas
masuk
datang
20
pun,
menit.
Lah
ini kok
iya.
DC kayaknya nih.
Thank
Tadi
you
chamber emang
Forten.
dia gerakannya lurus
Welcome
polos
welcome
kayak
West.
gitu,
Thank you
udah
Bang
wah.
Sipur
Wow.
Racing. Respect. Oh
Kok
7.
ngeri manja gini.
Itu Bang Sipur Racing ya.
Yes.
Technical
Udah
pause
17 jam
ya,
aja.
masih belum tahu juga
Anjay.
apa yang terjadi. Tapi
guys, oke.
kalau lihat tadi
Aman,
gerakannya
aman.
mungkin aja tadi Nizi pas tiba-tiba
Kalau Subathon masih ada, Sentinel kita nobar. Astaga, nipu gini anjir. Yang luar aja ya guys ya.
Headshots right off the jump
Masih
here.
ngelek-ngelek
Thailand.
Indo.
But
Kita
they
nonton
do have
Sentinel
themselves
nanti.
on the board. 6-1.
7 apaan?
And it's kinda
Ini
crazy.
Bang
This
Ocha.
is
Oh.
their pick. This is
Oh.
what they
7.
wanted to
Oh,
play.
7.
I think it was the desk that said, "Hey,
Bener,
Fancy
berarti ya?
have a pretty good
7.
icebox.
Gini.
Are you sure you're opting into it?" And
Oh, 7. Oh, 7.
6-1. So
7 ya. Aman ya, oh
It seemed
7.
like they wanted to counter Fancy. That's why they picked Icebox, right? Like that's what.
Sentinel
that's
jam
what
berapa
was saying,
emang?
that
Tanggal
they
4.
actually choose
4 ke
maps,
5.
that
Gak tau
they
deh,
feel
tengah
like
malam
they
pasti.
can
Kalau
counter
match
the
NA itu tengah malam masih
opposing
Racing.
team, but it looks like
Ini
Fancy
baru dia
are the ones
ngetik.
countering
Masih
them,
Racing baru ngetik
for
di
now.
sekarang
So it
guys.
looks like Nizzy is going to be using that tour de force. He's on that shorty, has a full head.
Oh,
of
SIUUU.
it, probably going full tour de force
SIUUU kah?
here on the side of
Siu
full
10
round
kali.
and then
Welcome
fighting to this
semuanya.
next round.
Jangan
And
lupa
it looks like
terima
Fancy
kasih
are
kepada
gonna give
Bang
up on
Fortens
B,
ya.
because that was the only round that they lost. And they're going back onto A, playing fast this time around.
Yeah, here we go. So Fancy United, the Vietnamese squad getting caught out by Kadoom, and he's able to back on off. It's those types of plays we've been waiting
Mampus
to
enak
see
kalian.
by the top fragger from Menit in Thailand.
And that's why we were hyping him up. Like our man Kadoom, like he's been known to do this. We haven't seen that in the first few rounds, but this is exactly what we want to see from him.
Udah,
And
10.
you're enabled to do that because you're a chamber. You have the rendezvous. You're able to.
Ada
teleport
Onic
in
Esports.
the face of danger.
Oke.
He finds the
Kali
two
ini
kills, gets tagged down a little
Onic
bit, but
Esports kita
still
kasih
able to
obeng,
teleport
oke?
back to
Onic
safety.
Esports.
And right now, Fancy are the ones that are playing on the back foot.
Onic Esports
One
kalau
of
butuh
the
player,
forward,
jangan lupa
finds
kabar-kabarin
two
ya.
kills all down to Nizzy right now, who
Jersey-
even
jersey
popped
mana
the
nih?
tour de force. So it
Buat
might be a
nanti
bit
nih, aduh,
waste
nggak bisa
unless
pakai
he
jersey
converts
Onic
this. He
lagi.
finds one kill.
Jadi netral ya,
That's a
karena
big if.
Onic
I'd love to
Onic
see a
Esports
1v5
belum ngirimin jersey guys.
But again, big if Tour de
Jadi
Force
kita-
hopping on up, checking by the wall, has an inkling. That's
Tapi
where it
tetap
is.
sih
And Conga
dukung
Red's head
Onic
now
kita.
getting blasted off.
Karena
So it's
Mimin
early on.
Boom
And
nggak
part of me
datang.
thinks this early play by Kadoom worked because
Tapi
they
kan
weren't
ngomongnya
pushing
jersey
up and
Boom.
taking any
Kan
space.
nggak
So that
up to
did
date
catch Fancy
jersinya.
United, who wanted to play
Jersey yang
fast,
baru
just
dong,
got
masa
taken out
jersey yang lama?
They wanted to
Jersey
get
yang
up
lama,
on that, but
logo
they
doang yang
decided
sama.
to slow down a little bit. Kadoom was able to find two quick kills.
Dukung
there.
Famos,
All down to
anjing
Nizzy
Rizky
right now.
Akmal.
Only 17 seconds left for him. I'm not
Menggiring
sure what
terus,
he can
Cok.
do with this
Wah,
amount of time because someone is
Rizky
lurking in
Akmal,
below. If
kenapa
you
ya
don't
dapat
find
moderator
him,
waktu itu guys?
he will just get taken out. Beta takes the
Cut,
kill on him.
anjing Rizky
Yeah,
Akmal.
maybe if it's at 20 seconds,
Kenapa
you check
waktu itu
yellow,
dapat
but after 10
obeng?
seconds, you don't have enough time.
Kenapa ya?
Get shot in the back.
Oh, karena dia
It's
ngebantu
straight
apa
two
gitu ya?
rounds together.
Rizky Akmal suka
It's about
menggiring,
time.
Cok.
Breathe
Bahaya
easy,
anjing moderator
fans of
begini.
Made in Thailand. We'll have ourselves a series. He
Tahu nggak
said
sih, aman.
13-2.
Teo, bungkam gak guys?
We'll find out. But I like this by Wanafly. That was the first time where I was like, okay, cool.
They're pushing out.
Yeah, you're
Karena
pushing
bantuin
out,
suara
he
media
lined up
share.
the
Oh,
shots,
iya.
He didn't hesitate, and even when the
Rizky
second
Akmal.
pushed, he
Mana
pulled
dong,
the
buatin
crosshair
dong.
down. That felt a
Suara
lot better.
donasi
But look
gitu.
at Nizzy here. He's actually on that operator on the attacking side. I think they want to change things up.
Whoa!
Double peek from Myth. This is exactly what we were looking for. They've been playing such slow holds and defaults from the beginning, but now they find two quick kills on Kadoom and all alone. So right now 5v3, Myth trying to hold the site, null command, getting committed to stop this push or slow it down at least.
I like that fragment to slow the push, keep him in kitchen. Gun barrel shown, and Alone Fills is able to close that one out.
Onic lagi mencari player legendaris bernama Riddick. Kalau Bang Kaco tahu keberadaannya kabarin ya. Mimin, kenapa tiba-tiba jadi Riddick? Wah.
Alone Fills has a very tough angle. Does
Mimin,
could
kema-
do
aduh.
there. Suka peeking right back on out.
Kalau donasi ganti SIUUU aja kalau misalnya kemarin tuh bisa tapi nggak kedengeran cuy.
Down to 81 HP as Wanna
Bisa
Fly
sebenarnya.
waiting for the
Onik,
toxic
aduh.
screen to come
Lah,
down. Yes, I
yang
can.
keridik-keridik
Gets
lah udah
answered
lama
back.
itu.
Wanna Fly now a couple kills in a row.
Itu
Couple headshots in a row.
Vin
Feeling
Diesel.
good about himself. It's just
Ada yang
Suka,
tahu
the new
film
member.
Vin Diesel?
He does know Kadum is somewhere down there long. Doesn't want to make noise when he drops down. He makes noise anyways. And Wanna Fly is the
Bisa
recipient of
diganti
a
suara
free
join
gift.
membership. Gak
The
bisa cuy.
timing of that is just
Aku nggak bisa deh.
not there. They can't.
Gedenya
just
kayak
can't
gimana
find the
nggak
kills.
bisa.
It feels
Kalau
like
di donasi jadi
Fancy
kecil.
have started slowing down.
Gedenya
Myth have
gimana?
found a way
Sumpah gue nggak paham sama
to
sekali.
actually win this. It's because they've started looking.
Cok,
for
kalau
those
1
first picks.
juta
We
di
were
spam
talking about that.
10
They
kali
can't find
gimana
those
cok?
first picks. They can't
Buset.
find those first stops. So because they couldn't, they actually tried to look for it aggressively instead, and it's been working out thus
Di
far. A
spam
double
10
peek
kali,
or even a
GG.
single peek with Kadum with the rendezvous.
6 kali.
Kadum with the
60
operator as
jam
well.
dong,
Those are the
anjir.
picks that they've gotten
Gak
so
kelar-kelar.
far, and it's been working out for them.
Yeah, now Fancy's
Oh
economy.
iya dari member. Oh iya dari Streamlab.
They'll call the timeout, and it was 6-1 made
Oh,
in
iya,
Thailand,
dari-
or 6-0. We're
Oh, iya,
wondering,
iya,
hey,
iya. Oh, iya,
what's
bisa,
going
bisa,
on with
bisa,
this made
bisa,
in
bisa,
Thailand?
bisa.
What's going on with Kadum? Where's the rest of the squad? Well, here we go. Wanna Fly stringing together a couple
Oh,
of
iya,
good rounds. Kadum going from 3-7 to now
Bisa kayaknya guys.
6-7.
Sabar ya.
And
Coba ya.
Alone Phil still leading the line.
Ada yang
Beta
tahu nggak guys
pulling
keberadaan
things
itu
up.
cirinya
Tiebreaker.
ganteng berkumis seksi. Mimin ini siapa weh? Mimin ini siapa cuy?
He's
For sure, yeah.
Nggak
I
wajar
mean,
gini, Cok.
he's been setting them up quite a bit with the flashes. I think that's the reason why.
Mimin
they're able to
Onik,
actually get
serius
those
dong.
flashes. On the side of Fancy,
Jangan macam-macam
though,
dong.
I'm not sure what's going on. in
Udah
the
lama
past
itu
right now
Ridik
because
udah
they lost the
istirahat
first round,
dia.
they went to B,
Udah
they went to
nggak
to A,
di
and
e-sport
then
lagi
to
dia.
B again. So far,
Sekarang yang
all
ada
three
Asteris.
times have
Ridik
failed.
udah nggak ada.
Yeah, I mean, I think the play to be, they just got caught out. That was the first time where Myth showed their class. They won a couple of
Oh
good
sabar.
battles.
Alert
They went back to A.
box.
They're like, let's play fast, but
Ada nih.
what is his name? Kadum was able to play even faster. And next thing you know, it's 3v5. And then that last round, I'm just surprised they haven't played default yet. Like default with guns. I think they should have done that,
Oh,
that last
Bersih
round,
ada
but
aja.
instead Nizzy buys the operator, loses it, and it screws the
Tambah 2
economy for
jam.
the whole squad after that.
Yeah, economy is destroyed. They're trying to.
Thank
go for
you,
the
Bang
deep push
Siparesim.
this time around. It's gonna be up to
Atas
Kadum.
upgrade
Stop
membershipnya
it.
ke sobat yang
Stop it.
paling
Lost some
tinggi.
vision, so he's gonna use
Nobar
that
kita
rendezvous.
bersama. Nanti kita main
Don't go
bareng
back
ya.
to safety. They're
Karena
inching forward on the side of Fancy, but the spike has not been committed yet. It's all the
aman
way
aman
spawn.
aman. Apa sih volume booster itu di mana sih?
All lines here.
Nanti ya bantuin ya Lamka ya nanti ya.
Hate to see it when you're
Sabar
over on
tes
Fancy.
member.
Toxic
Itu yang bagian
screen
mana
goes
ya?
up.
Donasi.
And this might be the play. The numbers currently lean towards B. 3 on B, 1 mid, and 1 A.
Ini ada
So
nih
now all 5
member.
members rotating on
Ini kah
over.
member kah?
Quick peeks by Beta hasn't caught
Oh, ini ada
any
sound,
information
cuy.
yet. Backs on up.
Coba ya, gua ganti ya.
No rotation yet.
Oh, pakai
A
audio
is wide open. Here we
URL
go.
gitu anjir.
The smoke now shows that everyone is here on A, and you can see immediately all the arrows on the minimap pointing to the right as they try
Oke,
to
Bang
on
Angka.
over to the
Nanti
A
deh,
site.
kita nobar dulu,
Wanna Fly,
guys.
that's got to be his
Sini.
4th or 5th kill in a row. Heals himself back on up and slows down the push. Beta still waiting behind
Udah
the dark
20 jam
cover.
aja nih billing.
Here he goes on in. Alone Phils picks up 1. Beta gets another. Yes, I can. Standing on a box. He goes down. And Nizzy left in no man's land. And 4 rounds in a row here for Myth. Don't look now, but they're coming back.
This is what I was expecting from them. This is what I
Lapar nih.
thought it would look like from the very beginning. It felt like
Nggak, ini
were
MNTH
the
comeback
superior
sih.
team, judging by them playing against Team Secret and winning a game. Fancy not doing so well in the early part of the tournament.
Kalian udah
Myth
pada
just
makan
looked like
belum?
a better team. Fancy
Yang
with a
siang
hot start though, and
yang
Myth
siang gini
are
makan
now
apa
falling
enaknya
back.
ya?
Man. Again, just a pistol round. Can't get too excited, but it is nice to see after you
lapar,
get
cuy.
by 6-0 and then right
Baru bangun lapar, bangun melek langsung nih.
in Thailand. Suka leading that leaderboard for Fancy. That was the member that made the big move away from Cerberus to be on a roster that had championship aspirations,
Daily
championship
box.
hopes. The number 1 seed
Aduh,
from
jangan.
Vietnam.
Daily box
But
mahal.
again,
Mimin Onik
It's not
ada
about just
aja.
Vietnam now. You're trying to make it to the international
Jangan
event. Gotta beat teams
ngopi
like
nanti
Vietnam.
kalau misalnya ada
They have the Hunter's Fury as well on Alone Phils. When he used that earlier in
Kalau ada
this
Bang
map, he actually
apa?
got a kill onto Yes I Can. Able to use the Hunter's Fury to really slow things down for the side of Fancy, and I think that was the first round that they won as well. That time that he actually got the Hunter's Fury kill. So this time around, if Myth can still hold on to this, I think Fancy just might find it difficult yet again to get onto the side. Nizzy with the operator again, that's a big, heavy investment for the side of Fancy.
Nizzy needs to make sure he
AE
gets some
kemarin,
these
AE kalah
out.
kemarin.
To ult economy yet still needs 5 points for it as a fragment
Bisa
comes
sound
out in the
di-upload
back
Bang
corner
Gaco.
next to
Mau nggak?
Bridge.
Yang
Doesn't
mana itu?
land
Sabar apa?
anything.
Sabar Raka.
Vizio misses that one, and Wannafly wins the gunfight yet again. That's 6 in a row for that man. And oh, he goes onto the rope in front of a ton of people. Yes, I can cleans a couple out. Ult comes through, creates some space. They will get the plant first time in a little while, plus the Viper's Pit, and control now being utilized by Fancy United.
They got a lot of information from that Nightfall. They are committing quite a bit of ultimates on the side of Fancy though. They really want to secure this round. Nightfall plus the Viper's Pit, making it difficult for them to go in. They're already burning so much time. This Viper's Pit is still in the way.
Congrade clearing out underneath as Kadoom and Suka trade out kills for their teammates. Alone Phils goes into Viper's Pit, trying to hop around, not give away too much information, but they know he's there. Oh, but he gets the shorty kill. The only thing small is the other people's HP.
Anjing, jago
Does he
juga.
get the defuse?
I
Will he
don't
have
think so.
time? I
Ah,
don't
nggak ada
think he
waktu,
does
nggak ada
either.
waktu, nggak ada waktu.
Just
Duar!
by a bit, half a second.
Wah,
Half a
ente.
second. He just needed to
Alan
get there
Fils
in time. I think he panicked a
Ngeselin
little
tau
bit.
dia mainnya.
There was a little bit of that
Terlalu
jitter
sendiri.
that he did.
Anjay.
I think that he really
Oh,
almost had that.
timernya ngeganggu nggak sih?
I
Nggak ya?
think he needed to win the
Apa mau taruh di atas
He
kanan?
thought, okay, if I get this kill here and it's
Mau
Viper,
taruh di
I'm
sini,
okay.
cuy.
But because that first
Di
of
sini
2
aja apa di
kills
sini?
was not Viper,
Ini kali.
he's like, Viper's here somewhere, I gotta kill her.
Ini ya,
Able to get
sini
it.
aman nih.
Good on him, but
Ya nggak sih?
not enough time for the defuse, and Fancy stopped the skid there and are looking at a 8
Aman kan kayak gini kan?
No, light shields here for Fancy. It was an expensive win, but they do have rifles.
Sabar,
He
ini
does
bisa
have an operator
digeserin
as
nih.
well. They take down Nizzy so
Ini
quickly.
bisa digeserin,
Alone
Ji.
Phils got taken out though by Fishio.
Bisa
So it's gonna be a
dibawain.
1-for-1 trade. The rest of them don't really take any damage. Then things starting to slow
Nah,
down.
aman cuy. Bisa diakalin ternyata ya.
Anyone.
Webcam ganggu muke lu.
That's gonna be the res on Alone Phils.
Yeah, free res. No worries about it here for Myth. Kadoom. Kind of waiting around the corner, so here
Penting.
too is Fishio.
Kalau nggak penting dia nggak ngadain turnamen, kocak.
They
Kita nggak usah watch
landed
party.
B. Again, B is
Gokil loh ini
bad
orang loh.
if you're Fancy United. Haven't had too much
Ntar malam dah
success
semangat. Oke,
There's no
Daiwar.
being
Aduh,
fancy, but there
udah
is
ada yang
an A
booking
as
aja
well.
mau
So
donasi
they're
kocak.
going on this A side. They really need
Tulisan
to execute
timer
this.
hapusin
There's
aja,
two
Cok.
members of Myth already waiting to receive them.
Oh,
It's
hapusin
gonna
aja
be
so
difficult take.
tulisan timer.
Prowler out, try to get more information. As
Angka
Beta
aja,
gets
angka.
two quick kills. Suka is gonna be
Boleh
there
sih.
for the trade. 2v3
Biar
right now,
bisa
though.
naik
Suka
ya.
finds yet another one. This is
Udah
what we're
deh.
talking about, and this is why we said
Timer aja deh,
there's an
tulisan
upgrade
timer
taken
aja
away
deh kali.
from Cerberus.
Yeah, great blind there. Fishio getting a couple, but it is a 2v3. Kadoom! Oh, had the lineup, wasn't quite able to. Using the zipper to get away.
viewers kita
Fishio
ikutin, Kak.
gets one. But Alone Phils cleans it on out. They have an idea, and the right shoulder's
katanya.
enough. Kadoom has shown back up. It looked dire early on, but it will be a 7-5 Fancy United.
Pretty good for Myth.
Timer
They
aja
went-
ya,
After
timer
getting
aja
down
boleh.
0-6, they went
Oke,
5-1.
seperti biasa
And
cuy.
in the latter part of that first half. So they've really recovered from it. If we weren't watching, if you weren't watching at all, just look at the
Mudah-mudahan-
halftime score.
mudah-mudahan
You
langsung
think it was,
keganti
it's a
ya.
normal game, but actually Fancy looked like they were
Soalnya
dominating at the very
nggak
beginning.
keganti
So now
anjir.
the
Loh.
momentum is shifting towards Myth's side. It feels like they're the ones that figure things out. Alone Phils especially. Already 16 kills coming to the second half. Also not discounting Suka with 15 kills on this first half. It's a really stellar play from both sides, and they've gotten so
Suka
many
beda
multi-kills,
nih.
and this is why we were talking about Fancy being, hey, they have potential. They have potential to really get
Harus
better.
di-refresh, tai.
And the way that Made in Thailand got back into it was by making aggressive plays on defense, right? It was the push on up by Kadoom. It was the Sage Wall boost. It was small plays like that, and once they were able to get a couple of those types of plays, then you start to see Wannafly land some shots, the confidence coming
Timer
from
Kasper
everybody
hilangin
here.
dulu. Oke.
And Made in Thailand are like, okay, we're settled back in now. We know we belong in this game. We're ready to go. Yes, Fancy United might have gotten the Vietnam buff by Cerberus winning their game.
10.000
We're
dari
here with
Samwan.
that as well.
Pesan,
Well, coming to the
semangat
second
bang.
Thank you Bang Samwan.
What I'm really,
Semangat,
really,
semangat.
worried about for the side of
Kita semangat
Fancy
terus.
is that can they actually still pull off their aggressiveness
Tambah
without
lagi, ya.
getting punished, because it seemed like in the latter part of the first half they just got punished over and over again. And
Nggak
with their
langsung
lineup, they have
ke-refresh,
2
anjir.
controllers, which is
Kocak
pretty
loh, beliau
great
loh.
for the defensive side. At least you could buy a lot of time with
Aku udah
the dark
hapus loh.
cover, with the
Sure.
toxic screen. Both sides actually don't have duelists. They have chambers instead, running in for that. On the side of Myth, though, can they
Emang
execute?
sesiapa
Right now,
sih?
Alone Fills is the
Sabar,
one
sabar,
that
sabar.
has the hot hands, but your
Ulang
Sova
lagi.
shouldn't be the one going in first.
Eh,
Right now, looks like it's going to be a B execute, but it looks like there's a read from the side of Fancy. There's 3 players already on this B site. This double initiator setup is going to be really good for Myth, though, as they have so many
nanti
ways
aja
to
lah.
gather information.
Oh,
They have the 0
susah,
point,
anjir.
which they just use. They have the recon bolt as well, which they can use
Oh.
to re-aggress. Right now, the paranoia
Tuh,
coming out.
nanti aja,
Fisher
nanti aja,
finds
nanti.
1 kill. Fancy
Nanti dulu,
finding
Cok.
a quick 3, a 4th even. It's all
Di-push
down
B-nya,
to
anjir.
Congared, who gets taken out by Nizzy. They were trying to
Rata,
Yeah.
You saw that.
rata MTH
They're
rata.
like, you know, we always say make the map small.
Buatan magang, iya, magang. Maaf.
Right there.
Yeah. They're all just having a party boiler.
Perpanjang
Someone's
membership
gonna get
kehitung
shivved
kan, Kak?
almost, but they went for the kill
Kehitung,
anyway.
kehitung.
So Fancy, they're really
Nggak
trying
bareng,
to
oh
shift
iya,
the
nafsi,
momentum back
nafsi.
to their
Biar
side,
nggak
and
sepi-sepi
that was
ya.
a pretty good one, because we were talking about how they would push,
Yang nyari screen
push
si
on
Aini
the
udah
defensive
nyari.
side.
Ah,
That's exactly what they
Udah
did.
ada hari ini.
Again, that's
Oh.
how Myth were able to steal a couple rounds. Fancy.
Tanya aja ini
Getting
bisa kapan?
aggressive to
Ah.
get things off, and now they've got the gun advantage. Everyone buys up except Nizzy.
Apa lu anjir
Easy
dan
buys
datang
the full
defend ya kan terus mid
As
lagi
again,
koplok.
look at this.
mana ada dari tadi gua
Making the map
undefend
small,
kocak.
making a small.
Gua nggak pernah defend orangnya cuy.
Has to check.
Ya,
Up
ya,
top.
ya.
He's able to back on off.
Dari tadi gue ngecekin Odela belum masuk
First
Discord
snap
ya, lu masih
inside
defend.
kitchen, right behind him.
Tap
Comes.
nonton
Jadi
yang
bang-
mana? Indo atau luar?
He should be
Luar.
okay if he peeks around the corner.
Okay.
Doesn't know it quite yet, as Heisey is
Menghitung harinya
on the
nggak di
site
judul.
for
Gimana itu?
Lu Subathon ya,
Fancy
Cok?
are now the ones
Gimana hitungnya,
waiting
Raka?
and just ready to
Masih
Kalau
racing
lu
apa nih?
Subathon
Ide bagus, ide bagus
They're
apa?
playing it really
Apa?
slowly. They
Iya.
pushed out a little bit for some
GG
information.
nih
Did
kayaknya.
not find any at all, so they're just retaining this 2-1-2 setup right
makan
now
apa, cuy?
because they don't have
Allah.
any.
Gua tadi
contact
makan
now.
ketoprak sih, cuy.
They're getting some information right now. That 0
Bisa
point
ada Kaniki
line up all the
tiba-tiba
way
kan
from
diam-diam.
B. Nest is gonna find some. Heisey gonna get a first kill, finds a second as well. Might need to go back because he's low though, but the rest of his team
Guys,
is
gimana,
trying to come
guys?
in. Suga goes
Cepet, guys.
in but does not find
Suruh
anyone
cepet,
at all.
guys.
Gets taken down by
Kasbon,
classic
Kasbon,
Heisey.
tambah
Very low right now
Kasbon.
with 20 HP. Still tries to stay to give control over Kitchen though.
Yeah, so
Harus
awkward
makin,
because the win was inside kitchen, so you're in between both sides. Wannafly catches out,
Iya,
yes I
turu, Cuk.
can. And the
Wah,
level up
kena Iko kah
onto
ini?
a Vandal now is the play.
Iya.
Might have been able to get the Bulldog.
Wow,
into
mainnya
it.
sendirian.
Yeah, there we go. Okay,
Wih,
Alone
dapat
Bills
tapi.
does get caught out. Peeking the corner, Wannafly with 2 big ones here. And this has been the hot hand that's got him back in the game. They will be able to get the plant down in just a second right under Nest. Great job by
Mereka no
Menit in Thailand to
duelist
fight
pula
back.
lama pula.
2v2 right now. They do
Kulitin
get the
lagi.
plant on
Dah,
the
dah,
side
dah.
of Mid in Thailand.
Sampai ke
They also
MTH.
get the rifles. That's the
Makin lama
biggest
dong.
part.
Welcome,
Ada
welcome.
yang
Fancy,
Shani,
they won the round, but they only
Kaniki.
have a Spectre now, and Heisey got
MTH
taken down
lol.
really low for Nizzy.
Eh, si-
Trasty Headhunter has the bullets
Kaniki
as well.
diam-diam
Might
ya.
be able to get the jump onto Wannafly.
Oh,
Yes, does get the
untung
headshot
dapat.
as Wannafly was the one who missed the shots. Shooting up, not always the easiest task. So it's all up down to Beta, who I believe has the lineups. There we
Line
go.
up terus.
Kita bikin
Bounces
non-stop
back.
sampai
Does not
tanggal
have the
17.
scope, but
Buset.
he peeks- no half.
Oh.
He just peeks out anyway. It's all down to Heisey.
Nang nih, Beta
One
nih.
bullet would spell the
Ya
doom.
Allah. Ya Allah.
Here's the
Ya
difference.
Allah.
Panik kah? Enggak lah sih.
On a step every now and then. Yeah, and there
Kalau
it
panik
is.
sih kocak sih.
Beta picking up the
Itu
victory.
gara-gara
Great
nggak bisa
job
naik
here
itu. Coba
by
kalau dia
Menit
naik
in
pasti dia ngepick
Thailand.
mati itu.
Iya.
To
Iya, ada
deal
aja
with
loh,
the
panik
initial pressure and that boiler party
Nah,
in
kalau
round
ketinggalan
number
ikut gue,
1,
apa
losing
tebak?
member early, but
Gue
pushing
nggak pernah
through
ngawas orang.
kitchen again. Kadum getting caught out, I think, with the knife out to begin that round right here.
Aku
But then the answer back by the
sih,
rest of
lapar
the
sih.
team.
wanita.
Makan dulu kali ya, makan dulu kali ya.
Wannafly coming up huge.
Dan makan ya.
Yeah, they save 2 guns still. It's decent.
Banyak mending
not the best, but
SL2546 ke apa?
one gun
SL27.
rather,
Beda itu
sorry.
apa?
So it's
Kita apa sih?
really
Yang baru, yang
just
baru,
not an ideal
2746.
situation for them. They do get the Bulldog.
Apaan itu?
But
BenQ
Myth,
apa Aero?
since
27
they actually
itu
stole
27
that round
inch
away
kan?
from Fancy,
Kayaknya enggak
they do
deh.
have the economy to buy
27,
for
46.
the rest of the squad. So
Monitor,
it's gonna be
monitor.
full-on Vandals for them. They can look
Iya,
to make the
maksudnya brand apa?
score line even closer
Benki
from here
kocak.
on.
Again, the punishing part of playing aggressive on defense. It's if you win that one and then play aggressive in the next one,
Gue pengen beli si monitor
stinks. You
BenQ.
Beli
gotta
dong.
back, but do you want
Mahal,
to play
Bang.
back
Anjing
against
12
teams
juta.
with rifles? It's just
Emang
not a good
iya.
place to be in. As
9
Nizzy
sampai
forced
12.
to
Ya,
hit the
9.
Kalau
rendezvous,
12 itu
Memang
yang
segitu
27.
normalnya
back,
kocak.
and now has to hang
Indo-
on.
Gue nggak semahal itu kocak.
2,4,5 aja.
Baru ini sekarang doang.
Are actually playing a
Gua waktu
very,
itu beli
very slow default.
murah banget, Nap.
Spike is
Berapa?
still at spawn. I think they're deciding to gravitate towards
Murah lah
B a
pokoknya.
little bit. Yeah, they're rotating all 5 members there.
Berapa bro?
Not even watching
Cuma
mid.
5-an
They're
kayak.
just going to go
Masih
full
bagus
send
lagi.
on B. They might be able
New,
to overwhelm
apa
Nizzy
second?
here, and I think they have a
Jatuhnya
good read
second.
that Myth,
Tapi dia baru pakai kayak
oh, rather fancy, are going to eco.
Yeah,
3 minggu kayak.
holding mid right now, and here comes the rest of the squad.
Dulu gue pengen beli terus kayak mahal itu habis itu harus pre-order anjing.
In the middle of the rendezvous. Suka now, next one up.
30 seconds left.
Let's see, holding on for just a little bit longer as the spike does go down. In the
Ah,
tight
Despo sekarang udah
banyak kelabang, Cok.
catches out Fischio.
pegang.
kelabang di mana-mana berkeliaran.
See if they can find the opposing five.
Oh.
Yes, I can. Is
Oh,
the one
rank
skill
rank
from
1
British
nih, Bos.
Has to reload
Rank 1
it.
leaderboard nih.
Be a peek on it. Yes, surprise indeed as Beta takes him down. Conquered finds the last kill as well as Suka gets taken down.
Jangan ada ya
Mid.
Oce ya.
Pretty good round from them.
Yeah, and they keep
Ya elah, namanya pro player. Tinggal ngerti aja lu Iza.
They do as much as they can, but again,
Pro
not
player
much
kan
to do when
yang
you are in a
dipakai kan
pistol round
kenyamanan
ahead of
bro
this one.
bro.
Take a look at it one more time. Just a slow push on to B. Nizzy not able to get away from that one.
Duar.
And then Beta on the wraparound watch.
Yeah, finding these rounds
Lama ya
where
boom
at
itu ya.
least some of your members survive is going to be
Yeah.
very great for Myth because they still need a pretty cushy economy to catch up. They need one more round. So
Buat
Fancy,
ngambil ARPS,
they're the
buat
ones
ngambil
struggling
ARPS
right
kita.
now. They won the first round, but after that they couldn't really convert. This is where they can show up. This is where they can at least take their lead
Ih.
back.
Jago loh
All right,
jam spotnya.
this time a little different. Again, Kadum.
Nah
the
itu
buddy
siapa nih
system with
pakai?
Conrad, we've seen
Ini
them do it
Secret
before.
Lab
Push on
Limited
up.
Edition dari Riot.
Damage inside
Valorant
kitchen.
pas master kemarin.
That's a
Wah,
good
ini
one.
ngeselin sih.
That was
Dia
that
hancurin
was a
trap
low Phil's line up to get in there to see if anyone's in kitchen to punish any short stuff,
hidung dong.
and they don't hear any
Kitchennya
damage
nggak ada yang
taken,
tahu,
so
nggak ada yang sadar.
they're able to continue to take space within kitchen. Everyone else lining up inside A, so maybe this is try and catch anyone rotating
Kira
from
hancurin
B
doang
to
terus
A.
balik ya.
Yeah, exactly. And
Kirain nggak ada
two
orang
members
kayaknya malah.
just trying to watch that flank. I'm not sure if that's the best
Oh.
idea because that might be over committing too many members there. I think they should start
Hidung banget nih
looking for
chambernya.
kills here. Start looking for the
Karena
space.
tembakan dari tadi ngeliatin
Finds the
mid.
first kill. That's gonna throw the defenders on A into chaos. But the spike actually has started rotating towards B. If they can
Wah,
catch.
ini kalau kena
with
sih
it-
ke
just
B.
Ya,
combo.
yang bisa udah.
Able
Beda.
to catch that kill, and B side is completely open right now. Suka trying to salvage the situation, tries to find Kadum, gets the kill. Yes, I can. Also finds alone fills. There's the Viper Spit getting
tiga.
committed. It's the one for kitchen.
Nggak
It's the
sadar
long
loh.
one.
A beautiful opening here by Made in Thailand. Gets answered back by 2 kills, but Fancy not done yet. Have the opportunity to get on through, but will you go through kitchen? Maybe is the answer.
Busan nih,
Conrad
anjir,
starting to come out
overthinking
of
banget
tube.
ini mah.
Yes, I can. Facing the wrong
Timing
way. Gets taken
doang.
down. Fischio knows.
Timing
Conqueror
dulu ya.
convert. Answer there. No, he will not.
Eh,
Conqueror
Andesa kepencet.
starting to come to life, and now all alone. It's Suka, the new member, and it's another head for Conqueror.
Banyakin, men,
That's
Reng.
full
Conqueror.
for him.
That's a quad kill. First,
Banyakin fokus
I think
leaderboard.
first 4 or more kills that we've gotten in this map. It's nobody really popping off that hard.
Untuk slide-nya udah ada di sini pesan. Oh iya.
Between
Ntar gua tonton.
Cerberus.
Dia mau
and
teori
Griffin. I
Jing
think
Jason.
He had so many
Rank 1,
4K
rank
Yeah, a
2.
lot of 4Ks.
on bind, and this time around we're already 6
Oh,
ini bukan-
into this
ini
map.
bukan Jing
Only seen
Jason
1
lagi.
4K thus far.
Orang dia
This is
bertiga.
even a bit
Iya,
of a scrappy
bertiga.
round, but they get it anyway.
Yeah, it's been a little dink and dunk so far. 1 for 1 as Conqueror. That was probably the best chance they had there. Fischio getting
Oh,
the jump. He had the
sekarang
information
udah nggak
there,
1
but
2 3 lagi.
not able to get the
1
win.
3
And
4.
on to pistols yet again for Fancy United. So at
ditikung
first we
oleh
were
SG
very
something.
impressed with the 6-0
Orang Rusia.
lead that Fancy United had amassed. Now we're at 8-8. Lucky Snowman,
Gila
as
ini
they
orang.
say, 8-8.
214 game
We'll
won.
be able to get to 9 first.
Oke, Sa.
I think Myth had
Lapar
the
nih.
utmost
Makan ya.
advantage to get to 9th point, of course. I'll take
Tuh,
it back with
makan
you this
apa ya?
time. It's 5
Kayak gue liat
guns
menunya
against,
udah bosen
5
gitu anjir.
pistols. I think Myth have a pretty good chance, but we've
Ah.
seen crazier things.
Onyx
Thank you,
Boom
thank you,
mega
thank you.
mana?
We've seen crazier
Megang
things,
yang menang.
especially- It was Cerberus as well who did the
It was
crazy
Cerberus.
stuff, right? So
Gila.
Cerberus,
Fancy.
Alter
Ada line up
Eco
buat
as
ini.
well.
Pitek.
The Eco gods themselves.
Molly
Let's
yellow-nya, ya
find
kan?
out. Oh,
Buh.
planted, but alone Phil
Apa
has
dapat
to
sih?
shoot that small little
Makan
part of
dulu.
the wall, and multiple people lining that one
Gila,
up.
kok ngaret
Gets
lagi
two.
ngecun
Will
nih.
he go for 3? Yes, he will. Yes, he will.
Buset dah, kemarin
But
turu
no,
dia.
he can't.
Yes, I can.
No, he can't.
Bukan
Sekarang
yes,
langsung
I can jadi
Couldn't find a
yes,
kill.
I can.
Did not breathe, as Mr. Miyagi has
Cannot,
mentioned.
yes.
Did not find the headshot.
Breathe first.
06 loh, dari 06
can.
jadi 98.
Next round, potentially.
Not this round.
But hey, this is first time Myth has been leading.
Yes.
9-8 right now. They found
Kan
it.
ini mah.
Yeah. No more snowman for you. Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Next round.
Oh, that's your lucky snowman.
That is my lucky snowman. You see?
Yeah.
Called it out.
Viewer
on Ice
pemarah
Box.
banget,
Yeah.
sumpah.
APAC region doesn't get
Banyak
a lot of
viewer
snow.
pemarah ya.
Not at all.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Needs
Sure,
to know
a couple
so.
spots.
Banyak viewer pemarah.
Ourselves a technical
Contohnya di
spot.
karung.
I was
Lu
wondering why
lama-lama
we're showing
dikarungin.
snowman.
Snowman.
I thought it was because I said 8 to 8 lucky snowman.
Unlucky snowman now. Oh no, you jinxed it.
Alright.
Coming into a tech pause, but hey, between the two teams, I'm really happy that these two teams are really showing up because I thought okay, Myth looks like they got
Nasi
off
Padang
the
boleh
wrong
nggak,
side of
guys?
the bed,
Yeah.
not really finding the kills, and then they go for a pause, start winning some rounds, and all of a sudden now they're in the lead. So that's mental fortitude right there. You
Yeah.
could have just said okay,
Apa
man,
ya,
GG
kayaknya
go next. Like there's
Happens all the time.
Viewer
Happens
kan
all the time.
PMA.
GG go next.
Iya, ada yang PMA, ada yang
Fancy,
pemarah.
They're the ones that are scrambling for an answer right now because after a 6-0 lead, must have felt good, right? But I'm not sure. Might have been the adrenaline, the excitement just going up.
Like-nya
real
200
quick,
doang
and
banget
then
ya.
all of a
Iya nih
sudden, we
cewek.
find them in a crash right now. They've won since 6-0. They've only won 2
Benar,
rounds,
benar,
while
benar.
Myth have won 9.
That's some good math, Key.
Yeah. I mean, you keep saying casters don't do math, and that's my specialty.
Caster's doing math
Maybe-
on broadcast. Scary.
Okay, maybe I'll do the only caster that can do math. on
Yeah,
APAC.
there we go.
That's my new one.
I like that. I like that. We got to see the Pengu earlier. You Pengu or Snowman?
Pengu or snowman? I like the Pengu. I particularly like the Pengu dab spray. So I'm a big fan of Pengu.
That one gets under my skin. Give me the Snowman.
I saw someone, I forgot who it was, pulled
Bang
off a clutch
sponsor
and
is dead ya guys
not even
ya.
a clutch, pulled up a
Sudah
double kill,
ganti
immediately
nama.
sprays. The round wasn't even finished yet. Penguin dab immediately. It's like, it's just, oh, I got a double kill spray. It's like, oh, that shows some confidence.
That was alter
right
ego.
there.
That was alter ego.
I think it was alter ego.
On
Yeah,
Vine.
that's right. That's right.
Oh man, let us know, chat. You Snowman or Pengu? As our pause should be coming to a break in just a little
It's
bit.
my
So take a look at the scoreboards.
life.
It's Kadum on the bottom here. Kadum, the man of 300 ACS.
Thank you
during
Bang
the
Dre.
wins.
Bang
But when he
sponsor,
does it
thank
with
you.
300 ACS, they
Sponsor
lost.
udah update katanya guys.
They're doing okay because Alone Fills is filling
Wah
the void.
gila.
Fortunately,
Juta. Berapa itu
kills
kasbonnya?
on the Sova. How does he do that?
I don't know. Lines him up, I guess.
Tinggal
Kadum
post lagi.
needs to do a little bit more.
Waktu kok nggak nambah itu kasbon ya?
Only
Kasbon.
Surprisingly to me, because I think he was the one that really helped stop the slide for Made in Thailand.
Iya itu di
in
Saweria
many of those
munculin.
rounds.
Oke munculin katanya.
Gila,
Kata lucu
gak ada yang
munculin.
mecahin recon dong bang.
Nothing, backing on off.
Munculin aja lah guys ya.
Gonna
Main
play
Biar
fisik tapi
real.
gak yang mecahin recon kan.
12 jam.
It's going to be a slow default for them. They're trying to look for anyone who might be cheeky, might be trying to push
Pusing gue
forward.
ngitungnya. Kan
It's gonna
gampang
be
kocak
Nizzy, though.
Adiswan.
That's going to
Tinggal
receive-
lihat itu.
Gets spotted, but then
Tambah
Oliver
6 jam.
has to teleport away.
There it is. Your
There's the
favorite
spray.
move.
Udah 12.
It's,
Udah 22
the
jam
puppy
aja.
coin.
The puppy.
Udah TP
We'll go
duluan.
puppy coin.
Kalau nggak nggak bisa TP tuh.
That's right.
Yes, puppy coin. Let's do that.
Yeah, invest with your economy responsibly. It's oh Nizzy.
Udah
He's
gila
learning his
nih
numbers
Nizzy.
as well. 1v5.
Orang gila,
There are
cocok.
more in 5 than 1. Now Heisey
Awan momen
forced
tuh anjir.
back on off just
Bedanya itu
sendiri.
masih oke Chamber, kalau Awan orang gila ya
to
tolol.
retake
Gak
here.
bisa
Kalau gua
nggak bisa
mati
masak.
3
Had
itu.
trouble doing that so
Mati
far
3,
on
lunya
this
3
side
kali,
of the
mati
map.
3 kali maksudnya.
All 5 members alive. It does look like a wraparound by Kadum. Try and get behind all the
Anjing,
enemies.
ada-
Soon,
ada
on
dua
forward
sih
with
harusnya.
the
Ayam
rest of the
pedes
team.
banget
Hunters,
gitu,
Fury
anjir.
landing on possibly one so far, but
Nggak
not
wajar
too
lah
many.
gitu.
Yes,
Banget.
I can. Gets taken down along with Fishio. Heisey has the lineup and can't land it. And now coming from
Ketahuan
behind,
dari
it's
mid.
Kadum himself, but he gets taken down by Heisey. There's no one
nice
here to
lineup
stop
itu.
the plan. Who's gonna get the defuse? No
Wow.
one, and it's 50.
Gila.
Gini dong, ngantuk kan. Kalau kayak ada yang kayak gini-gini gue gak ngantuk nih.
How did Suka hold that
Blue
by
Jinx
himself?
langsung menang
Heisey
tuh,
was able to
Fancy.
find
Gila.
in from the
Suka
back.
Suka beliat.
Hackers
Kalian nih bos.
retake the retake, but
Butuh mau
unfortunately,
nemenin
nggak
kayak
munculin
gitu.
total
Kan,
donasinya ya?
the
Maksudnya
lineup,
total
they didn't
donasi.
buy enough time to
Ranking
actually
4
stop
nih, bos.
Heisey and get him off that plan.
I think they were too focused on saving the guns from the spike explosion.
Donasi gimana?
And it didn't give them time to get back. And also, you gotta wonder what happened with Kadoom
Bang Kaco.
with the wraparound. If you're
Total
gonna
donasi.
take all 30 seconds to go all the way around the map underneath and
gampang,
get you
gampang.
one-on-one.
Banyak cowok. Lu Subathon udah banyak yang donat belum?
udah sampai 24 jam anjir.
Alhamdulillah.
Sabar.
Si Rusman udah berapa
Pasang
hari
miles.
Subathon nih?
Milestone lagi ya, oke.
20.000 dari Halver. Pesan, tolong kasbon note pasnya diliatin di screen agar aman. Kami viewers paling agak pengen.
Oke. Ya. Oh, milestone lagi ya, milestone baru ya. Aman. Milestone baru aman. Aman coy.
Also Nizzy as well. Off to a hot start and all of a sudden not finding the kills. In fact, it's the initiators that are finding the frags. The Sova. And Suka on that fade as well. Just
Rekomendasi headset gaming Valorant sama dengerin musik.
Kalau Rusman apa nama
Earphone
milestone?
kah? Apa headset? Kalau earphone pakai yang iPhone bagus. Kalau headset gaming apa ya? HyperX. Logitech G663 bagus. G6630. Nggak tahu lah namanya, gue lupa. Pakai Logitech lah. Kalau headset ya itu HyperX sama Logitech.
Screen Valorant segede.
Kenapa prefer iPhone daripada headset? Soalnya headset sakit di kuping. Kadang bikin pusing kepala lagi juga. Kalau gue pakai kacamata kan, kecuali gue nggak pakai kacamata kayak oke deh. Ngantuk kayak Farhan ya, sama cuy. Gue juga ngantuk nih.
Ikutin aja.
Baru tadi doang tuh yang seru tuh yang pas suka nge-clutch. iPhone yang 3,5 mm, ya betul. Pakai sound card tapi. Terus lu harus ready juga, soalnya kan ini headsetnya bukan diciptakan untuk gaming kan, emang cuma buat untuk dengerin lagu atau apa. Kalau dipakai terlalu lama itu sakit di kuping. Tapi suaranya enak banget nggak bohong, suaranya the best. Kalau buat main game enak banget suaranya.
But nice answer back by SIUUU. Will he get 3? Yes, he does.
Nggak lihat guys.
Pak SSS ya udah mati.
Top 1 leaderboard Imos.
Again, we said it would be in a
Nggak lihat.
Keeps Fancy United in front.
Kok nama gue nggak ganti ya?
Pakai HyperX. Kalau gue HyperX yang dari Cloud Alpha atau Alpha 2.
Anjir. Gimana ya?
Earphone nggak bisa lama ya.
Milestone.
Headset iPhone lo ada ceklin apa sakit lah. Gue beli di iBox Store anjing. What the fuck? Sony. Mau lihat nggak pakai kacamata. Nggak boleh. Gue udah biasa pakai kacamata soalnya kalau nggak pakai aneh.
These scoreboards are not going to be that pretty for a lot of players, but when it's 10-9, round 20, this close with your tournament lives on the line, it does not matter. Get yourself the little dot underneath your score, the max score there, any way possible. As we kick this one off.
Visio kayak gue dulu dah anjir kalau main plasma crosshair kayak gitu. Biasa gue
another play starting off slow. And here comes Kadoom, tries to land the shot. Yes, I can. Getting aggressive, but this time getting punished by Kadoom.
Kadoom getting on the board with
it.
Sens lu berapa?
Getting that first kill as well is very important. It's the Viper.
Nggak kelihatan kok.
No.
DPI berapa?
DPI 400.
I guess we could see, obviously we could see through it, validating, Kadoom's using regular settings.
Saya sama pakai sangka beda jauh banget.
Gimana taruhnya kok?
Sangka cloud yang colokan kedua USB itu sih betul.
We'll find out in just a little bit. 10-9. Here comes the push. We're moving to B because Kadoom couldn't find a pick over on A. Nizzy getting spotted and suppressed.
Bilangin aja lah.
Yet the plant goes down. Again, the wall so useful here.
Di bawah face cam.
For Wanafly to at least get the plant down. This time they've got to execute. We've seen this before. It was the retake by Fancy a couple.
Ini aja lah cukup lah ya.
That shut things down here for Myth. As Wanafly gets blocked out by the dark cover.
Nah, viewer spam
losing the battle to Heisey in the battle of KOs. Beta losing that one as well. Will it happen again? Can Fancy get it twice? No, through the smoke alone. Phils picks up the kill, but he's the last one alive. And it's the headhunter by Nizzy. Fancy win a retake another time.
Peluru habis ganti Deagle.
Nih Fancy menang gara-gara tembakan individual Fancy sih. Banyak
individualnya.
It was Nizzy with a fancy feat there. He was dancing around with that
Kayak
headhunter, was
bukan
able to
menang
get the
gara-gara
shot
rapi
through
ya,
the
Nak?
edge, through the
Wah, rapi
head.
sebenarnya rapi
And Fancy
juga.
are now
Cuman
on 11
kalau
points.
dilihat
They're the
dari
ones who
teamwork
started
kayaknya
slowing
masih
down. We
rapihan
said
MITH.
they won 9 against Fancy's too. It was
Bukan
9-8 at some
menang
point, but
trade
it's
kill
Fancy
kan,
who's won
menangnya
3
satu-satu.
rounds
Dari
in a row.
membership gimana? Kan ada kasbon kan Iki, buset dah.
Emang bisa banget apa?
Ada itu
Bisa kok,
ini.
ada di Tokopedia.
Oh ada 2 timer, iya.
Si rapian iceboxnya ECL. Yo ECL jangan dihitung dah.
Timer utamanya yang Sosiabas. Kalau ada Indonesia Wira juga nggak apa-apa.
Auto ban dulu ya, besok ya.
Mending di PI tinggi,
dulu,
sens rendah atau sens tinggi di PI rendah. Mending di PI tinggi, sens rendah. Enggak tahu ya kalau gua di PI nggak pernah ganti-ganti sih, gue di PI kayak 400 terus gitu. Ih JJ, hai JJ. J, temen lu udah 2 kali PHP-in gue dah, anjing tuh orang. Sumpah.
Iya,
Yang namanya Oktila Abraham tuh ya. Karena live jam berapa Kanep nobar? Gue nonton Don. Nobar dong. Jam 12. Iya bener gue ada. Udah nih kemarin nggak nongol. Terus tadi malam nanya lagi Kanep. Live jam berapa Kanep? Ah bacot tuh gue gituin kan Del. Ih serius kenapa nobar? Bacot lu. Terus katanya serius jawab katanya. Jadi jam 12 ya ntar nobar ya. Terus udah gue tanya nih. Dari tadi. Karena tarik dong, di Discord gak ada tapi orangnya. Dia literally kayak baru ngetik kan kayak tarik dong karena satu kayak berapa detik kemudian gue jawab gitu. Mana lu? Di Discord gak ada Cukimai. Ada lagi, gue panggil lagi mana Del? Bentar. Idiot deh orang. Subatan juga dong bang. Gak bisa kan Niki kalau aku Subatan. Soalnya ada latihan juga. Subatan gimana ya? Kalau sandekan soalnya kalau seandainya aku Subathon terus kayak di stop gitu, itu namanya bukan Subathon anjir. Coba ntar Kaco deh, Kaco kan terlatihan ya kalau dia
Bener kan?
Coba kalau seandainya terlatihan gimana Cok?
Ah, itu yang gue bilang. Karena gue udah janji juga sih. Tapi mau nggak mau gimana anjir?
Nah, soset anjir.
Nggak, paling gue stopin pas latihan. Langsung kalau udah kelar latihan langsung live lagi. Gua pausin tapi waktunya.
Kalau nggak pas latihan
nggak bisa Kak.
Nggak bisa anjir kalau sambil
itu nggak pengen kalau ngelakuin Subathon tuh tapi ada stopnya ngerti ya.
Nggak enak sebenarnya sih cuman gimana kan latihan nggak bisa
live. Apa Bang Dre? Sponsor udah ganti nama guys. Dia udah memunculkan ininya.
Snapchat WA kenapa?
Gak pakai voice. Tapi kelihatan dong orangnya siapa. Ah, nipu kalian ya. Kalau orangnya udah resmi kelihatan mah aman.
Muka lu aja, Cok, ngerti gak? Tapi
boleh. Facecam dong, boleh.
Full facecam habis itu di mute.
Boleh. Oke. Facecam gua aja ya. Kayak gini aja ya. Ah, terus mic-nya gue matiin segala macam. Nonton tuh muka gue tai. Oke, bisa diakalin aman. Ntar bocor enggak? Gue matiin mic gue.
Kalau nggak handcam aja.
Di mute aja iya. Bisa sih kayak gitu sih.
Boleh sih. Ah, pesan makan dulu lah, lapar kocak. Tapi bisa dibikin video loop yang tahu kalau gitu. Kita masih bisa ditipu guys. Bisa ditambah-tambahin loh arahnya loh. Kayak digiring-giring loh kemana-mana loh.
Karma lu sama gue bisa. Nice kan Niki.
Salah lo.
Dia yang menang.
Ah, Kayo Div bikin malu Pongaret. Anjir.
Padahal dia udah spec ya.
Ada time-nya Kak. Gak bisa dilupin dong, kan ada timer Subathon. Mana sih?
Ini Fancy sama MITH gue pengen nonton.
Ah, nggak bisa kan Niki. Kalau mau giring-giring, gue bisa counter.
Kayaknya haters nomor 1 ya.
Gak bisa cuy, aman cuy.
gunfight after
Nggak bisa, nggak
gunfight.
bisa.
2 at a time.
Nggak usah
So
rekam,
once you die,
rekam.
picked up the next man.
Kamu kayak
Going on over.
ngedit
It was
suara
Myth that
donasi
broke back,
gue nggak bisa
It was
ngerekam
over.
lagi.
Now you see Myth on like a
Jangan
almost
kejauhan
full buy, a
pemikirannya
bulldog
Rizky
down
Akmal
there
ya.
at the bottom for Kadum, who's had
Gue
a game.
ngedit suara aja gue nggak ngerti.
Armor here for
Ini
Beta
lagi
as
ke
well,
arah-arah
and
rekam-rekam.
now walking into a tour de force.
Jangan jauh-jauh, pikirannya jangan
Of course,
jauh,
on Nizzy,
jangan
who
jauh-jauh.
also has not been having that great of a game. The two chambers not really.
Bisa dong,
we're the two
screennya
players that we
media
were expecting to
player,
really show
offset
up,
tetap
but
jalan.
right now it looks to be Alone Fields and
Nggak
Suka
paham gua.
and Myth
Coba gua
are
nggak
playing
paham.
this fast A for this. They
Gua
want
nggak
to
ngerti
win it
apa-apa,
here.
Kak,
They
kan
want to
Niki.
end this
Nggak
right
ngerti
now.
apa-apa.
And Alone Fields jumps down.
Ya, banyak
gets
tim
met by
turun,
3
Bu,
flankers.
terjun.
They're not ready for that. Kadum, can he
Nggak
stop
kena
them?
lagi
Yo
tembak.
Allah,
Pre-fires
Nggak
and
kena,
leaderboard
the
nih
first
yang
shot.
lu lawan.
Beda's gonna be the
Tah,
kill
top
for the
leaderboard,
kill.
boy.
The kill
Suka.
as well.
Gila,
And
Suka
Zon
jago
looking
banget
good
di
for
sini,
Myth
sumpah.
this time. They find one
GG
kill
kah?
onto Suka.
jangan.
4v2 right now.
Busuk-busuk
Little
BO3
decay, get shot to the wall,
nih,
and shorty to the
GG.
face.
Malas lah gua nih.
Nizzy coming up with the winning
Map
play.
3 kayaknya.
Cue the music.
Map ketiga ini baru game 1.
Kalau map 3 lama dong gamenya.
Dua map. Asian mapnya
After a 6-0
Fancy.
start, it started look like looking
Gua
like
nggak-
they were losing steam,
Sumpah,
and
gua
all of a
nggak
sudden
ngerti yang
they
gitu-gituan.
found it yet again in
Jadi,
the second
jangan-
half. And to end all of that,
Jangan kemana-mana ya.
Shorty,
Jangan
what
paham.
here
GG.
to the statement as Fancy take the first point in this series.
Yeah, both squads are going to be like, wow, we
Aduh,
played some really pretty
busuk.
Valorant, but we also played a lot of ugly Valorant, and we're happy to take the
Dua
win if
map.
you're Fancy United. If you're Myth, you rest your hat on the fact that we haven't even shown our best Valorant yet, but they are down to their final
Latihan.
round here at
Ya, gue harap juga
LCQ.
dua
Latihan
They're
nanti
going to
ya.
have to find something in just a little bit. But what a way to kick things off on Icebox. Fancy United keeping the hopes of Vietnam alive. Let's hear what the Devs have to say after we take a
buka
short break.
Valorant
You're
dikit.
watching VCT
Enggak.
APAC LCQ.
Gimana? Anjing.
Enggak.
Mana nggak ada fokusnya buat Valorant. Karena nanti ke
Bacot
depan.
banget.
Hai.
Bacot anjing.
Udah ini guys. Udah nggak ada fokusnya Nap sekarang. Main Stray. Main apa? Stray itu main apa sih?
Gue pengen beli genjing deh, genjang.
Udah nggak passion ya, udah nggak passion. Jadi bisa. Apa setting mode latihan? Gimana setting mode latihannya cuy? Ini doang paling tuh mode latihan tuh. Mic-nya gue matiin. Frenzy jelek-jelek. Oni Guardian kurang bagusan ini kan Niki.
Match found.
Anjing ngarahnya kemana-mana bangke.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
Suka bangke guys. Terbanting baru DM. spin swing.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once
Kalau ada tahu ada orang ya.
Fight.
together.
Ditembak, curang. Jadi kesendat.
Enemy down. Rest.
Oh, kelihatan lagi.
One dead.
Tuh ada challenge, mana challenge? Challenge siapa? Frenzy DM. Frenzy DM. Frenzy DM 500.000 kata Bang Dre tadi. Wah, juara dong. Kalau menang, oke.
Opponent kill.
Aduh, nggak bisa ini. Bunuh gua. Cepat, bunuh. Ah. Kalau menang 500.000, oke. Frenzy DM. Allah, senjata apa ini? Saya enak, Frenzy masih gampang.
Soba removed.
Tembak apa tuh?
3 down. 4 down.
Bisa ada orang ikutan. Hah? Kena challenge juga kan deh? Aduh, dicolong. Muke katai.
You fought well.
Bisa ada desain ala ayang-ayang. Aduh, susah banget jam cewek. Elah. Wah, snipernya di challenge juga, guys. Mana nih menangnya? Ah, neonnya lagi gacor anjir. Tuh. Kita jarak 10. Rip ini. Sering-sering ya. Simpson ya. Ah, gua mati sama neon mulu anjir. Kelar dong. Jadi kelar dong. Cepat dong. Lari-lari ya. Mampus. Nah, makan tuh ya. Ini ngelatih kita biar jago IP, cuy. Wow.
4 down.
Ada neon, kabur. Nanti dia kill banyak. Kan gua Iko beli ginian guys. Allah. Mampus, banyakin loncat-loncat, kocak. Busuk ini. Udah mulai belum cuy? Kalau nasi udah undead, udah mulai pasti nih. Udah cepet banget habisnya anjing.
5 kills remaining. One kill remaining.
Buset, rata cuy. GG. Udah mulai kah? Mulai. Kalau dia udah ngobrol-ngobrol kayak gini mulai deh. Gagal guys. Enggak, Mimin Onik ridik kerjaannya. Gua kira udah selesai loh masalah ridik itu. Masih ridik.
Over on the desk, expecting a closer strategic game.
Yeah,
chaotically, it was, you know. It was
I actually think
the
that Icebox is a bit more chaotic in terms of how they played. There's a lot of defaulting, it's a lot of let's try to push something. There's no really heavy.
Kita panggilnya Bang Dre sekarang ya.
And for a set, I think you can't get away with that. But it's harder to actually push into a side when you don't have any set threats.
We saw a couple boiler parties. Where would you have that? Where would you have that party on Ascent? Is it a boathouse party? Not really.
A lot of mid parties. I think there's sometimes
courthouse party.
Boathouse party also pretty cool. I choose the boathouse.
All right, boathouse party in the future here. We'll see how it goes as we're having a little bit of time in between right now. Fancy United still getting set on up, but again, seeing the rise of the Vietnamese Valorant scene. Pretty important here again for our friends at home. Both these squads lost their opening round matches, so they are now in the lower bracket. They lose, they're out. Their hopes of making it to champions are done. Their pro Valorant for 2022 done for now. So again, a lot on the line for both these squads.
Yeah, just to remind everyone as well, the last series and this series are elimination. Whoever loses the series is out of the tournament completely. So there was a chance.
Udah, langsung kelar lah, MT-nya bubar, pulang lah.
That both Vietnamese squads might have been taken out. The Cerberus overcame their demons, overcame.
Apakah kita harus? Wah, banyak pergerakan kah guys? Pergerakan kayak ini.
They won against Griffin. Fancy right now.
Udah cepet dong.
Udah
jam 6, udah jam.
Looking at yet another upset here by the Vietnamese squad.
Mana Lamka? Kemana? Tidur dulu.
Lah,
tidur.
Thank goodness. I needed to see him on movement ability champ. I needed to see him play quickly. Because Chamber was not.
Apakah pernikahan akan terulang kembali?
To the KO as well. Killjoy hopping on in. Astro will be played by both teams here as we head on over to Ascent. This could be the last round that Made in Thailand plays. Again, a long history of Valorant and FPS
fast
for this country. Again, X10 making it to the global stage last year. This year, obviously, Xerxia stepping on up. Made in Thailand has been the one pushing both those squads last year and this year and trying to continue to move on. But it's just very weird to see your star player be the lowest ACS on your squad in the time you need him the most.
I agree. And something really interesting as well is that last year there were 2
Gila, bisa ada Dina loh. Diam-diam ada Dina loh.
In the international stage, it was X10, which is now Xerxia, and full sense as well. And we're starting to see.
Siapa real cewek?
Well, only Xerxia kind of coming out of that from Thailand. I kind of expected LCQ to be filled with a few more Thai teams, but that's actually not the case this time around. In fact, we're represented the most by Indonesia, 3 teams, 2 teams from.
Mau nyoba lagi takut sakit hati, GG.
1 Thai team.
Yeah, only one Thai team here so far. Again, the rest of the representation.
Kayak ini ngapain sih lama banget?
Was the Hong Kong Taiwan
Oh,
region.
technical pause
You
kah?
had the Philippines as well. Team
Only
Secret.
one. Only one.
Only one so
KGP
far.
KGP udah.
Order.
Hilang aja KGP tuh.
Round win against Fancy
Ay,
that put them
KGP.
down here, but Order have lost their first match so far, and of course.
Indo nge-lag, masih ada glitch-glitchnya. Tadi gua udah coba awal.
Singapore, Malaysia.
Mau coba lagi kah yang Indo?
Of course, playing with 2 Swedish players.
Coba yang Indo, guys. Coba ya.
9 kali enaknya cuma 6. Kayak ini masakan enak yang ke-7 gua nih kayaknya di sini dah. Dengan bumbu yang sama nih.
Itu mah tergantung satu selera apa enggak.
Iya sih, bener
Nah,
sih.
ini kelihatannya sih kelihatannya sih.
Kelihatannya drone-nya bakal lama nih.
Lagi sinematik dulu, Ci.
Sinematik manja gini.
Tuh beta di belakang masih nyanyi tuh. Nyanyi apa tuh, Mam?
Mana beta?
Tuh, ada glitch-glitchnya lihat enggak?
Loncat.
Oke, kalau gitu.
Nah,
ya aman tenang kawan.
Aman terus kawan. Arus. Aman terus. Dan
wih. Welcome to membership.
Kaget ya enggak.
255 Z seri. 255 itu maksudnya apa ya?
Pengen nanya.
Kalau gue sih pengen nanyanya Mako sih.
Mako ya?
Kenapa
lagi ngapain sekarang?
55 maksudnya apa itu?
Terakhir dia
Lu
main
gak
dia.
kepo.
Gue keponya sama Stax.
Kenapa?
Gak sama Mako.
Kenapa
Seneng
Stax?
aja lihat Stax main.
Kalau gue
gitu.
sih Mako sih.
Gue sih Mako.
Kenapa lu kepo sama Mako?
Dia terakhir main itu.
Kill 3.
Kill 3, 2-nya dari
Molly. Kepikiran gak ya dia ya?
Iya, sekarang
Apa kabar Angel pakai Yoru Desen?
Gak apa-apa.
kan menang dia.
Yoru kalah. Menang sih.
Iya,
Cuman
menang
kalau
timnya
Mako
juara.
kan kalah.
Mako kan
kalah.
kalah. Di match terakhir dia
Apa
pulang.
kabar ya? Kita telepon kali ya.
Gue pengen telepon Mako
info
sih.
kali ya.
Kita
Ngapain
sambut
dia?
kali Mako ini.
Langsung saya.
Jadi
Lu berasa
kita udah nyiapin
Angka
bintang tamu
random
spesial hari
aja,
ini.
angka keberuntungan kah 255?
Jadi
Bisa tuh nanti tebak-tebakan ACS 255 jawabnya.
Jadi harap bersabar. Kita akan segera memasuki map kedua yaitu Ascent antara Fancy dan
Lu
juga
tau gak
Made in
harapan gua
Thailand.
technical issue ini apa?
Apa tuh?
Salah pick agent tuh sih lu kayak.
Enggak.
Di Visio tadi mau mencetnya Riz kayaknya,
Enggak,
tapi
enggak.
kepencetnya Omen.
Kalaupun salah pick agent, MITH yang salah pick. Bukan Fancy.
MTS kenapa salahnya?
Ya nggak tahu, salah aja pengen ganti yang lain kepencet. Kalau
Jadi kalau Fancy udah lu
udah confirm. Kalaupun Fancy salah pick, dia kurang 1 controller lagi kayaknya. Biar
Fighter
3.
mau dibawa. Main
Dibawa
post lane
3.
kuat banget tuh ya. Ditarik, di snakebird, di paranoia.
Iya, bayanginnya gitu.
Kenapa
Itu
hitungan lu?
dibayang-bayang ya.
Bayang-bayang.
Di follow plan-nya gitu.
Emang 3 jam?
Kayaknya begini nih kita nih.
Kayak gini enak nih,
Oh.
gini enak nih.
Jadi
Udah 3 jam aja tuh.
Ini nampaknya akan memakan waktu. Jadi teman-teman yang ada di rumah kalau mau ngambil minum silakan.
Boleh.
Mau ngambil makanan silakan. Karena setelah pertandingan ini akan ada pertandingan yang jauh lebih seru lagi teman-teman.
Gitu.
Betul.
Jadi jangan kemana-mana ya, karena masih ada Boom melawan Onyx Derby Indonesia yang akan menjadi sajian penutup kita pada hari ini.
Tempe Hasan.
Penutupnya kenyang banget ya.
Panjenengan jangan kemana-mana
Ya,
ya.
jangan kemana-mana. Kalau belum beres,
Sus.
jangan kemana-mana
Oh,
dulu
dulu
karena
disulik red card.
yang serunya, yang paling
Terus
epic
saya
itu
terus
yang di
kocak.
terakhir.
Itu.
Kalau kalian cabut terus udah nggak akan itu apa ya, kayak saksi sejarah loh.
Lenny, welcome to membership. Welcome Lenny.
2021 Boom AE selalu ketemu di
Ayo,
APAC. Dan
kerja.
2022 skenario dirubah
Ya
dikit.
Allah.
Boom Onyx, Boom
Yang
Onyx.
kiri agent line up
Selalu
lama
ada
banget,
BOOM
bro.
Esports. Di antara cinta segitiga.
Sinap nonton di luar cuy.
Kayak merasa
Posisinya
Spoiler.
dia-
dulu Boom ini rival gua sekarang kenapa enggak lagi
Kenapa
ya?
nggak?
Yang
Oh, ya.
Di tahun depan nanti.
Mulai.
Semoga kalah ya.
Mulai.
Gue lupa tahun depan kan sistemnya udah bukan VCT lagi.
Kocak lu.
Udah franchise, beda.
Agennya sama aja.
Ngomong soal franchise, kita udah mulai nih round pistol yang pertama antara Fancy melawan MITH, di mana MITH bermain sebagai defender dan
yang Mas
Fancy.
Fancy ini
Langsung,
juga
Bang, pakai,
agennya
Bang,
sama
smoke
aja.
yang banyak bang.
Fancy,
Pakai,
as always
Bang.
pakai 2
Ini
smoker,
kalau
2
mereka minta
initiator, 1 chamber.
smokin gua dong.
Yang mana?
nyaut siapa?
Yang nyaut siapa? Iya juga ya.
Kecolong
Agak
astranya.
panjang mintanya harus men, smokin men. Gitu kan. semakin terak.
Lah, kalau dua-duanya biasa
I hope your internet
ngomongnya
crash.
men juga.
Waduh, itu puyeng.
I hope
Tapi Suka
doanya
akan
kebalikan
langsung ke
buat lu,
arah mid
mampus.
terlebih dahulu.
Anjing dia
Dimana
setup
udah
lagi
ada, ya
nge-clutch tiba-tiba
ampun.
internetnya
Ini kalau
crash.
main catur, pion-pionnya udah siap makan satu sama lain.
Anjir, dia
udah
setempat nih.
berderet. Dan tentu
Anjing, untung
balik
cabut
lagi.
dia.
Wih, Des langsung kadum. Biar kepake aja tuh ya Tanjur dipencet.
Nembak apa, Bang?
B-Man kembali yang
kenapa?
akan
Spoiler, cuy.
menjadi
What?
titik temu dari para pemain
spoiler.
Serius?
Fancy United. Sepertinya ini
Kita
adalah
defend dulu
timing
dah.
mana mereka akan
Kan
melakukan
nonton
hit
di
ke
Indo soalnya.
arah B-side-nya Visio langsung kena trade oleh Kongaret setelah mendapatkan beta begitu saja. Dan side sudah mulai berhasil dikuasai.
Tuh,
Sebentar lagi
patah-patah.
akan bermain dari
Tuh.
arah B-main.
Ngeglitch.
Dan masih akan ada usaha flank dari dua pemain dari MITH. Jadi di sini Haizi posisinya nggak terlalu bagus. Menangin duel demi duel. Benar saja Haizi.
Gila Haizi.
2 kill. Nge-clear arah flank dan itu akan menjadi PR yang sangat berat untuk Kadum. Bisa
Kadum
masuk
Jet
dalam
nih,
fight
Fih.
karena terlalu
Banyakin
banyak
tembus-tembusin yang nggak
hal
jelas.
harus dia lakukan. Dan saat
Luar aja ya.
Fancy
Tadi yang
kembali
bilang
memenangkan
Indo masih
pistol
ngeglitch
round.
Ya, ini masih 100%.
Pistol win rate ya?
Win rate.
Gets punished for it as Fishio
Nah, ini
takes
baru
the site
undefen kita.
with the Spectre. Alone Phil's also
Aku
holding a
juga
tight
nggak
corner
ngerti bahasa
with
Indo.
Shorty up by CT. And I don't think
Aku bocil
Fancy
English.
United want any of that. Turning the corners, Kadoom, he goes down.
Iko Prager kah?
Fishio
Suka?
stepping up a little bit closer.
Ah,
He's
Iko
about to get
Prager.
shortied in the face, but Suka catches him first. And it's a flawless round for Fancy.
Prager
Aduh,
guys.
pengen
Sometimes
nangis
the
gue.
shorties just does that 115-1, sometimes it doesn't. And unfortunately, when you jump, the spread's bigger, misses a little bit. I think he probably hit him head
Let's
on.
go
but
Fancy, let's go
unfortunately, he was
Fancy.
jumping out of that
Ratakan
smoke,
MTH.
could not convert that kill. But Fancy keeping so many of their guns, same as the first map, rolling 5 rifles into this next round. Oh, well, 4 rifles in a Spectre.
Enggak, ini Dava jodoh.
Jodoh-jodoh
Jodoh-jodoh Aira siapa ya? Mane?
We saw this happen earlier.
N
Fancy playing
sama
aggressive
Aira
with their
siapa
ego,
tahu?
trusting their gunplay, and it set Myth down a spiraling scoreboard that eventually was 6-0 before they got a
Wah,
round
mid
on
kebe
in.
nih.
Let's see if the
Mid
big
kebe
man
ya.
Kadoom can start to find
Pokoknya
some
mid
room
kebe
here
nih.
for himself to get dancing because he needs to get going. Suka now coming
Ya.
from behind, and
Ya,
Kadoom is able
Kadum
to
tapi
trade
dapat
out
1 cok
one.
kayak gitu.
Dapat satu
Suka
dia
stays
iya.
alive as they continue to push on
Enggak,
to
pasti
B.
nggak
They
expect
want
gak sih
nothing
B-nya
to
2
do with
isinya?
A.
Iyalah.
As now Beta trades out.
Apa sih
udah.
kameranya?
Picks
Gua
up
ngeliat
a
apa,
couple,
Cok?
but Fishio
Anjing
trades
2 lawan
it
1
on
jadinya.
out with the
Wah,
Spectre.
menang sih harusnya ini.
Will be able to upgrade if
Jadi
he
bingung
wants,
kan
as
lo?
he does.
Iya,
Sama
anjing,
gua tadi
gua
juga bingung.
Gak tahu siapa yang mati, gue kira yang lainnya mati gitu kan. Atau
Dari map
Visionya.
awal sih.
Visionya nggak
Dari
mati,
map
Cok.
awal.
Just has to find these 1v1s dry
Oh,
if
nih,
he wants
bu anjing
to
nih.
take them, because it's gonna be really difficult for Killjoy to come in.
Aduh, wanna
No
play
damage
lagi
from
last man-nya.
clear corners,
Menang ini
no
mah.
alarm bots. He does have the
Nggak jadi.
turret up. Oh, alarm bot is back up as well, so he can.
Wah,
Benernya
kelihatan
kelihatan.
jubahnya
Lucky
kelihatan.
he can separate this 1v1s.
Well,
Ah, ini susah sih dia dia tahu harusnya dia tahu
Iya,
chamber di
pasti
kiri.
tahu
Nah,
house party.
cepat di
There's
oh,
one, but Fishio
untung
says,
cepat
"Please,
dia
you're not invited."
trade
It's
nih.
an expensive win, but it's 3 rounds in a
Kalau
row
2-0
here for
Onik belum
Fancy United.
dimajuin,
It
iya.
was a bonus round for Fancy as well, so they'll
Rolling
take what they
schedule
can
deh.
get for that. It's an exact
Menang
start that we were
bonus cuy,
seeing on
Fancy
Icebox.
cepet nih.
Fancy running away with it, really being
Bersaudara
able
live,
to
oh my
carry
god.
these
Nanti aku jadi bocil
rifles
replay gua.
over to that bonus round. I
Iya
think
sama
that's the
anjir, gue
biggest
kalau
thing.
nggak live
It's a
nonton
sign of
itu jadi
confidence as
bocil
well from
replay
them,
gue.
because they're really
Gua
feeling
kalau
it, and
lagi
it
pengen
feels like
makan,
Kadoom
Cok,
might wanna
nontonin
go
dia
for this
pasti.
hero
Ya selalu
battle. That's a
sama.
sign of
Kalau lagi
frustration
makan
from
Gua
them.
selalu
nyantai.
simulator.
Feels
Kalau nggak ada yang
like
live
you know
gue
what you're
nontonin.
supposed to do here. Get your sheriffs and wait for another round.
Ada Mega,
But
ada
maybe you can break
Lodon.
the eco here as we have ourselves a bit of a tech pause again. Our team
Aduh.
still playing from their
Ini
regions.
Campos
and
bikin
takes a little bit of
lama.
time for them to set up and got ourselves a great setup here for the LCQ referees in every team.
Ada aku.
To make sure everyone follows the protocol.
Ada
keep
konten.
Apa
their
dulu
Ada
bang mau
Lodon.
nge-prank gambar Eggman dulu.
Keep an eye on
Oke.
that.
Ini nih, kalau mau gambar Eggman langsung aja. Mimin. Salah.
Di Windows jadi bisa kematian kan.
Ini aja langsung.
Mimin
Onik.
Yeah,
Sobek ya, sobek ya.
sticking to that, I think he's really feeling it. He does have the Blade Storm for next round as well, so this isn't just a
Nielsen nggak, belum pernah.
Bocil
belum pernah
kaget
dia
banyak kah?
Blade Storm. On the side of Fancy though, they have full Vandals on the whole team, and they also are trying to look to get into this
Udah lah,
A site.
cepetin aja lah
Fizio
Fancy
right
lah.
now.
Yuk.
Cuek.
Ya, banyakin.
With the hijinks,
Freestyle.
finds the kill onto Kadum. So 1-for-1, but that Hero Vandal
Si
is down,
Kadum
and
punya
that makes the
senjata
biggest
sendiri,
difference. That's
dia
the
mereka
most
flash sendiri.
valuable kill against Myth right
Ya,
now.
soalnya next dia
That
pasti
was a Hero
karena
Vandal.
ada
That's the only
kunai
weapon
dia.
that they had.
That was a hero push too. No one else to be able to trade out there, which is kind of
Ada aja bisa
tough for
menang
the
kan
rest of Made in
di
Thailand.
senjata.
Also something to note,
Ya.
Fly swapped on over
Niat.
to B after 3 consecutive B pushes by Fancy
Udah
United.
daripada fokus
And so
buangin
a lot of
senjata
the
daripada
utility
mati
by
kan.
Killjoy on that site.
I think is Heizi trying to throw a gun away?
Nggak,
It's like
Selma siapa?
slowly inching out. I think
Kah
he was
itu
just
siapa?
trying to like cycle the
Tuh,
gun
kah?
out.
Yeah.
That's why he had a classic for a second.
Dava.
So just so that they can't pick it up, and I think that's great play from him. Now they can't recover it. They have to run all the way to A. It's gonna be a high contact play. It's gonna be really crazy here because everyone is here. They're committing the Nightfall going in. The Gravity Well is there as well. But that's gonna be the fragment. That's gonna slow
Ah, ini emang udah mode perang sih. Susah dia pakai seri. Gak denger lagi. Ini observer sampai ikutan budak anjir.
With the spike planted for 300 extra creds.
I was a little nervous there on the push. It felt like it got held up for such a long
ada
time by
Dina.
the Gravity Well, by the Nebula. And maybe it gives an opportunity to make
Sini,
it
Din.
Thailand.
If you want to watch party, come Discord.
Oh no, and it was this moment here, I'm like, oh, this doesn't look good. Now everyone's here, but
They lined up.
Gila
everyone
nih.
lined up. Nizzy's able to pick one off.
That's through the wall as well, so was able to line
Malu
up
apa,
behind the
goblok?
wall. Just saw their shoulders a little bit, was able to get those 2 kills.
Ada anak,
Fancy
iya,
with
ada
yet
di sebelah
another
kakak.
hot start.
Oh, Beta able to win the fight there. The Prowler
Takut
no
namanya
help to
sama.
Nizzy, who couldn't see through his teammate's utility, and for the first time on Ascent, Myth have a numbers
Kenapa
advantage.
sih aku dong lo tahu.
Finally find a first frag. We were talking about that on Icebox as well. What was missing from them was getting those pushes, getting those
Dia
aggressive
kalau
picks
apa
at
namanya
the very
control
beginning.
mid
We
enak
found them
banget
on
anjir.
Nizzy, but Fancy
Defense ini.
still looking very strong right now. All of them pretty healthy. They're gonna try look for a pick themselves.
Oke banyak banget.
All right, all 4 members now stacking on over to B. The utility.
Terus kalau
by
semua kayak mati,
Killjoy
ya udah kayak
is
tenang
here,
gitu kan.
so it will be a
Dia
little
emang
run
kayak
down
gitu
the
dia.
site. Wannafly
Kalau
holding
gue
a
latihan
tight
lawan
corner.
dia orang tuh
And a lot
salah
of
satu
utility
pasti ada yang
expended.
nakal.
Wannafly, nice reposition.
Kadu.
Itu kan.
With the pop-off
Pas
alone,
banget
Bills gets
boleh.
the lineup. And Myth are on the board emphatically here.
Jadi kalau mati
That was all on the
pasti
back of that
infonya
Gravity
awalnya
from
gini.
Beta. It really made it
Mereka
difficult
nggak ada
to
smoker ya?
traverse that opening.
Oh iya,
And
lupa
that's
ada
how
Astra.
the Astra on this map. This is why a lot of teams
Anjing,
Yang
lupa.
nakal yang Astranya kan.
Yang nakal si Omen biasanya Omen. Gue liat entry sendiri tuh. Kalau latihan lawan dia kan beli AWP kan, nyolong kan, dapat
This
Omen.
was kind of the same setup that
smokernya mati,
happened
cuy.
on A where, all right, they
Sini,
used a lot
Din,
of
Discord
utility
Dia bisa main
that got
mantek.
held up.
Oh iya lupa ada Astra cok.
They tried to push through this time, which is a mistake.
All right, good to be confident, Fancy United. Not good to do things that you know aren't good, and they pay for it in a round loss. They're okay though, got a lot of money. Tour de force up as well by Nizzy.
Feeling gue gak kena dah itu Muli.
They will have money
jawab.
up next round as well.
Hai Dina Dono.
Try and string a couple
Hey, Dono.
together. As Hunter's Fury comes on through, has it landed
Dina.
on it? No.
Gue 20 tahun gak ke Discord ini anjir.
Goes
Lebay
around.
banget tuh anjing.
Kayak wah Dina bukan. Wah.
Ini udah 20 tahun kagak live YouTube.
Nizzy, that is the. Can we go back to Nizzy? That is the smallest pixel he's holding right there. That is.
Iya Vietnam bisa jadi tuh. Nanda Rizky kayaknya Vietnam Day deh hari ini.
I think Fancy
menang
want to
Cerberus ya?
be yet again. I think this time around they have a better chance because they do have the null command. They've already popped it, suppressing some utility usage. Now there's gonna be, well, Astra can still pull, but the rest of the team on that B side not able to use the utility.
Oh
They're able to
ada
get onto
lockdown ya?
that side,
Ada
and
lockdown.
Nizzy is gonna be
Ada.
holding spawn.
Oh retake ya?
Nizzy now backs on off, and he will hold a little bit further back inside B main.
Ada lockdown.
Has a
Oh,
great
dia berharap bunuh
angle
satu
for
kawan Wannafly.
everyone that's coming out of the dark cover.
Ya,
What a
hahaha.
tough read
Ada
for Made in
lockdown.
Thailand to reach.
Gila.
and
Ada
come through
lockdown.
defending
TT
spawn.
5 biji.
5v5. Oh, but the Nebula
Langsung
comes on
masuk
up,
ke
so
set semua,
no one
Cok.
can see.
Wah gila, saya cuma satu lagi.
Ya Allah
Suka's
suka.
gonna have a
Ya Allah
time
suka.
inside the boathouse.
Ya
He
udah,
gets taken
kalah.
down. Now Conqueror
Suka
gets shut down
udah,
as
Fancy.
well. Will he get restarted? We'll find out just a little bit. Heisey trying to win the fight against Alone Fills, and Fishio
susah
still
sih.
left on up. Myth
Anjir,
victory
pada
though.
nyebar.
Huge round
Bimen
win.
Iya,
dua.
mereka main kayak gitu tapi ngasih satu set doang, udah gitu satu setnya di backside lagi. Ngedapet info.
Bimen 2, backside 1.
Not enough people on site.
Satu
Suka
di
was
lane,
overwhelmed
satu
in
mid.
Backside.
5
There was just
CT,
no
anjir.
help from anyone on the team.
Halo,
And because
murni.
all the utility usage from mid,
Udah
they were
lockdown,
able
nice
to
retake.
disrupt Fancy too much.
Yeah, again, we're seeing Fancy get to the doorstep of ready to go.
Ah, elah Fancy, bikin lama.
By Nebula Cloud.
Ah, Fancy
And
cepet
then
dong
it
menangin.
allows the rest of Made in Thailand to
Gak mau
make
map
the
3
rotation
gua.
over. A
Busuk,
great
lama.
second Nebula Cloud being put down by Heisey to prevent the, I guess, tour de force by Nizzy.
Warna flame
And
masih
the
belum
crossfire
panas.
that you set up, 2 people back at B main, it just becomes a
14
what,
cm.
2v4 on side to
Panas merah
side.
doang, enggak. Gua ada
That
PMA
was
sekarang.
just not great from them, especially for the post plan, especially considering Myth. They like to
PMA
split
sekarang
up
marah
a
habis.
lot. It's
Yoi.
Fancy that are trying to split up a little bit.
Takut
trying to look for
dibilang
picks.
salah pergaulan
And
gua.
Fancy,
Iya.
they split up quite a bit. They expected someone. It was a read, or well, not
Aduh.
a great
Kenapa,
read.
Bang?
In fact,
Hai, Rizky.
because they were.
Ya
trying to
Allah,
go
tadi
B
technical
main.
post terus
Because
tiba-tiba
of that,
jadi
they just got
time
smoked
out.
out. Nobody was actually
Nah.
coming from B main, so the value, Nizzy and Heisey, they were the ones on B main. The value of those two just hiding there
Sorry
was
Nabila.
zero.
Very zero.
Oke, Pak Nobody.
Very much zero. Bang, zero.
Is there
Sana
a
aku, Bang.
less very
Gua ambil makan dulu ya guys.
positive zero?
Ambil
or
makan
negative
dulu ya
zero?
di Joki sama Dina ya.
Fancy zero. Okay.
Siapa yang
Oh, Fancy
ngantuk
calling
angkat
the timeout.
tangannya, Kakak?
Joki ya sama Nap ya.
Aku.
Ambil makan dulu, lapar cuy.
So they're trying to get it together because they want to win.
Nah,
these
siapa
few
yang
rounds, and Myth are the ones that are catching up.
Yang
Jo-
mau mana aja
Nap,
ngantuk.
Nap.
Credits.
Nap,
On
Dina,
the other
jokin
hand,
ya.
Myth are the
Gua
ones
ambil
that are
makan dulu
building
bentar.
up the creds. Fancy.
Siapa
This is their
viewersnya
last fight.
Kaco yang ngantuk, Kak?
And we'll
Angkat
have to see
tangannya.
Adik-adik.
Yes, bentar guys.
Tried
Ambil
to
makan dulu,
yeah,
lapar.
first time they didn't
Siapa
even get
viewersnya
into that
Nafsi
side,
dan
didn't get
Kaco yang
time.
ngantuk
The second
nonton
time they
Fancy
got
dan
time, but the
MITH?
post was-
Siapa
Itu
yang
ditanyain
semangat
sama
nonton
Dina.
Looks like
Onyx?
you're gonna try to go
Sama
B it
Nafsi.
again.
I'm starting to think,
Absen
yeah,
adik-adik.
it's not necessarily just
Siapa yang semangat nontonin Boom sama Onyx? Guys, lu udah ready nobar belum, guys? Lu nobar ntar ya, nggak boleh main ya.
Iya.
Nice. Lu nanti di sini aja, oke, guys?
Yeah, their retakes.
Oke. Nanti lu komsnya pakai TeamSpeak aja, jadi pas lu koms masuk semua.
They're the ones that are
Iya.
well, not setting those post plans up really well. So I think that
Karena lihat
Fancy
kenapa
just need to
anjas
figure it out,
adun.
or maybe need to find a few more pickoffs
Siapa
before
pakai emot
actually
tunjuk tangan yang
just
nggak
getting
punya
a spike
emot
down. I
tunjuk
think they're
tangan berarti
rushing
HP-nya
that
bukan
a bit too much.
Ipon.
And
Gue ganti Hagui fokus watch party katanya anjas. Gas. Lu bisa one tap Sheriff gak? Onyx Esports, woi. Ntar nggak bisa one tap ih.
I don't need to see clean Valor right now. I need to see round wins on the board, and that is what both these squads are doing. Myth looking to continue to do the same
Bercanda
thing.
guys.
Oh man, it is a perfect lineup through the smoke.
Hanya pakai Deagle ke Hagui
Kadoom's
dulu
able to get out. Use the
anjas
cloud burst to get the
Deagle
safety.
bahasanya
Nice
ke
movement
CS
there
lagi.
by Kadoom.
for the Prowler, he heard it.
Nice.
Wants to get someone to
Semua
fight.
punya emot tunjuk tangan di.
Finds the shorty kill, wanna find holds as well.
Ya makin lama aja nih guys.
That's 3 times in a row that they tried to go to B side, have failed all 3 times.
All right, we've said it before.
Anjing, apaan
There's
tuh?
no B in Myth. There's no B in Fancy, but there's an A in Fancy and an A in Thailand. Let's go A, guys.
Yeah.
And that is
Go A.
exactly what Killjoy's doing as well.
Yeah.
That feels
They're
bad.
sensing
That
the
feels
rotate.
bad.
Fancy though. Oh, Fancy are stubborn. Look at this. They're still trying to go B.
You know, and maybe it works out for them. Again, it is pistols here for Fancy as their economy
Ini
did
ya,
get
guys,
broken.
It's gonna be a Western shootout right now because they have all
Alah.
the kills. They're just gonna go for these kills.
Let's go, Fancy.
Busy with a headhunter as well.
Gue cari yang ini aja.
They actually tried to make it as
Kenapa
expensive
Sensen
as
dulu pas Naf
possible
sakit soalnya
for
kelamaan
Myth.
dipakai.
They have the sheriff. They have.
Buat tidur
They can
sakit.
try to go for the headshots, but Kadoom finds the first frag. Finds the second as well because the detection no
Ya
scope
Allah.
onto Fishio
Kadoom
as
bisa
well.
dapet
might just be able
Easy
to get
kill
the
kayak
ace here
gitu
if he
pakai
finds
AWP.
all of them. Nizzy though is gonna get taken down by Conqueror. No more ace for you, but he wanted that.
Yeah,
he wanted that so badly.
He was already dead. So already dead, and Kadum still took the shot. Just let him know, and now Suka giving himself up, knows exactly.
Nama billing mata gue ini
what
mah
his
ya kan.
chances were. Slim to none, and Wanafly picks that one up. We're back to 4-4. We shorten
Udah
this
gila gue
map
kelamaan
on up.
nontonnya
First
Ju.
to 9 now,
Anjing.
basically.
First to 9?
First to 9.
That would be.
Gue pengen nonton
These two
dari
teams,
tadi
they
ya?
like
Dari
trading.
Iya
pas.
dari
They like
dari
going
awal.
on long
Udah jam
streaks,
12.
losing long streaks.
Gue pada kayak
Same for
udah
map one, it was
saving
0-6,
energi
and
gitu
then
kan
all of a
buat
sudden,
nonton match
on
ketiga.
9-8, there's just random streaks from
Hari
both
3 map
sides.
semua ya guys
But
ya.
Kadum, we were talking about him. Showing
Yes.
up with that
Enggak lah,
operator,
ini
finding a
bisa lah,
triple kill
2-0.
right there. 2 kills off the bat, and a 3rd kill with a no-scope
udah
as well.
beres,
So
telepon
Menit
gue, Nap,
Thailand
siap.
already finding their footing
Gue
on this
telepon
map
mak lu
again.
ntar.
Fancy though.
Ketahuan kamu main di situ.
Saya main situ, Mu.
Going to be B, but it's just not
Ya,
gonna be
Snapple nggak?
any good.
There it is. I like that. It's a bad
Nama
beat.
bersuara jadi gemukan. Iya gendutan.
4-4.
Tandai bahagia.
Wanafly getting the open.
Hari-hari makan
pick there.
genjang.
You know, we're speaking
Mau beli
about the
genjang lagi ya?
Genjang.
last game. Fat baby kept
gue belum
pulling
coba
out
sih,
the
aduh.
operator. We're like, no, we don't want to see you on the operator. We want to see you on a Vandal. Kadum showing a little bit different there, of course. Like Caster
Senjas
Kirsten,
penasaran
who
sih
goes
siapa dia
down.
balik ke Onyx
But then the
Esports.
trade on back.
Anjas.
Now Fish,
Tante nggak boleh
yes I
nge-vape.
can. They've got a little
Mana
bit of
nge-vape,
work to do
anjir,
still.
itu kan
They
nge-vape,
pick up
what
the
the
spike
fuck?
over
Ini
on
sendok.
B
Oh,
side.
nafsi,
Killjoy
nge-vape.
still locking down
Ya
the
kan?
B side.
Jadi anak vape.
Here we go. Yes I can.
Iya, gue jadi perokok.
One of the very interesting. There's no
Anjir,
animation.
perokok.
Jadi kalau sandekan lagi nge-Discord kayak ada yang suara
You
isapan.
kind of absorb it into your
Yeah.
person.
Yeah. You know what? KO can do that.
Yeah, KO can do that
That's
for sure.
why.
He's a robot. He probably has a latching mechanism, so he
Masih
just needs to
nemen
step
gula.
on it and it latches on his foot.
All right,
Habis
well,
gimana ya makannya
the
enak
turret
banget cok.
doesn't care that KO
Bingung gue
is
juga.
also mechanical.
Siapa yang menciptakan
Wanafly
makanan
over
enak?
inside corner. Presence has been detected. Yes, I can.
Kena swing
Wins the
kamu.
gunfight, and it feels like for the first time in a long time, Fancy win a gunfight. They'll clear out
Dua
Boathouse.
lawan
They'll get the
dua,
spike
siapa yang
down, and
menang
it's a retake
tebak, guys.
opportunity here for Made in Thailand.
Yang
It's
menang
not even just
dapat
about winning the
mobil.
gunfight, It's also about actually looking like they've calculated this
Mobil-mobilan
play
tapi.
because they've been trying to rush the past few rounds, trying a
Gimana?
bit too hard to get into B side, which they've only been going to. That it feels like this is the first time they're taking it slow, that they have an idea of what to do.
Yeah, and Made in Thailand feels like they don't know what to do in this one. Trying to get some information. Gravity well onto nothing, shooting through the smoke. Alone Bills with the shorty.
Wah, nggak lucu sih
Coming
kalau
up
sampai
biggie.
MTH menang
And
sih.
now Alone Bills tries to pick up the last
MTH
one, but allows Beta to
menang.
clear it on out. And
Cuman.
Made in Thailand slide to 5 in a row.
That's a heads-up play if I've ever seen when he crept up that smoke,
Sore
switches to a
hari.
short, he
Cuma
gets the
ambil makan
jumping
apa
kill.
ngapain lama banget.
I think we saw that as well from
Dia
him
soalnya di
earlier on.
apartemen
He
kan
didn't get the
rumahnya.
kill, but he jumped out
Masih
of that
di
open
apartemen
smoke
kan?
as well, got a 120. But that's a
Gue
great tech
ngobrol dulu
play
sama
from
Satom.
Alone Fills and Myth. That's 5 rounds in a row for them.
Yes, it is.
Lama.
It is all momentum
Sore.
based now. If you're Fancy United, it's like, okay, great. When is it our turn to go streaking? Not yet is the answer. So we've got 3 more rounds on
Nipu
this
nih
side of
snipernya,
the
guys.
half. And still
Bohong
no
deh.
half winner yet.
Anak
either.
orang main
It's
stres itu
been
biar
so
apa ya?
close
Ya
throughout.
kenyamanan, nggak ada biar apa.
Again, the Vietnamese squad, Fancy United.
Iya,
and
ada
Made
Windows
in
Udara,
Thailand,
lagi lah.
obviously from Thailand, playing for their
Lagi
tournament
lah, Cok,
lives
main
here
pup
in the
pup
VCT
sebenarnya.
APAC
Toilet.
last
Oh,
chance
main game tai ya?
qualifier.
Iya.
All the way through the tournament. If you're the winner, you will join
Balik ke
Iya
Garut.
nih,
Rex
streamer
and
nipu
Zersha
deh.
at Champions in Istanbul.
Comeback.
But it is a long ways away right
Ya kan
now.
lu baru balik aja ternyata lemes kan.
AFK sih.
Make a prediction.
Ya ampun bisa ke comeback masa.
Fancy are gonna win the next 3 rounds.
Ini si Nizi jago udah placement
So,
crosshair.
I mean, they like
Nizi,
streaking.
iya,
They won
lumayan
4 in
kalau
a
di
row.
rank.
Myth won 5 in a row.
Ah.
These 3 in a row are going to Fancy.
All right, this is
Kelihatan dari
Fancy.
cara dia megang crosshair.
The keys
Anjir
to the
megang
kingdom,
crosshair gak?
everyone.
Lagi
Key
sekarang
has
Joko.
No, I can't take it back. They want to go B again. I don't
Ahmad
think that's
kenapa
gonna work.
guys? Ahmad.
Too bad you can't take it back.
Ah makan ah.
Gone A. Come on, they haven't gone mid. They just keep going. Want to
Makan
go
nasi,
B.
hai
Come
say.
Oke makan cuy, makan cuy.
The Killjoy as
Makan ya
well.
semuanya
Here
ya.
we go.
Gue makan nih baru
Yes, I
bangun tadi.
can. Trying to step on
Udah
up.
guys ya, makan ya.
They do
Makan ya
buy a little bit
semuanya.
of time, and they have a free entry into the site. Great job.
Aman
by
ya.
the squad.
Makan aja.
Hari-hari
Zero
ada
point,
Killjoy,
shut
tapi
things down, no utility
B-nya
use.
masuk
The
terus.
spike has been planted. Still
Kena
3
kayo.
members inside B main,
Ya udah
only
kena
2
mati,
on
kena
site.
itu lagi
But
dah.
it does look like
Michael lagi.
Five
J kayak harus
members, all
di-buff
five
sih,
of Made in
anjir.
Thailand are gonna be coming from
Udah
defender
membosankan
spawn.
Michael
But
J.
over goes Kadoom, down he goes, maybe a little too aggressive
Iya,
as he
kayak
gets
nggak tahu,
finished
nggak
off
enak
by the
aja
frag.
Lagi updrift gitu aja
Iya,
kena.
ini ngapain anjing?
Wanna fly, tries to clear on over the cosmic
Nah, terus smoke apa, Cok? Smoke dari siapa sih, dari
It's
Fancy
actually
ya?
on both sides. No one gets to be safe, and now Beta comes on through.
Boom.
It's a 1v1, and all this utility, everyone blind.
Visio nggak menang,
everyone divided,
gua
leads to just
pukulin
one.
bapaknya
You
sih,
can hear the
canda-canda.
timer. Not enough time for Beta.
Visio,
He'll try to
nice.
get the last kill,
Anjir,
will
kalau
not get it.
kalah.
And Fancy
diem lah.
United gets one, and Key, he's looking smug, everyone, because he was right.
Well, thank you for not
Panik
letting me take back my prediction. It worked this time.
Gila,
It was
Onyx Esports
still
jadi moderator
messy, though.
gua,
That's the thing.
guys.
I want to point out, it's still messy.
Terima
They
kasih
got
Onyx
the
Esports.
side, 5 of them were in. They lost 4 members still in this win. So that's just so tough
Udah lama
for
banget
them
nih,
because they
guys.
want to string these rounds together. But
Ngantuk
they
kah?
look like they're
Ngantuk kah?
having trouble playing a clean
Iya,
game. It looks like it's going to be a myth timeout.
Gak ada pemanasan, guys.
When you make a prediction like that, you have to keep your
Anjas,
commitment.
nggak pemanasan lagi, takut capek ya. Jangan lama-lama nanti burn out, anjas. Entah terlalu overthinking yang bikin anxiety-nya meningkat.
I think
Ah.
that's the way it works.
There it is. I know a lot of people at home been wondering what the script were, especially that last game. Just back and forth.
Nah,
All
karena
right,
goblok.
but Key has spoken. He's seen the. I was gonna say. No, you can't. Script. No, that doesn't work.
No.
Oke,
We don't.
Dina pura-pura F
Look at
anjing.
that. Fancy, as I was talking about it, the economy, they lost 4 members. One of them
Oh,
has
Dina
to live
pura-pura
with
AFK parah
Spectre,
banget,
that's
guys.
Suka. Honestly, if I'm them, I'd be swapping the guns around. Give Suka a bigger gun because
Yeah.
he's been amazing. Not this map, not that.
Yang nge-frame belum
but
admin Onyx
I
tahu
think that
nih.
if there's anyone to trust, I'll
Admin
trust
Onyx
him.
katanya takut kalau nge-print
On the
logonya
side
Boom.
of Myth, though, there's gonna be an operator on Kadoom, so they call this timeout because they want to reset their defenses. I think they want to figure out what went wrong with
Harusnya
that retake
CT-nya
because it's been successful for 5
Fancy
rounds
kuat
in
nih.
a row, and all of a sudden Fancy
CT
have
kuat ya.
found a way to actually break that.
Berarti dia
Right.
Imo
Where are we
udah.
going? It is
Okay
a
lah.
play towards courtyard in mid. Kadoom
Ayo,
takes a flying
dikejar.
shot, then gets concussed, throws down the
Panik,
Cloudburst
panik.
to buy a little bit of time and work his way back on in to where all his buddies
Makan cuy,
are.
makan cuy.
Kaget gitu
Gets back
Kadum.
to spawn,
Makan
so
apa,
mid
Cok?
control in full control
Ya,
now
apa sih?
of Fancy
Ayam goreng
United.
gitu.
And as much as they had all the space, they decide to walk on back and head on over
Bantai Boom.
catwalk.
Makanya dia butuh makan. Dina nggak jawab lagi
Just
kok.
chilling, waiting for homies. He heard a little bit of grass
10.000 dari Dikarung.
Gini, guys, gimana kalau
Pesan
lu menang buat
viewers
traktir, guys?
pemah. Ngantuk matchnya bab asteris.
Very good observation, Digon.
Ngantuk ya?
But
Lama matchnya,
right now,
anjir.
Fancy, they seem lost.
Jatuh.
They're not going B. They probably know only one path, and they're going A. They're like, where's A
Gamenya lama,
side
Cok.
again? And they're trying to figure it out because they're playing really slowly right now. It's like 45 seconds left. They have not started executing. There we go. There's the starts coming in, but the fragment is just gonna buy a lot
Itu
of
di
time for
karung.
Myth. Not
Donasinya.
going to find anyone just yet.
Oh.
Beta and Congred are holding strong. They find 2 quick
Udah ini mah
kills.
Rone
Trying to
MTH
find
ini
third one as
susah
well,
masuknya
but
gimana,
Fisher is
Cok?
gonna stop that. Beta though.
Beta nggak
quickly
mati-mati,
swaps
beta
around between
sonde,
the two
Papua.
heads, the two
Lebih
targets.
baik menemukan air.
All down to Nizzy, who can't do anything as Kadoom. His op goes
Yang
kaboom.
jagaannya aja lama banget matinya.
Nice. Little wiggle there by Beta to buy some time and make it difficult for the wraparound.
Lu kenapa kayak?
Nanti milestone yang sesobas gue tambahin.
They don't know.
Gila ngapain, guys?
Where's A site? They're trying to. Why can't I play the
Lu ngapain, anjing?
We're courtyard.
Yeah, just a short.
Kayak gitu suara lu, what the fuck?
And they figure it out,
Kaget
but then
gua.
the fragment just bought so much time. We saw Congred hold on it.
Suara lu susah, anjing.
And
Raka
just
babi.
one piece of utility held them
Raka
out.
babi.
Lu denger aja di streaming gue kayak apa.
Right-handed 0 point. Just wanted to throw that out. See, right-handed 0 point, left-handed
Suaranya sus ya?
fragment.
Okay.
Iya, sus banget cuy.
Kadoom gets the
Anjir,
first kill
what
onto
the fuck?
Nizzy. The rest of the team on Fancy. This is the last round, but they can't even muster up a buy bigger than the Sheriff. All of them are just on the Sheriffs except for Hyzie.
Bang bocil kematian, kalau bocil kematian tuh ngomongnya sus.
Halo, Just Valorant.
They're going to the 7th point. They're still holding strong here. They're still
Nah,
trying to go
Dina ada
for
tuh,
A this
guys.
time. The fragment comes out. Congared.
Parah Dina tadi
They want the
AFK.
shorties on this side. Finds the first kill
Pura-pura
on
nggak jawab,
Suka.
parah banget,
Second
guys.
kill rather.
Kenapa sih?
On Suka. 3 members left alive for Fancy. They still haven't found any control over this map. Null command comes
Kenapa?
out. Congrad still staying in that smoke. Kadoom
Gila,
finds
Iko aja
kill.
dia ngeluarin ulti loh si
5v2 are
Kongaret.
now looking to be very, very impossible for them. It's all down to yes,
Oh.
I can.
Karena last round
He
up,
can't find
anjing.
a first kill. He found a second as
Oh,
well,
iya.
but he
Maaf,
goes
maaf.
down.
Ngantuk soalnya,
Doesn't
Bang.
matter
Ah.
at all. And going to halftime mid.
Kenapa aku korban channel
7
sebelah?
rounds.
Han lu di Teo kenapa?
Right score, wrong
Habis berbuat
team.
apa?
as the key Mitment
Apa TO?
leads a lot of people in chat astray. But Myth get
makan
themselves
apa?
7 here. What a way
Makan
to go
tai.
here for Myth.
Dengan 11
Again,
siapa?
Fancy United with the early strong start.
Lu makan
Myth
apa, anjing?
stringing together, what was it, 5 rounds in a row before Myth gets
siapa sih?
Fancy gets 1.
Lo.
And then they finish
Kalau
off with 2
makan
more
lo?
round wins.
Maksudnya
We're
ada
starting to
siapa?
see the heavy hitters come alive. Kadoom
Yang pegang
showing up
obeng
in a
pada
big
tiap
way, but
bulan
the
apa
rest of
gara
the
netrik
squad
babi.
struggling. You saw
Oh,
there,
alah.
Shorty kills, the
Kasihan.
no scopes, the lineups. It was definitely
Em kan
in
banyak.
a
Salam
groove,
Rizky Asma
goreng.
babi.
but it needs
Udah
to be
tuh.
more here from
Ayam goreng
Fancy
crispy.
United.
Rebun,
As
hai
made in
sore.
Thailand has
Cek.
found it.
Sabana.
Fancy have
Buff.
found a way in Icebox. It looks
Masa
like they're
donetan
starting to
banyak
defend the game.
belinya
They were able to
Sabana.
make,
Brand ambassador tokped belinya
this trend to
Sabana.
actually take Icebox.
Hemat cuy, hemat
Sabana
cuy.
apa?
On this map,
Nggak pernah
I'm
makan.
not too sure. It is
Iyalah.
very close and as
Beda.
Apa ini?
Hinggalaaya di regata masa mungkin akan Sabana.
Strategically it's close because they
Panas
can
ya,
do
menagat.
Ah, nipu.
Killjoy here doesn't matter. Killjoy on the other side doesn't
Doesn't
matter.
matter. Go B.
Kadoom sat mid, basically uncontested,
sat.
and the last like 3 or 4 rounds was getting an opening operator pick
Yeah.
every time.
No, I think it was 8 out of the 12 rounds.
Sabana
In fact, like
chicken
earlier
sumpah
on, he
nggak
was still
sih, Cok?
pushing at
Oh,
mid
that's
as
right.
well.
He did get the hero vandal.
Apa?
Yeah,
Hero
yeah.
vandal
Lu bener
push.
makan sabana nggak
But
sih?
early on, it was very much.
Oh, Bang Naf,
Kadoom
hai.
did not
Hai,
change
Just
strategy
Valorant.
as much. Fancy
Hai,
United
Kite.
didn't change strategy
Nap,
as much.
tolong
The only
bilangin
person
Invi
that was
juga
moving the
babi
most was
kata Invi
Quantify.
babi.
Like, all right, do I need to
Udah
go
kelar
A?
live
Do I
Nap.
need to go
Paling
B?
dari stream.
No Killjoy on the side of
Kenapa
Fancy
coba
United though, so the
Mikael?
hold's gonna be
Geprek Sabana, cowok enak.
Don't forget on Icebox, Fancy
ini
were the
geprek
ones
ya.
who I believe played on
Bagus.
defense in that second half. They played very effectively against Myth, and it was because of this double controller lineup as well. So
Kita
it's
tuh
the
harus
Omen and the
menghemat.
Astra, they can cut the sights down
Anjas.
really
Yes,
well.
untuk apa?
And
Untuk apa?
Fancy, I
Untuk
think
masa depan
they'll
ya?
do a better
Iya,
job
iya.
on defense. And as I say that, yes, he
Tabungan
can.
masa
He
depan.
finds the first kill, and they hold on to this A side.
Yeah, but
Oh.
he picks up a couple. They run right into the
Ya Allah, nembak apa tuh ya Allah?
Bills clicks faster than yes I can.
Nah,
but
gini
Vicious
dong.
Gini dong.
Fancy United.
Biar
hold
cepet
on
ya,
to
ya kan?
Iya.
themselves the pistol round.
Yeah, winning the pistol round really
Tapi udah
important for
gatel
them.
nih,
They can
Pak
easily
Ayo,
catch
boleh
up
kalah
at this point
ini.
because, well, there's only one round left to go. It was that close coming into this half.
Udah Sabana
And
juga
Fancy
enak.
United
Fancy
with
tim
the
dong,
early, with
udah
the
cepet
extra with
dong.
the KO as well. Really, this double.
Kok nggak lama
double kill from
dong?
Easy is all hit.
Padahal dia lagi nyabun gitu
Offset
nembak
Nebula,
recon, Cok.
He holds strong. He finds the 2 kills. And Fancy taking that pistol round
Fancy tim
really important
bikini
right now because
bottom.
they don't want Myth to build up that lead.
I mean, it was kind of all him. It was also Alone Bills and Conga Red like sticking their head right into it. But I guess, you know, if you're only counting
I
Fancy
guess,
United
you know,
members, yes, it was all
yeah,
him
I know.
as we start here to
Okay.
be where we've seen most of the
I
pushes.
guess I know.
Multiple.
Ya Allah, masa kena kontak B-nya? Ya ampun.
Yeah! He's way too close. Hands on over Spectre. And the sight is theirs, except Nizzy has something to say about
apa
it.
sih
Trades
mainnya?
on back. Those are 2 Spectres down.
That-
One for Beta, one for
Seakan-akan
Di walk-in doang lagi.
Asuka's gonna
Nggak,
wait for the rest of the
seakan-akan
team to come
ada
clean on up.
killjoy gitu tau nggak lu,
Trying
Sentinel?
to spray with that Spectre in that range, not the best idea. Nizzy tried his best to delay the push a
Kayak
little bit.
nggak aware gitu
A little
ya.
bit
anjing.
forced, but the rest of his team are
Nah,
coming
itu
in to
wahannya.
clean up. Yes, I can finds the first kill onto Wannafly. 2 Spectres left on the side.
Kaget
of
tuh
Myth.
dia
They
pasti tuh.
picked up over the dead
Dekat,
body.
dekat, dekat.
Fancy
Nah,
the
nah,
first
nah,
kill.
nah.
Who sprays
Suka,
that?
beliau.
Going to be a double kill for him. We've been talking him up.
Suka.
He's been doing
Dia
really
berapa
well.
menit banap kok
And
Hage masih di sini?
Fancy, they're finally finding their footing in this map.
Again, the
I
Vandal
don't know.
buy as well by Yes I Can, showing that Fancy United want to step on the accelerator. Not a huge buy here by Myth. I don't think they bought any of the rifles. It was all pistol based on that last one, so they're able to get full rifles. And now Fancy United, you kind of got this weird buy here because you got Spectres, 1 Vandal to carry on over.
Tapi juga suara ini ya.
Vandals here.
Iya,
Blue-blue.
Yeah, it's a
blue
bonus
group ya.
round with
Iya,
one
iya.
hero Vandal if they can. Oh well,
Setuju dah.
they're buying up. They're actually buying up. Nizzy bought his own Phantom. Hyzy bought his own Vandal. They want to win this hard.
Bendo.
Yeah. It'll help a lot.
Nah, guys,
Obviously, with the
lagi
economy on the opposite side,
transaksi.
no player
Main
was
cepet
more
dong, udah
than
main cepet aja.
250.
Sabar dong, Bang.
And a quick
Transaksi
play
apa,
towards
Tut?
B.
Transaksi.
Scaring
Halo,
off a
Benen.
couple of members. Fischio getting aggressive. They're pushed all the way back to their spawn. Fischio
Oh, ini dia.
And so 2
Buffering nggak?
Vandals go
Buffering nggak,
down.
Cok?
You see
Buffering
the
iya,
quick
nenek.
And so one of the Spectres should be able to level on up. Suka though, he's
Kalau
the
kena
other
kontak
Spectre,
Allah.
has to watch and wait as the rest of his team is
Pinabal
still
sih.
pushing through the spawn of Made in Thailand. So
Siapa
the plant
sih
goes down.
MIT-nya?
Gonna
Nggak
be a
mungkin di
5v3 retake though.
Tapi
so I think
kecuali
Fancy
Kadumnya
have a pretty
mati.
good chance. They just
Yeah.
have to hurry a little bit.
Atau
Nizzy
Nizzy-nya
is
yang
able to
mati,
fight
nggak
as well. I
expect,
think that's
Cok.
the most important
Wih,
one.
Aduh,
Nizzy harus main lama coy.
He does, but Kadum gets
Dia
the jump
sendiri,
on and
tapi
gets the
kenapa
first
dia
kill
kontak
5v,
duluan ya?
4v3 right now, rather.
Mungkin dia expect-nya semuanya di sana
Trying to
kali
get into
karena
this side,
kalah
still
orang.
Quite a bit of time, taking their time right now. Beta,
Ya kan,
first kill,
busuk
Koga
kan?
gets
Ah.
another. Beta gets the second, it's all down to
Ah,
Ice
lu
right
sih
now.
winnable bener cu, anjing.
Beta, three in his name and a triple kill
Tapi
in.
memang win,
Lord have mercy,
memang
someone
winnable
please
anjir
just
buat
take control
MITH.
of this game. Myth now take the lead.
Fancy
As again, it is a
yang
gelato
sendiri yang
play
kontak duluan.
that really
Apa
saved
coba?
the day by Kadum. You can see, oh, not that one. All right, it happened earlier, but over by Gelato.
Gua lagi yang kena.
Couple of
Oh,
kills,
game
and
masih
then
di
just
sini,
one
berarti
at a
map 3
time.
katanya.
Myth cleans them on up.
Guys.
Beta with the 3K.
I thought Fancy
Orang
had
gue
a
sambil
read
main.
over the situation.
Oh,
They
orang
actually
dia
sent
sambil
3
main
members
ya.
on B main
Parah
to
lu,
find the
guys.
2 flank watchers. They got the 2 kills for free, and all of a sudden they just crumbled. Their retake is just really left much to be desired there, and I think Myth being able to win that round was really good because Fancy forced so many rifles there, and yet another Hero
Please
Vandal coming in. Yes, I
dong,
can this time
cepet
around.
on
Pulling that
Onyx
Hero Vandal.
sama
That's shot through the
Boom.
wall, through the smoke.
Serifnya cok.
Yeah, I am frustrated.
Ini kalau beta nggak sabaran dia mati sih.
Just because that,
Ada satu
that's
smoke
tough.
lagi.
You clear out the
Pasang.
space, you feel
Nah.
comfortable about it.
Nggak,
just
kalau
right in the
player
head.
kayak beta gini
That's
dia
annoying.
sabar
Boom
lah.
has to
Karena dia tahu
decide
dia
what the
sendiri.
play is. They fall back.
Karena dia IGL sih.
Mid control,
Ini dia
at
tahu.
least courtyard control. One is currently catwalk, and no one is punishing
Dia
Heisey
sabar
right now.
nyantai,
Nizzy getting a
nahan.
quick peek as well.
Kemit tuh dia.
Drops the rendezvous. You know what he's going for.
Ah, kayak mau makan aja
Yeah,
lu Din.
we know it's
HGT gen.
And Nizzy finds the first kill with. We know what he's doing for sure. Finding a kill with the headhunter, tries to jiggle.
Pinter
peek
loh
as
Nizzy
well,
mainnya.
trying to look for more information.
Jago cuk nih
Couldn't
sih.
find anyone.
Kenapa nggak dimainin dari kemarin ya dia?
Dia baru masuk.
He's still jiggling.
Oh.
Just watch him and you know he's still jiggling.
Heisey.
Aduh, ini pasti nggak dicek gak sih nih?
He's gonna close
Dia
the
nutup
door.
pintu.
Knows that
Harusnya
they're
dicek
coming.
ya.
Iya.
Oh yeah.
Iya dicek lah.
Does he have a biggie? Or does he have a smallie on the short?
Wah,
He gets
anjir.
one. Quick reload, and it allows Suka to clear up the second. And now
Gini
the
dong.
financial advantage that was had
Bareng
by
nggak ngantuk ya
Fancy
match-nya ya?
United starting to go by the
Ya Allah,
wayside.
yes I can.
Go by the wayside.
Enggak gini dong.
As yes I
Fancy.
can.
Delay aja delay.
Aduh.
Goes down, and now
Wait,
it's
wait,
showing the superiority.
Wah, busuk
that
dong.
Nets
Kalah
have
gini,
when you have
anjing.
rifles against pistols. It's only
Ya
Fischl
aduh,
alive.
smoke-nya
He
habis
has
pula.
a judge.
Ada vandal sih, ada vandal
Far
bro.
away.
Bawah.
Oh, he trades on up. That's the
Aduh,
bomb.
dia
Drops
lagi
the
yang
cover. Now's a
asmennya.
good time for a judge.
Ay,
Oh,
anjing
and
diam
One of
doang
Fly
lo,
with the
One of
3K
Fly.
to save it.
Aduh.
I thought Fischl had that. He was jiggling that. I think he knew where that killjoy was.
Gini
He
dong,
needed
baru
one
seru
more
match-nya.
bullet,
Ah!
but wasn't able to
Tetep
shoot
pengen
fast
Fischl
enough
kalau gitu.
onto WannaFly, and Fancy are starting to lose their control over this game, are starting to lose control over their economy even. That's going to be a timeout for them.
Yeah,
Asik
again,
batu.
wasn't a full buy
Minum
here by
apaan tuh?
Fancy. You had some
Batu.
members on a judge, some members pulling out, I think, a
Oh,
sheriff.
iya, pengen
So they do have a weird inflection point to decide.
Justru jangan bilang minum apa,
You try to
Nap.
buy something here, try
Kalau
to
biar
make it work.
sus-
I thought Heisey
sedot apa tuh?
almost had enough time there to get the second
Orang
shot off and
kenyot.
get traded off.
Ah,
But
gila,
Nizzy and
Agai.
Suka
Gokil lo, Agai lo.
too early.
Kena buff kenyot kah dia? Nanti Agai.
Butterfly just
Agai
said,
kena buff kenyot, guys.
"Jiggle, but my bills don't fold."
Ya lu diajarin siapa
Nice
begitu?
little-
Astagfirullah,
He's definitely
astagfirullah.
not folding there, and
Anjing.
right now it looks like the buys are coming in from Fancy because they do
Sus
have
banget
the
ya,
tour
sus
de
banget.
force. Yes, I can
Ntar
even
kalau
buy up armor. Nizzy can
Agak
buy him a
tembakannya
gun.
sharp,
Fancy are going full
buff
on
kenyot dia.
in on this round. They definitely want to commit here. They definitely don't want to lose this lead. They
Ingat
want to
siapa?
start
Takel ya,
resetting.
sebelah lu kan takel tuh.
Fancy
Aduh.
United have to go back to the well. here.
Najis banget anjing main ini
7-9
goblok.
again. It's been a game of streaks.
Kan mereka berdua
We
emang
do
susah
have
ya.
another map. Fancy United do
Yes,
have that map
it
win in the
is
book.
susah.
That
Guys,
very scrappy. We use the word
Ketemu-
scrappy. That was some
ketemu ini lu, guys.
ugly, dirty. They were just going straight at gruesome.
Kamu
Valorant
siapa
on
lu,
Icebox
guys? Gat lu ya?
It's
Apa
pretty
siapa
gruesome
guys?
too. Like they're really battling left and
Iya,
right here. Like they,
iya.
oh not left
Agak
and right.
ketemu
iya,
Kami
agak
Side,
ketemu
just all
famous,
left.
iya.
Just all left this time. And mid,
Iya, seneng
they're
gak,
trying to
guys?
go to B as
Apa?
well. I think they're trying
Ketemu
to
famous
getting a bit
gak?
more mid control this time around. On the side of Fancy,
kenyot.
3 of them.
Anjing.
Four of them.
Dikenyot, Fikri dikenyot.
4 players on mid. What is going on?
I don't know.
Apanya? Gua raka sih. Gak rasanya, rasanya.
Maksudnya resnya Fikri dikenyot nanti pakai fullnya Astra, abis itu di
biasanya Raka ya.
And the team's like, okay, cool, we had mid, we'll fall back now. It's Vicious joining Heisey to get to A. We'll be in heaven.
Nyot dikenyot.
A this time around, and it's going to be a good read. If they can hold this, it'll be great.
All right, Cosmic Divide.
Ya,
Locking
drone
off
hilang.
Heaven. The Paranoia will probably buy a little bit more time.
Gila,
And so
utility
just
delay-nya.
blind gunshots as is the case here on Ascent because Astra is a
Overthink
thing.
dah.
Not just
Andres, ada dua smoke, lo lihat tuh dua smoke, gimana masuknya cu?
And Mid are the ones struggling. They have already committed the
Nggak
Cosmic
bisa
Divide,
rehit, smoke-nya kelamaan,
but
masih ada
have
satu
not
smoke
done anything with it.
lagi.
It's just gonna expire now, and that's gonna be nothing. Time is ticking.
Smoke
They
lagi,
can't even
smoke
change
lagi.
sides if they wanted to.
They go
Ah,
fast
masuk
back,
dong kali ini.
forcing a little bit of movement. Kadum, you see exactly what he sees, which is not a lot.
Nggak ada smoke.
Vicious also close, blind, waiting to get
Ah.
reset and gets finished off by WannaFly as Suka in the tight corner, waiting to step up.
Yes!
He gets
Jelek
finished
itu
off.
posisi ini.
Nizzy
Mod di
has
sini
3 to deal with,
BABK.
and he's very close.
Mod di
Shorty's
sini babek.
WannaFly makes Nizzy wanna cry.
Siapa yang
It's
lemes,
Raptor
guys?
team
Siapa di karung?
moving closer towards a map win.
Siapa yang lemes, angkat tangannya guys, tunjuk tangan, cepetan emot tunjuk tangan, siapa yang lemes?
Padahal udah kena, udah ketahan loh, ke delay loh.
Siapa yang lemes? Saya sama Onyx Esports aku juga
They had
lemes.
all the information, they just couldn't counter execute. They were
Siapa
able to
yang
stop
lemes?
them from
Angkat
coming in
jarinya
off the
mana?
Cosmic Divide,
Tunjuk.
but it could not stop them from coming in with nothing.
Yeah. Again, the Cosmic Divide did force multiple members to jump off of Heaven into the site. It's not winning these gunfights here.
Nice, Nizzy, anjing.
Finding yet another headhunter kill on this hero vandal from Fishio.
Oh, we go fast. Conga Red pushing on
Mokin dong itu
forward
Vicious
along
buat temen lu.
with the 5v4,
Aku
but
udah
again,
nice,
gun
nice.
advantage. Oh,
Dia ke
and
city
Conga Red
lagi.
able to pick up the kill onto
Ya.
Ya
the
udah clearin city dulu.
showing off the
Wah,
guns.
busuk
Goes
dong.
down as well, and everyone gets cleaned up by Myth. A quick round 18 goes away of Made in Thailand.
They're starting to
Lemes
feel better
bestie, ya
and
kan,
better, and they're
lemes.
starting to feel faster as well and a lot more confident as a team.
Ah.
They lost one member. They lost one
Makanya
member at the
benar-benar
very beginning
baik
of that
kayaknya.
map, but it didn't matter. They just wanted to execute anyway. On the side of Fancy, we thought their defense was going to be a lot stronger than this because they won those first
Jangan
two
belum
rounds.
dipanggil, guys.
The lineup looked really good for defense. They have so many
Lalu
ways
dipanggil
to
Tuhan.
delay time
Ih,
and just smoke off
astagfirullahaladzim.
mid.
Kan berarti tanda
It
tanya
doesn't
dari
matter,
lo
they
ya.
have found a way to break through that every single time.
Iya, gue yang suruh panggil.
Lah
So
Tuhan
Made
kita kan
in
berbeda
Thailand
bro.
edging close.
Anjir.
They win this one. They're sitting pretty
Aduh.
here. He does have the
Gua
opportunity
friend sama semuanya.
if
Apa anjing gue beli bapak lu tau.
advantage for
Bapak
them.
lu
Fancy
dong.
need to find any way on over.
Wah, jangan ngomongin bapak lah.
They need to find these kills. They
temen
need
gue
to
nih.
find some sort of control. They try for mid
Astagfirullah.
control, but
Astagfirullah, Napski.
it's a mid control with no value because they don't
Beda server
actually
iya, beda server
convert
nggak
kills
bisa nggak
Jadi
nggak
segi-
masuk, nggak
convert
masuk.
jadi segi
information
gini.
from this mid
Jadi
control
sedih,
anyway.
sedih gitu
So
kan
committing
cok
too
baru
many
yang
members
Napski
at mid
ini ngomongin
just
bapak
feels
mulu.
like
Maaf ya
it's a
cok, ya
waste.
maaf cok.
Udah bercanda,
So
bercanda.
after
Ya gue tahu juga bercanda, masa ya serius aja mau tebak.
Wah, bisa aja sudah.
it does look like yet again Myth will take this
Jadi
one
gelap
slow,
Dina
rotate
katanya.
on over to B.
Kasihan yang nggak punya
Yes,
katanya,
correct.
astagfirullah.
Oh, 3 members getting caught out by the 0 point. So nice by Yes I
Very
Can. It
drug
does
ya,
give
very
a
drug.
decent idea of
Drug
where
banget
they're at.
jokesnya.
But no
Wah, ketahuan dong kalau
change of
misalnya
plans
tiba-tiba dia
quite
drone
yet.
A.
Just making the map a little bit smaller here.
Nipu.
I think the one to watch
Harusnya nggak
Cok, gue mau
kepancing sih.
bercandain lu
in a
tapi jangan
position
baper cok.
where he could actually be flanking.
Kenapa?
So they actually dropped the stars. It's gonna be
Gua
a
mau
fake
bercandain
onto
lu
A. The
tapi
stars
jangan
are
baper.
dropping the knife.
Aman.
They have a lineup all the way from B lobby
Aman,
onto
apa
A.
gitu?
still.
Lu ye
But
ya?
they actually are
Tim
reading
lu
this.
ye
They're
ya?
staying 3 on B.
Berapa?
There's going to be
Ya,
a
ya.
lockdown committed on
Ya,
B, so that's
tim.
going to be a read. They're going to have to move out away.
Astagfirullahaladzim.
Astaga, Dina.
Asuka
Recover
actually finds a
nggak
kill
lemes.
onto Kadum.
Makasih,
There's going to be the
Kak.
nightfall that's going to be used. Fancy are trying to hold on to the side, but they
Astagfirullah,
just can't.
astagfirullah, parah banget Dina guys, parah banget.
Nah, gini dong, gini dong.
Fancy are finally
Aku
holding
senyum.
onto a site properly this time. We haven't seen this since round
Drag
number
sih,
2.
drag,
And there's
drag,
no more
drag,
time
drag.
for Myth to even plant the spike. And Fancy finally stopped the bleeding and win another round.
Makanya Kaco banyak banget yang
It has
donate
been
tuh,
very,
efek itu tuh
very
Cok.
difficult
Iya,
for Fancy to
Karena
find
gua
a
membutuhkan.
pattern.
Dibalikin 2 kali lipat.
The difference
Iya,
is
kan?
Myth has a lot of money in the bank
Ayo
account
guys, ayo guys,
now.
tambahin.
And so Fancy, they do get themselves that round win. Very, very.
Ini dibalas yang di atas.
It's really all about the money right now. they both have
Gue
the
juga
economy.
yatim
And for
anjir
Fancy,
kata Jas Valorant.
they're gonna have
Ya
to
udah lu
work
sama
very
berarti sama
hard and
BG
win a
Kaco
few
tuh.
rounds in a row to make this happen, because right now they've lost so much, and if they get reset here, that's gonna be Myth on match point, and it's gonna be not a great buy for them. So Fancy,
Tapi seenggaknya dia izin dulu lah ya, sopan ya, sopan ya, sopan.
they're not playing the mid this time around.
Gitu dong, Ninzi.
Ninzi, muka lu Ninzi.
Finding those first round, finding these opening picks.
Gue manggil dia Ninzi kenapa?
Enggak, ini orang selalu first kill mulu anjing. Lihat tuh, nggak diinfoin mati nih. Gitu dong.
Makin blunder semakin cepat ya guys ya. Blunder di depan.
It's just streaks. There's no tit for tat here. It's all just gonna be streaks. And Myth are gonna be calling that timeout because they feel that streak coming as well. The economy not great for the side of Myth.
Tapi yang
I think
menang
that's
tetap
gonna be a Blade Storm buy. I like
mulut.
that term. I coined that term. Blade Storm buy.
Mulutmu harimaumu.
You see heavy armor, that's it, and you see Blade Storm ready. That's 100%. This is the Blade Storm
You're not
buy.
allowed to copy that.
Yeah, not allowed.
BG Kaco yang donate berapa banyak BG Kaco?
Chamber.
Yeah, Chamber's trademark, but
BG Kaco yang donate
Chamber do
berapa
the
banyak?
trademarking for the rest of the game.
I feel like
Ya udah farming
3
pahala
juta.
dikit-dikit.
Oh my god, BG Kaco efek itu ya. Yang apa tadi sebutannya?
There it is, just the smallest pixel. That's what
He
I
loves those small angles. He
Iya,
loves those
Kadim.
tiny peaks, and it's finally working out this time. for
Dikali
him.
2
And the rest
rezekinya.
of Fancy looks like
Alhamdulillah.
they found some sort of
Bang
new
Riddik.
breath of life, and that gravity wall was
Berkah,
perfection
berkah
as well.
untuk semuanya yang
Great play
donate
from Fancy,
Kaco.
great
Berkah.
reads from them, great holds from them. If they can do that one more round, I think they're in prime position to win. Because they
Gabung
can
itu bersama
easily
lu.
sneak this from
Amit-amit
under
cuma
Myth's
bayi
noses if they can actually reset.
Ayo dong.
Berkahnya Ramadan, berkahnya
Si 13-11 Fancy.
credits for next round.
Lama.
Cok, taktilan
Read.
Cok nggak
Both teams will
bisa
have enough credits
Subathon.
to basically drive them to the end of this game.
Yeah.
Unless we go 11-11 and everyone dies every round.
Yeah. There's a chance that it
Masih
doesn't, but
dilanjutin, apaan?
it really just depends on how the rounds
Ih,
go.
gila Mita rame banget. Flash.
Nah, nyayur.
Everyone though, and Fancy, they
Rata
thought
tuh,
they had
ah.
control over that, but they all just died to a
Flash
firing
keluar,
squad
ala siap,
up top
boy,
mid.
atap,
They thought
boy.
it was gonna be a 3-4-1 peak, a 3 versus 1 peak,
boy.
but no. Everyone from Myth,
Ya Allah,
they
hanya
felt
kosong.
they felt that they could do that.
Bro.
Yeah. That
Niji
that's
pakai
weird. We
AWP,
have not
how?
seen
Nyayur musuhnya.
about how many
Bikin lama
times we've seen
anjing.
mid control go back and forth.
Ini Ji, ayo nih, Ji.
Straight
Satu
up
kill.
gunfight
Pak.
there.
Dia.
Izzy sticks his gun barrel
Ngeri
out,
banget,
doesn't
anjing.
get seen.
Wow, satu lagi. Habis itu suka kill 2. Nah, udah 4.
Sabar, Cil. Smoke dulu MN-nya.
Katanya gue dulu. Gak ada smoke, goblok. Smoke udah mati kata
Ya
dia.
santai aja dong.
That's Conga Red.
Wah, wah, main recon. Wah.
Butterfly picks that one up, putting Myth on match
Mana
point.
nih?
Alay main recon udah 3 lawan 2 masih aja main recon. Alay.
Saatnya map dua.
Dia
Jadi
masih
lama
di
nih.
sini, berarti kawan-kawan. Berarti teman-teman, berarti.
Yes, I can thought he was going to get out
Ah,
of there
itu tadi
free,
kayak flashnya
but
emang
they
gak masuk
actually
ya,
dodged that
kurang
thought.
lebar
They're
gak sih
all hiding
flashnya?
behind the cover.
Kayaknya
Got
dia
shot down.
kalau
Nizzy
nge-flash ke
tried to go
atas
for a
mungkin
kill
lebih
here.
bagus.
Suka
Lina no
goes
lebar.
for the kill, but the rest of them, the setup, the crossfire, the double hell setup was
Astaga,
just too much for
apanya?
them.
Ya.
Badan.
Alright, 12-9.
Tiba-tiba Cok.
Hap, aneh bunuh satu.
In on this
Ah.
one, Nizzy. Guessing exactly where
Kena lu.
he could get the bot. No, almost
Kena
got
lagi.
the turret there.
Enggak deh.
Enggak, cuma satu doang.
And they back on off.
Dia mau ke short ya, di
On
short.
mid control heading on over to the side of
Allah.
Myth. They're
Ya
right
Allah.
Pegang tuh pool.
Banyakin tuh pulin damit.
Nizzy now in a tough spot. Still gets it, didn't need
Lagi absen sama Nizzy sih.
Ah, suka di gangbang, coy.
Udah nih mah.
Nizzy has to make yet
Pertanda, cuy.
another play. A lot
Apakah
opportunity
MTH
around
Team
them.
Secret
Many bodies
terulang
around them
kembali,
as
guys?
well, but they need to work their way back on in if they're gonna try
Lu
to
latihan jam berapa,
salvage
Cok?
this map.
Jam
Nizzy
6.
trying to clear out
Ya
as
Allah,
much
kasihan
as he
banget.
can.
Lu
Where's
nggak
the
mau
rest of
minta
the
kayak
squad
latihan jam
still
7 gitu,
waiting
biar
for
bisa
Vizio
nobar?
to get the paranoia.
Nggak ada lawan
Couple
pasti.
underneath, Beta on Jenny, and it
Ya
is
Allah,
a
flashnya
double
ngasal
by
aja.
Yes, I can to pick up the kill.
Nah.
Nizzy gets a close one, and now there's only one left alive.
MN. Lasnya bencong. Banyakin. Pick double pick aja, double pick.
Finish him off. Who's
Ah.
gonna do the deal?
Nah, Nah, gitu dong. Hah, nggak dapat waktu ya? Ntar off stream enggak. Kita nggak ada off stream ya guys. Kita lanjut terus ya.
Kage ada di sini berarti pertanda. Apakah spoiler NTH akan win di round?
Kalau latihan paling dikasih layar muka gua aja tuh.
Lu suka bayi gak? Kalau bayi suka, anak kecil gua nggak suka.
Tahu kayaknya digituin deh. Facecam, gua matiin suara. Di mute.
Maksudnya in game yang dimatiin, bukan facecam.
Enggak, layarnya facecam kocak.
Lose this one, it's
ngomongnya
that
nggak ada
type of
titik
like
koma.
Muke lu tuh koma.
to build upon, whether it's in this map, next round. It's those types
5
of things
juta
you
live
remember.
stream.
As Nizzy still has
Yaudah
that
donate deh,
operator money
donate
still
dulu
good
aja
for the side of
Asaka.
Fancy United.
Ntar bisa
And a
dipertimbangkan.
fake start
Iya,
at
terus
B.
sama seperti.
There are 3 members
Coba.
of Fancy United there, no rotate
Coba
off.
donate dulu.
But they
Live stream
Myth will
cuman
rotate to
nggak
A,
ada
and they
suara
will
voice
be
ya kan?
heavy numbers
Iya,
advantage.
nggak tahu ya pokoknya donate dulu aja.
They're gonna get some information here. Haunt gets the information. Here's the dash as well. They know it's gonna be a full
busuk
A
dari
commitment
Fancy.
this time.
Itu tembakin dong, Suka.
Nice, suka anchornya jago nih. Ya Allah nggak jadi. Kalau lawan Stinger cok.
Draws around alone feels as he ducks down. He got tagged down very low though. And Fancy, they still have a pretty good chance. If this spike goes down, they still have the time.
Sore, hai, slowly.
Alright, a
Lihat-lihat
slow
gini.
retake being
Kacau
put
cosplay
into place
Ior
yet
kan,
again. Nizzy
marah-marah
has
terus
to
kan.
do up close and personal
gila.
offing. The killjoy
Iya, Bega,
lockdown
Kacau udah
has
bukan
been
anak
dropped.
Emma.
You can see the zone it's created as Hyzy
Aaron
trying to
Memento
clear
kah?
out the members underneath. Hell has to
Wah,
wait for
maksa
Killjoy.
sih.
Ult to go down there. It
Bunuh
is.
nih.
Now peeks around the corner.
Nah,
Gets one.
nah.
Two here
Menang
for
lagi.
Hyzy.
Ada bencong lagi yang lagi di tempatnya sama bencong.
Stuck in
Nah,
the dark
kena
cover.
stun. Mau
He gets
ngapain?
confused as
Hah?
well. They'll
Di
stick
TB-in.
both
Nah,
on.
gitu.
Easy round win here.
Udah cepet coy.
Overtime, the first overtime.
Ikut dia. Dia low money dia, low money.
Let this one go.
Nggak deh.
This is actually going to
Dia
happen.
habis Iko,
I'm so excited
kocak.
for Fancy, but Myth, they've saved enough from that previous round to fully
Justru
buy in this
Fancy-nya yang
round.
nyaris
On the other
kalah.
hand, Fancy, they can still buy a full amount for all of them. They also have the operator on Nizzy. They've been doing a good job thus far because they've been finding the opening kills. I think that's the biggest difference from the first half of this, well, the first part of the second half. So Fancy, they
Lu pengen
need
cepat
one
selesai,
more round.
Ior
They don't
malah
want
pengen lama.
to go
Lah,
to
kenapa?
game 3. They want to close
Wah,
this out
Ior,
now.
impostor
They need to
kan?
go into overtime.
It's the fullest of buys. An operator plus the Tour de France.
Waduh,
Kayaknya gini.
malah disamperin.
One
Ya Allah.
lands. Will the second land? Yes, but on a
Anjir,
different
2 orang
number,
low.
so no kill
Tapi
picked up
kadumnya mati
with
coy.
the ultimate usage by alone fills. Nizzy low, but has the
Ayo.
angle. Will people continue
Banyak
to
Iya
kill.
push
lagi
on
main sama
over to
JJ.
B?
JJ siapa?
Answer
JJ
seems
Slab.
like yes, but it has slowed down.
Oh, dia
just
lagi
a bit
main.
as
Oh,
Mr.
bisa aja
Kadoom
Ior.
has gone down first.
I think that's the biggest X factor here. Kadoom has been tearing it up for Myth. They need him to go in as
Oh,
an entry.
JJ
They need
Pepper
him
X,
to make
Jing
that
maksudnya.
space
Si
on
Jing.
that site, and without him, it's gonna be Nizzy.
Sekali
with the
coba latihan
operator.
nggak
It's gonna
apa-apa
be
kan
hard
ya,
to deal
aduh.
with. There's no dashes coming to
Bang.
the site. You're gonna need to flush Nizzy out. So they're trying not to do that. They're trying to go to A instead, where actually 3 members
Masalah
of Fancy are
cabut.
still lying in wait.
Cabut
Right,
latihannya
so, yeah,
nge-stream
another
cok.
rotation back on over to the A side.
Aduh,
It
dia
does
ke
feel
A-nya ada
like it's
3
being
sih, nice.
slowed
Tapi
down
kalau
as
misalnya
Suka
gua nggak di
rotates
tim,
to
udah
join Yes I Can.
nggak ada
One way.
pemasukan nanti.
Oh,
Nah, hitam tuh pala. Bagus.
Kanan. Aduh, kanannya nggak di expect gara-gara ada molly ya. Ya. Nice. Balik. Jadi paksa.
Ntar cabut latihan langsung farewell. Iya.
Salah. Saya bisa masuk.
What is happening
Nah.
here?
Pegang TV
Still to go to A short.
belakang.
Beta doing? Beta trying to get the wrap around the cover.
Ya Allah,
Goes
enggak. Nggak mungkin dong. Nggak mungkin dong.
Will it be one more?
Yuk.
The shot doesn't get the kill, but it stops the timer.
Nggak ada waktu.
Oh my god. Teriakan gue udah kecewa belum?
I can't believe they pulled
Yang
that
ganti
off.
Bang
I
Famos
can't
siapa
believe
dong?
the spike did
Ka-
not go
kali
down.
scream
It
Bang.
was just
Maksudnya?
enough time.
Ahmad Rafli kenapa ini? Pengacanya Ahmad Rafli.
Chamber kontol, lu punya bapak gak sih? Anjing lu yatim bangsat, ngentot.
Let's gather our breaths here because it's just been The battle of streaks.
Agak kaget gue cuy.
But there is no issue.
Kok itu kata-kata yang keluar?
No.
So you always be able to buy up each round, but it's going to be so hard to buy up your operator and trust fully here. Oh man, what a treat we're getting, some free Valorant right off the top.
Sangat ramah.
Made in Thailand.
Katanya kalian
made in Thailand's
PMA.
last 2 rounds to give. Fancy United looking to close it out and continue on the lower bracket run here representing
Ini
Vietnam.
baru seru nih, dari tadi kemana aja? Jemput.
Switching sides this time. Fancy are the ones that's going to be on the attack.
Itu lagu apa? Ondel-ondel. Rumah gue lagi ondel-ondel, maaf dah.
Fancy, if I were betting, man, I'd bet
Tiap
Fancy.
sore pasti lewat ondel-ondel, cuy.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna go V.
Hey, look at that. Where are they going? Look at this lineup here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good math.
But there's still one on A.
Nizzy is.
Niatnya mau kayak.
Emang tadi ngomong apa dia? Gue dengernya.
Oh, the owl drone
Kon
doesn't
apa
spot
itu?
anyone yet. There we go. All right, season 4. Time to go, everyone. As Nizzy wins the gun.
Bencong, bener-bener bencong nih.
Back on off. 2 hanging out. It's
Lagi mode ale deh. Aduh,
nggak dicek lagi, nggak kecek lagi.
Oh, mati dong sama Kadum. Mampus.
Nice.
Nah, gitu dong.
Execute flawlessly and hop onto the site. There's only one remaining in a 4v1.
Iya.
It's worked
Yang
this
seru tuh
time around. They
sebenarnya.
went B, 4v1.
We need
Fancy
fast
are getting
and
into Myth's heads.
so
I
we
think that's the
can
biggest thing here. It
watch
looks like Myth have lost
Onic
control
dan
of the
juga
game as
Boom
Fancy have tied it up,
Esports.
sending it to overtime, and now
Ondel-ondel aja, masa
it just looks like
ondel-ondel nggak
Myth
ada.
have forgotten
Ada
how to
udah
play
Wah,
defense.
disiplin banget nih.
Really got them caught off guard, and it's gonna be a team ace for Fancy, a
Nice,
team
nice.
effort.
Agak udah cabut ya?
Karena kata bang, belum nanya gue nanti kan masih
The
stream.
read was on. The
Hage
execution was
hilang,
not.
iya nih Hage udah hilang nih, kira dipanggil ya.
to come up with something
Sama yang
here.
maha
Belum,
kuasa.
Cok.
You need
belum.
Beta to have a couple of other big moments. I mean,
Agak
slow
sengaja
down
dia
that
nanti masuk
roster
Discord-nya.
there for Made in Thailand.
Biar nggak
And
dikira
such a team
spoiler.
effort up and down the opposite side. Fisio stepping up huge here for the squad. But
Kira
I think about
kita
Hazy
akan
clearing out
senada.
hell
Lu
multiple
Onik
times
sama
for
Onik tuh
Fancy United
Discord
on
atau
retakes.
TeamSpeak?
Suka, who had a couple of big rounds as well. Nizzy showed up and he's gonna buy the operator.
Google Meet, Google Meet.
TeamSpeak guys.
No
Confidence
armor.
from Nizzy. One
Line
set off.
call.
They detect
Sama
a lot
WhatsApp.
of members of Myth on that A main, but the spike is actually going to be Fancy. They're still holding on to this A. It looked like Myth
Wah,
want to
Nizzy
go
udah
for
bagus
the
nih.
Sini.
push. They're sending
Nizzy
all
udah
five
bagus nih
members
posisinya
nih.
already,
Satu.
but it's gonna be
Itu dia
Nizzy
TP di mana
that's gonna
sih?
try
Oh,
to
di
keep
B-main
out
ya.
here. Rendezvous still
Ya,
within
jangan
range.
banyak
Wants to
gerak,
get
udah
the
mantek
first kill
aja,
and
chill, sabar. Ayo, sabar.
Di drone dulu lagi.
Ya Allah, ada aja kerjaannya.
Tawan dia pasti ke side.
Beli shotgun nggak dia? Enggak ya? Tuh nggak beli. Jangan, sabar, keluar nih,
Sabar dong.
Allah. Nah, itu baru benar. Next, di jalan 3.
Masih ada util,
Musuhnya
sabar, temennya masih jauh.
Sofa doang yang
information. Clear out logs, clear out.
Aduh,
So
dia
many
nungguin smoke, dia
members
nungguin smoke
of
dulu
Myth
gimana?
are on
Masih ada
site.
2 flash, masih ada
And
2
they're
flash,
gonna
masih ada 2
realize
flash.
that as he start this execution. And it is an execution.
Wally.
Yes, I can shoot through
Ada
that
posisi
paper
Aaron
thin
itu.
wall.
Nice.
Finds the first kill.
Ditembusin loh.
Finds the kill.
Waduh,
Masa-
nggak enak lah sumpah.
1v2 D-God.
Nah, buta. Ya bunuh. Ya Allah, buta bisa ada aja loh. Ya Allah, ada aja. Wah, wanna play anjir. Bisa-bisanya begitu anjing.
Tembok banget nih.
Ada aja hoki emang jalannya MITH anjing untuk bertahan.
I can't believe this.
Bangsat, pantas Age masih di sini, Cok.
He was completely blind. You
Ya
saw the
Gua udah
timer and then
gebrek-gebrekin meja,
ampun.
he was staring
Busuk.
at that
3 lawan
flash
1.
as it exploded, but it didn't matter. He had the game sense, the timing of the landing. He was able
Wah, flashnya
to take
udah
out yes, I
bagus loh,
can.
buta.
And Wanafly with that clutch must be feeling himself. But now it's actually a timeout for Myth because they want to tweak their defense because Fancy won the attacking side in first
Lu
overtime.
kira gamenya
Oh,
akan
man. You gotta
cepat.
love it. Again,
Ternyata
this
kok
could be the
lama
final Valor for all of
banget.
2022 for Made in Thailand.
MITH
Fancy United,
versus
although they've got
Fancy.
a map in hand,
Yalah.
they also know what's at stake. And this is now becoming a game of endurance. You can only imagine if it does go to 3 maps here.
Yep,
That's a
people
lot.
get tired.
Kasihan kalahnya
That is
begitu.
a lot of game that both teams will have to play.
Pasti mereka
And so
nangis.
this timeout, huge. What a play by Wanafly.
Sukanya juga.
Again, you take a
Ih,
look at the list of
dia buta loh.
guys. maybe Wanafly, not one of them that we would call out.
No.
Yeah, again, maybe third. Kadoom, Alonefield's had a couple of huge plays last map. Beta has been stepping up this game. Again, the new member from
masih
Beta
bisa Fancy.
Thailand.
Masih aman.
But Wanafly, the one comes up big here. I can't.
Masih aman cuy.
You're going B again.
Oh no! Come on, guys.
There's 4 members of mid on B. This is gonna be really.
Mainnya udah mulai nggak beraturan. Nice. Lagi Saiken. Tunjukkan kalau kamu ready gimana?
They're pushing them down. They're pushing them back this time around.
Hitam biru hitam biru. Ya Allah, ada pool. Itu kalau nggak ada pool rata ini berdua.
Old boathouse party, nothing like.
Ayo bareng.
Aduh, nggak sabaran.
Nice.
Suka beliau.
GG cuy. Suka GG. Waduh, yang sisa sendiri.
Pengen
Ini
terbang,
orang
pengen
lagi.
terbang. Tinggal pengen terbang.
Ini orang lagi yang sisa sendiri. Busuk dong. Aja.
Oh, finds the first kill.
Aduh.
Nightfall does go
Satu
on to
dihitung
Nugget.
ya sama dia.
Now they know where he
Satu.
is. There's a
Dua
smoke
nih di
out.
absen nih.
Does not find
Nggak mungkin
anything
dong.
else.
Nice. Yuk, tinggal CT-nya yuk. Ya, bisa
They
ya.
look like they're in control over this game, even though Myth won that round.
Oh,
Ini seru gara-gara orang pada pengen cepet-cepet nonton. Nah, udah tanda ini. Udah pindah nih. Spoiler.
Ya diam dulu, sabar dulu ya guys ya. Oh, seakan-akan masih.
Orang udah terlanjur nih ngomong gitu, sabar dulu guys.
Aduh guys. Enggak tadi bukan Hage ternyata. Tadi Kaniki. Orang Hage masih di sini. Wah. Apa nama cuy? Hage masih di sini cuy. Hage masih di sini.
Bagus banget sumpah. Ayo let's go.
As Nizzy holding those
Di
tight corners.
sini Fancy pasti menang.
Ya nih like-nya nih tambahin dong.
Itu dia mantek apa ya? Emang kelihatan ya?
Enggak, dia enggak di lu kagak kelihatan
Dia tipis banget gitu.
POV observer
Ya Allah ketahuan lagi dong.
Ini
Aduh, itu selalu di pull sih. Sama di stun.
Wah, ini suka blade keluar smoke sih. Gila dia sumpah, dia orang gila nih.
Aduh, kena tarik. Aduh, dapat 2 anjing, kasihan mampus tuh banyakin tuh. Banyakin main di Emen anjir, kena kan lu tembus.
Kenapul itu.
Enggak si Elonnya dari Emen, tapi segaris. Sate kalau kata Bredel. Sate, bagus. Cek shot dulu, pintar. Tembusin dulu, cek bersih. Oke, nggak ada. Wah gila sih. Ini pengen menang banget pensinya. Ada 2 smoke, ada flash, smoke Emen, flash side. Yuk, bisa yuk. Ya Allah, temennya hitam palanya. Ya ampun.
Musuhnya kagak butuh cok.
Hotel lagi kan. Hotel lagi anjing.
Tadi Astra temennya palanya juga gelap anjir.
Justru musuhnya kagak ada yang
Musuhnya kagak gelap cok.
Tapi info nih harga ini.
They're also staying strong.
Kasihan banget Elon Phillips sumpah.
To go for that last breath. Fancy want to close this out. Myth want to stay alive in this tournament.
Man, and with the collat, I thought that was. Oh, here's the statement. We just need a team to make a statement play. A collat with the operator. He decided to pull out the operator, not go with any armor. That's a statement. But no.
Gaya lu kok lu bisa lihat dong guys kalau kayak
very aggressive start by Myth.
Bisa.
Lu juga bisa login.
Fancy are actually changing their strats. They fake out the B. They show the spike there, but
pasti bisa karena temenan sama observer Indo kan.
They're slowly making their way onto the A side. They
enggak.
actually have control over this A side. They have not found a kill yet though, so this is going to be a 5v5 fight on this A side. They find the first kill, but Kadoom quickly gets traded. Heizy finds a second kill. Fancy are just
1 lawan 2. Bisa. Ayo, ya Allah. Harun Memento kah?
Aduh.
Harun Memento kah?
Cuek.
Bye adik-adik.
Can he find a kill?
Sumpah gak sih?
Goes for the plant, fakes it out a bit, goes for the flash. He knows where he is. Can he do it?
Casternya juga gregetan cok.
Finding the kill. Oh my god, they're pulling out utility at the wrong time. Gets detected. They have to jiggle. Oh no!
8 ya Allah.
Launches the round.
Di tibek.
Believe it. That is the third ultimate we've gotten in a round out of 5 overtimes.
Sampai kayak dia gregetan gitu tau lu.
There it is, the Hunter's Fury, because we've
Ya
had
Allah,
some
1 lawan 2 lagi.
and for the first time in overtime, it's made in Thailand on match point.
Yeah, they have the lead right now, but will Fancy actually want to call for a timeout? The answer is no. Nizzy with the operator yet again, shifting things around a little bit, goes back to B with the rendezvous. He loves this play. He's going to try to look for that first pick, but his turret might just discourage him from doing so. Gets the first shot. Will they change their minds though, Myth?
Enak banget tadi Ninzi dapetin B-man gak ada yang gangguin, Cok. Wah, enak banget dapetin info.
I don't know, but Myth, they went back to
Alah, hotel lagi lah, hotel lagi lah.
Terus satu rotate ya kan, B-man-nya dapetin.
Jing udah jam 5 aja tadi jam 4.
I hope that we get to continue doing this at some point. My voice hopes that maybe not this round, but we'll see. We're here for this whole series, so we go back to another map.
Nah, warna play-nya yang dapat. Nah, ya dia tahu sih harusnya ke shot.
Gets the pick towards Catwalk. Here comes a fragment. Suka has to squeeze into the corner and is able to prevent losing too much HP. 0 point goes down, but nice call here by Myth. It is the wraparound on to B. They hear the garage door close. He's going to be late.
Nggak mati, harusnya bisa menang sih. Aduh, dia
mati lagi dia.
Ngeding.
Orang mid lagi.
Looking to close this
one
out.
One way. Busuk gitu one way.
Tapi one way Astra jelek banget ya.
Chance of finding someone here, but Vishio checks the corner. 4v3 made the really low.
Right click, hati-hati right click.
Myth are pretty much onside.
Oh, buta, nice.
Peek out of B.
Yeah.
Find someone alone. Gets traded by Suka real quick.
Aduh.
Very low right now.
Last low. Bareng.
10 HP.
Just 10 HP. Come on.
Nggak mungkin dong Beta, nggak mungkin dong.
Win it like this, Beta. 10 HP.
Tapi dia takut kejadian kayak tadi dah.
Nice.
Someone said,
Onic Boom, kita datang.
We're going to overtime number 4.
Aduh,
we are
jatuh
not
lagi.
stopping this match.
Alright, 15 to 15.
Deg-degan ini baru nih.
I know one of you actually guys in chat knows what the longest overtime
Yo,
in
kata
VCT
Wanafly,
is. Please let me
anjir,
know in
gua
chat.
sengaja orang keempat gue yang kena.
Shout out and big kiss later as it is yet another overtime coming. Number 4. That was the first time that Menit in Thailand was on the front foot.
Yeah.
Again, that was the first time that Fancy United were a little nervous about the back foot.
Stream lu telat, cewek mau briefing dulu. Bacot, tadi lu ngomong ya kayak gitu ya.
They flip the script in that overtime, but when are they going to actually break this tie? It's just been tie after tie after tie.
Gue lagi ada refresh malah iklan anjing.
We'll figure out. I just heard it was 20.
Itu ketahuan. Ya Allah, ketarik dia lagi mau TP anjir.
The longest overtime ever.
Ya ampun, ada aja apesnya loh.
Ya
Allah, rata.
The only thing that
UI-nya,
players are
aduh.
seeing are the gray screen. It's just Suka left alive. The
Tiba
former
rata.
man
Ini
from
plan ada
Cerberus
ulti.
trying to put
Kalau
Fancy
plan ulti
United on
CT.
the front foot. He'll get the spike down or
Tapi
will he
darah dia udah low
face
banget,
it?
anjing.
And Conga Red is ready.
Mau
Made in
dikagetin,
Thailand
Cok.
again on map point to push us to map 3.
Man, these guys are not stopping, but you can start seeing the fatigue from both teams because
Haga masih di sini nih, ada spoiler
they're starting
ini.
to try to play faster. They just want to
Ntar
close it
gue
out.
di sini spoiler.
Dia mau TP tapi
Alone
ketarik.
in that corner was able to just hold it for very long. Suka was able
Amarah
to bring
Bli.
out a
Lah ini
little bit
dia
of
orang
heroics.
yang
1v4 found
Nggak
2,
ketemu
but
membership.
it just was not enough. Tried to fake that spike plant,
Gua
just
rebahan
couldn't
dulu aja
convert. It's the exact same thing yet again. Fancy
Aduh, jadi pengen
running that operator on Nizzy, but Nizzy this time is going to play on mid. 3 members defending on A, and Fancy have a good read over mid strategy.
Aku juga lemes adik-adik.
I'm worried that we're getting to the delirious point here for Fancy
Kasbon udah ditambahin ya.
Mainly because I am. Because Fancy United, you gotta be laughing at how crazy this is. What a great game it is. But again, you lose this round, you gotta reset, do it all over again. You win 3 in a row. You now close this. Yes, I can. Pushes on through, gets one, and then gets to safety.
Dia udah dapat orang rotasi, Cok.
Another. Oh, but Kadum answers back. That's the big
Yo.
one. He gets 3.
Wih,
There's a couple of opportunities left, but Nizzy gets the man with the spike. They know exactly where it's at.
Kadum has to show up with some heroics here. Misses the shot.
Dapat dia spike-nya.
Kadum very low though. He has 3 kills.
Gila, Kadum bisa bunuh 3. Lihat kiri, lihat kanan bunuh.
Possible, but they actually are able to get the spike,
Tembusin.
close the door, gets shut down. Kadoom has to reach
Tembusin.
with the offer. He's gonna try to find Kadoom. Can he hit it?
Aduh.
No, he doesn't.
Nggak dicek kanannya pasti. Oh, nice.
Kanan.
Kasih dulu.
Wajik. Sikat.
Anjing. Padahal OT loh. OT udah girang gini anjing.
Fancy United. They close this one out and we go back to resetting overtime. Number 5 made in time.
Oh, lagi di detik berapa aja? 25 kan? Lagi replay ya?
Iya, replay.
Definitely taking the last chance to quite the extreme right now.
Main siapa yang ngebateran siapa? Soalnya pada pengen cepet nonton Onic sama BOOM.
Gila bantingannya.
That shot onto Kadoom was just so good. Nizzy is one of the best chambers I've seen play those tight angles, his reaction speed. Pretty ridiculous.
There were
Enak ya?
multiple vandals
Tapi kayak harus
on
di
the ground,
restorannya
but
deh.
we've
Dia
seen
nggak
him
jual
make that
di
change
Gojek.
before, but to trust
iya.
yourself in that type of situation is so cool to
Nanti
watch
gua
by
beli.
Nizzy. As we've got our
Enak
slowdown for the first time by
Tuh, sakit
Fancy
perut gua,
United.
anjir.
They
Kan
position
sekarang
me,
udah yang beliin.
Banyak
but
duit
now we're just
malah.
kind of playing this weird little default. It is 2 on B, 2
Gua aja
on A.
tinggal
Ini
sendiri.
kalah ya,
Just kinda
kalah
hovering
pulang.
spawn right now. I think that's Kadoom jumping up and down on top of Fountain to try and get any information that they can.
Yeah, let's see if this actually goes to what, 24, 22?
24, 22, that's correct.
This might just go the distance. This is the first overtime we've seen, but it is the most overtimes we've seen in APAC LCQ so far.
Pengangguran gue beliin sih guys.
Oh boy. All right. Let's take a breather.
Both teams are resting.
Yeah,
Both teams are actually like, okay, we chill first, guys. Gentleman's agreement. We do a bit of a chill.
Again,
Aduh,
I called it
demi teror
earlier. I didn't
tadi.
realize like how much we're gonna see it now.
Pada
Left hand
roket semua
fragment,
dah.
right hand 0 point.
Kediri.
As Congared throws that one out
Nice,
earlier to slow
nice.
things down. Gets blinded, lands on
Nice.
it.
Ayo bisa masuk.
Anjir.
Ya,
Beta
ke delay.
gets the opening kill
Ya.
on defense. Getting caught and the crossfire works out for them.
Waduh, Kadung bahaya nih. Nice.
Enggak, mati.
Fancy United on it.
4 lawan 2, 4 lawan 2.
Down.
Jangan Aaron Memento.
2v4 with the lone Phil is trying to get this one back.
Low semua lagi.
Zuka does get it down.
Ya
Kita
Allah.
di absen ini tuh
Ya
kan bener.
ampun. Jadi 1 lawan 1.
Ayo Nizzy jago sih Naji.
Naji. Ya Allah, nice recon. Nice recon, bro. Banyakin
Naji
PNK.
juga namanya Naji.
Nice, nggak ada utility. Nice recon. Santai,
Santai,
chill. Wah,
Wah,
dikejar.
Tapi ragu.
Sabar. Shotgun kau loncat.
Audenya spoiler nih.
Iya,
Apa dong?
spoiler ya?
Lo minta Indomie? Ah enggak, gue tadi habis makan.
Ada aja loh.
Ah, ini mah game 3 ini lihat tuh Cahya minta Indomie tuh.
Cahaya minta Indomie.
Wah.
Ah, ini mah game 3 ini Cahaya minta Indomie guys, denger gak?
Alright.
Babi lah dok, lama banget tuh anjing.
On the front foot,
Ah,
a
udah
lot
nih.
Astaga.
with the shorty.
Panda ini
If they
panda.
win,
Buru
Lama nih,
tidur
Dok.
lagi
Pindah
nih,
Discord
mah.
ya, Dok.
to map number 3.
Siapa yang lemes adik-adik?
Soalnya tuh sekarang itu posisinya 2 lawan 4.
Game of streaks. It's
Dua
only
lawan
been a game
empat.
of streaks during
Ah,
regular time.
umur
Tapi emang
banget.
low semua juga anjir.
Ayo Nizzy. Chill.
Musin.
Kayaknya nggak dicek deh, ini sofannya. Nggak bakal dicek. Kecuali kalau dia nggak sabaran.
I don't think you can punish if it's that small of an angle.
Ih, ditungguin
Kayak
luar.
sih ditungguin ini.
Yeah,
Ini
and Wanafly is
Tadi off angle jatuhnya juga sih.
either,
Buka
but
lebar ini
we
dia.
are having multiple
Oh,
members
buka lebar.
in Thailand.
Dia drone langsung ditembusin nih.
Wah, drone tembusin.
There's the drone.
Ya,
It's a
kena
quick
dikit dong.
find.
Kena.
Oh, this is true.
Nah,
Get
untung
himself
aja.
out. Gravity well doesn't
Ayo.
land on that. Nova Pulse doesn't land on
Aduh,
that one.
recon.
Enggak juga dia
Aduh,
drone-nya
patah-patah
ya.
gini.
Karena berubah ya.
Buying a little bit of
Smoke-nya.
time, a lot of utility being
Ya Allah.
utilized right now.
Kenapa
Isaac
diambil
trades
ya?
out
Tapi
one
udah
for
bener
one,
loh
but the
smoke-nya.
site will be theirs in just a second.
Enggak, masalah tuh observernya kemana larinya?
Out of Boathouse.
Gue bingung nonton.
4v3, they have the
Aduh,
lead,
ini
they
mah
have
game
spike
ketiga
planted
anjing.
as well. Or will Fancy be able to pull out some heroics yet
Lah,
again and
kena
save
brand
this
dong.
round?
Kalau
They're
kena
gonna go
brand
for
agak
this
susah
retake.
sih.
Some of them are still far away.
Posisinya
They're
brand
on B main,
sekalian
they're creeping
turret
about, they're
anjing.
sneaking very slowly
This is
on B
taking a
main.
Oh, udah ngeluh kesah itu Agai.
All right.
Game 3 ini mah busuk.
Ini mah map ketiga gue ngedukung siapa-siapa cuy.
Iya udah, gue tuh dukung fancy karena pengen biar cepet. Sabar. Ada lagi.
What the fuck bisa weh?
Goblok. Oh menang. Goblok.
Apa sih? Ya Allah.
Ya Allah.
Ada koma berapa itu? Bisa nggak? Aduh. Jagain.
No, sayang banget.
I cannot believe what we're seeing right now.
Oh god, and it was a 3v4 retake possibility.
Goblok ya, tapi emang drill goblok.
I love this.
This game
Selalu kayak gitu dah.
This game has
Satu
been
versus tiga
series.
kalah.
Tapi yang di push siapa cuy?
Ridiculously close so far.
Keyo.
Enggak bukan. Iya si Keyo.
Yang di push Keyo yang jaga yang segaris sama
Yang
tadi sama siapa?
jagain Omen sama si Astra. Omen Astra.
Yang bunuh di push terakhir si Astra ya?
Iya.
Di fuse terakhir Veda. Veda.
Getting that kill on the spike
Aduh, map
diffuser,
3
not being
busuk
able to
nih.
get that half. That's
Bobo busuk
perfection
nih.
in the timing. Fancy almost
rasanya
send it
menggila saya di sini, rasanya menggila di sini. Saya ingin menggila, saya ingin
Ini
menonton
kalau
Onyx
game 3
Esports.
begini juga skornya sih tai sih.
Of that smoke, get
Udah
the
sarungan.
spike planter instead of everyone else that was
Tinggal
looking at you
popcorn.
was just
Enggak 2 lawan 4 sih di OT tadi.
How much it means to every
Tadi
single
juga sih.
player, how much it means to every single team. This is the best of APAC. This is the
Yang barusan
APAC
harusnya
region.
menang
Holy
fancy 3
moly,
lawan 1
we're not
anjing.
done yet. You get me and Keith.
Nah, menang orang selalu ini juga nih. Wah, ini paling tai nih.
Ini paling tai. Wanna play lagi.
There was half a map
Mana
for
play jago
not just
banget.
odds but also them. It was
Tapi
almost
seru
half
sih
a map,
matchnya
pretty
sih,
much.
cuman ya keselayan sih.
It's absolutely ridiculous
Karena
how
pengen cepet-cepet
resilient both
anjir.
teams are.
All right, so Fracture will be
Tapi
our
ya,
final match.
sesuatu yang kita
Sempat ini
harapin
mah.
cepet malah kayak gini cuy.
4 hours ago when we started this one. Multiple 4Ks, multiple hero moments. What I love about this
Gua
is
juga
that
kayaknya nggak
every
sempet
single
nonton
player
dah
had
Onyx
themselves
sama
a
Boom.
warm up. Now the real one begins. Both teams backs on the line. Tournament lives on the line.
juga
Who
kalah
will win?
1 lawan
We'll find
2.
out after this short break. We'll see you in a
Masih yang
little bit
terakhir.
for VCT APAC Last Chance Qualifier.
Ya apa yang lemas adik-adik, angkat tangannya adik.
Ini nih. Bisa bunuh. Wah, gila. Ini juga, ya Allah, ada shotgun, ada aja dia bisa beli sorti. Ngarit bisa bunuh 2. Ini tipis banget lagi. 0, tadi siapa? Tadi Fednya siapa cuy? Suka ya? Ada nggak temenan sama gue? Nggak ada lagi. Bisa di report cok. Gak bisa di report. Anjir, dari sakit perut gue nggak bisa cuy. Dari sakit perut sampai nggak sakit perut anjing.
Lemasnya diriku nonton MITH dan Fancy. Kini harus nani. Goblok.
Apa yang 2 orang?
Lemes guys. Kasih gue napas dulu ya.
Segini cok.
Kasih saya napas.
Cabut latihan lah demi Indopret.
Anjir, gue gak bisa tiup ke mic gue anjing.
Tiup ke mic lo, what the fuck?
Cabut latihan demi Indopret.
Gak bisa tiup mic.
Gue juga Indopret
Gua
jadi
kasih napas.
nggak ngapa-ngapain, kocak.
Oh. Gitu ya.
Gue
CPR.
gak bisa nembok.
Apa sih?
Oh sabar guys, atur ini dulu.
Dengeran gak?
Enggak.
Atur.
Sumpah.
Enggak.
Anjing ini mic-nya gak bisa ditiup,
Atur.
Cok.
Ini nih. Milestone.
Ih, nggak bisa ditiup anjing, keren.
Mangan. Oh ya, minum Yakult dulu guys, biar mabok ya kan. Biar gue nggak spill tea lagi nih ntar. Masuk konten lagi nih. Padahal nggak semangat, tunjukin aja. Ini paling seneng di absen. Bocil absen cuy, Fadel. Cheers. Minum Yakult tiap hari.
Biar
Kayak minum alkohol gitu. Aduh, gue mabok nih guys. Guys, gue mabok nih guys. Aduh guys, mabok guys.
Anjir baru
minum Yakult tiap hari
85.000
biar apa,
kocak.
Nop?
Biar berak. Naik haji pulangnya masih tanya, ya enggak lah. Berdosa. Kayak minum alkohol.
Siapa sih, apaan sih?
Di toko bisa
gitu
beli
nggak sih?
Yakult, bisa. Beli
kok
5 gratis
putih sih?
5.
Biar ini gimana guys? Transparan.
Merah, Cuk.
Gede banget anjing. Transparan gimana caranya ya backgroundnya?
Aku bocil kematian.
Gak bisa nonton
Iya,
Boom
lunar,
Onic kah bang? Aduh,
kan?
kalau ada jersey bisa main Onic. Gimana sih caranya? Background. Oh ini kah?
Kalian goblok, endolok fancy OTL dia yang kok isinya kayak
Ini kah?
Gak ngerti bang, artinya apa bang? Coba translatein. Sekali berapa puluh karena minum Yakult. Kadang gue bisa 5 kali. Kalau ada Yakult.
Ini kayaknya cuy.
Katain gue goblok.
Coba ya.
Goblok Aulia Insani. Aku cinta tokped.
Lah
Ini
enggak.
mah.
Gimana caranya cuy?
Ini mah.
Oh ini. Ini mah putih kocak. Transparan. Ini harusnya transparan nih. Gak bisa anjing, nipu nih mah. Pam. Enggak. Kalau misalnya transparan bisa diakalin. Makanya lagi dicoba, kocak bang. Lah, mana? Oh, ini transparan nih. Tapi jangan hitam. Oh, jangan hitam. Teksnya warna biru. Nah, ini nih. Ini kayaknya bisa nih. Ini kayak bisa nih, cuy. Itu hitam jadi nggak kelihatan. Terus lagi anjing. Milestone. Nah, ini kan enak cuy. Tuh. Kayak green screen. Green screen. Ya gak sih? Aman cuy, nggak ngeganggu, cuma lewat doang dia dikit. Aman lah. Agak yang di Sosiabas emang segitu dari tanggal 3 kocak. Jadi rusuh gini layar, santai dong. Nanti pas mulai bisa kita upload cuy. Di sini deh, atur di sini deh. Ini gede banget anjing ternyata. Gue kira kecil loh. Gede banget ternyata anjir. Nah. Live chatnya kecilin, kenapa? Gambar lumba-lumbanya mana bang? Kok gambar lumba-lumba? MA apa? Yang baik, yang ramah. Oke, nggak usah pakai cam katanya. Nggak usah pakai cam cuy. Loh, kok pala gue jadi itu? Ini cuy, ini refresh. Lebih bagus gini katanya. Babi. Ini harus dihapus dulu. Ganti. Taruh sini kecilin. Nah. Mantap ya, udah ya, cukup ya. Oh gini kan enak. Bisa ini. Sedat-sedat manja. Begini kan aman. Raka tadi gimana Raka?
Mental breakdown. But for now we're gonna
Tadi Raka gimana yang kasih suara? Gimana tadi?
Sorry guys. We just had to
Di bagian mana?
We were here. You'll see it in a
Batuk.
little bit. We've gone here with Key, and we've had ourselves one heck of a series.
Yep. That was absolutely insane. It was just crazy. Like both teams were so scrappy. Both teams
Discord
were just
coba.
fighting to win for that map, and we saw the.
Tadi lu bilang di mana sih tadi? Lu bilang ini ada nih member nih. Member ini member ya. Coba tes. Oh iya ini cuy. Harusnya bisa nih.
And here we go. The way to settle it. Let's head on over to the tiebreaker map. It is Fracture to kick things off between these two squads.
Oh, is it going to be Fishio on Neon? What is going on? Okay, Kadum, I want to see him on the Neon. Will he actually pull it out here? It looks like there's going to be yet another
bagian sound terus
Fancy.
Oh boy. Kadum, please.
Upload ya.
Lock it in.
Oh, bisa upload cuy.
Oh. That's what Fishio normally plays with smokes and being the flanker, not the case.
Yeah, he's normally the second smoke. Nizzy is on normally the chamber. We see Fishio and Ken or Fishio and Heizi on the smokes. They do love the double controller setups though on Fancy. Still double controller nonetheless. They still have the Brimstone.
Alright, boys and girls, well, all I can say is Fancy United versus Made in Thailand is a blessing from the Immortals.
Oh, bisa digedein suaranya.
Making your child watch Fancy United.
Coba 80 aja ya.
Thailand, since young, will aid in brain development too, making them
tes dulu.
chest. Here we go. The crazy map is underway. The crazy finale to the crazy match is underway. Fracture begins in 10 seconds. I cannot wait to see who will be the hero that steps up because everyone had an opportunity to do it last game.
So we've had
di save dulu. Oh iya. Tes member.
So far.
Lah bohong nipu.
And there's gonna be a quick one as they start to go in. They actually get taken down. Myth with a quick stop onto Fancy, getting third as well so far. Fancy have not shown any. They don't even land the shots. It's just.
Udah save.
Alright, I'm going into your spot if you guys are pushing into ours. And there it is. Yes, I can's able to answer back and get a couple here. But Suka, yes I can. No spike, and it is on the opposite side, opposite corner of the map.
Mana?
This is the longest break we've had.
Nggak usah fokus lah. Ini game lama, bikin lama.
Well, they basically finally let's chill. They don't have to spike. They have to go up to dish. This is a really dangerous spot because you have to jump up, and that jumping just makes you vulnerable to these shots. As Myth just cleaned them up. Fancy lose the pistol round.
Yeah, and Made in Thailand taking the dub. This is the first pistol round Made in Thailand has won all series long. And that gives them the streak again. It's been Fancy United winning these pistols again, a streak in a row.
Kopi dulu.
And then to kick off both maps previously. So Made in Thailand, they get the start here. And it was on the back of Kadum getting aggressive, pushing on forward, and Lone Phil's holding the edge.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to point out as well. When Myth win these rounds, it's because they push forward and find the kills. They catch Fancy off guard. They were trying to go into dish, and then all of a sudden they just started dying. They didn't even realize where Myth was coming from. And now Fancy trying to play very slow this time.
Ani bisa nih cuy, harusnya cuy.
Would gladly give them a gun, but
Ah!
Yeah, just playing a little slow here, and
halo guys.
Okay with it.
Oh my god.
Nah.
Luar momok kaget gak?
Nah.
Doesn't want that. Will continue to work his way around through the underpath.
It's just very slow push towards A. I think they're gonna commit this time. They just want to get the spike down, but both members of Myth on A are on elevated positions, so they're trying to not let the classics get.
Makin banyak gini overlay. Ya. Hapus dulu, tutup dulu dah.
He slows them down a little bit, Fishio.
Tutup dulu.
Oh, there's two still. They actually just get gunned down, but no, Fancy are the ones that are finding the kills. Congrats is gonna be there. Kadum picks up a Spectre, tries to turn things around. It's all down to Heizy left on this site.
Oh, bad time to reload. Gets one, but the double peek there by Kadum gets the kill and puts the extra bullets in, just in case. It is an expensive win here by Myth, but a win nonetheless, and we know how important it is to win your rounds.
Yep.
Back to back.
That's the most important part. We've seen that both maps 1 and 2 were very close.
Aman.
This third map, I expect it to be pretty close as well, because both teams are running on.
Enakan gini tanpa facecam. Iya, silakan nonton ya.
Right now, and on the side of Fancy, full
on
rifles for Myth.
Nonton cuy.
They got taken out.
Nikmati ya
game ya.
Jadi enak gini.
Kalau pakai facecam. Hero Vandal. What? I mean, he has a
mampus kena stun.
Kadum gets ran on over some bonus round. Now looking so good to start things off here. Conga Red.
Dukung MITH dah, biar cepat.
Oh, Beta.
Let's go.
Up the rope as Beta gets the wrap around onto Nizzy, so there's an opportunity for a level up. Alone Phil's gets taken down though by Yes I Can. It's 2 there. It's 3 there. And so Fancy United retaking control. And only one left alive inside tower. Conga Red had the opportunity, but Fishio holds his water. It's 2-1.
Conga Red wasn't able to get that kill.
Fancy negara mana? Vietnam.
Flipping it back onto their side, only losing one member. I think that's the most important part, being able to keep your guns, especially for this next coming round. Between the two teams, full rifles right now. Can they hold this? Who will take control over this game? We've said it was streaky, but who is the one that's going to streak this time?
Again, we haven't seen
Makan tuh muka bangga.
Something different here for both these squads. As now we have our first full buys for both squads. Fishio accidentally gets caught on up. Puts the fast lane on in, and you can see the movement that Fishio has.
Ini udah paling benar anjir lawan Neon.
The site still protected by Made in Thailand.
Ya Allah, jadi yang mati.
Yang mati siapa?
5 HP.
Anjing yang mati Yes I Can enggak?
Rotation on over should be able to win that. Yes, he is. And it's just one left alive, Heizy on the rotation.
Let's go 3-1.
Fly now sees them. The pre-fire doesn't land. No shots given here, and nice play by Made in Thailand, but Heizy will be able to get
yeah, let's see if he can actually play this 1v2 this time around. We
Tapi
saw it
kalau
on
kebuka
that
lebar,
second round, that same 1v2, that same site.
Dia mau stun sen tapi belok ke kanan
He
anjing.
might be able to hold this if he can isolate the fight. He needs to. On the side of Myth, they need to take them down together, and they do take Heizy down. They got a spike down on the side of Fancy, and made it expensive for Myth, but you really want to start winning these rounds.
Yeah, you definitely do, especially on attack when you have so many different ways on into both sites. but Fancy unable to do it.
Mereka tiap
Again,
hari itu yang kulit bibir
almost
kan.
an opportunity
Iya,
to
enak.
salvage this round. It didn't look great as Beta had a very
Makan
good
tuh muka
over
resmi.
3K on that round. But WannaFly comes in, cleans on up, and it's a dub here for Made in Thailand. Beta 5, 3, and 4 to kick things off. But as you said, it's been expensive.
BGIR
up and
kenapa nggak
down
mau
both
jadi sinap?
sides.
Nggak tahu BGIR
Everyone
kenapa
died
ya?
at least twice. No one
Kenapa
really had a
BGIR?
clean
Nggak tahu dia.
BGIR
Dia
kenapa nggak mau Discord sini?
Enggak. Emang Nafski sama Ior lagi selek guys.
Not the case so far.
Yeah, not the case.
Goblok.
It's been scrappy. It's been a scrappy 3 matches. It's still scrappy.
Mampus.
Right now, it's WannaFly
Aduh, yang dap-
using the tour de force, gets one quick
bagus sih
kill on
MT soalnya yang menang.
Izzy. Fishio did
Nice,
not
nice.
go through that too fast enough because he wanted to jump onto
Ah,
whoever was
ditungguin
defending
loh.
them.
Ah.
It's gonna
Ya.
die to Alone Phil's hiding in that smoke, which actually worked out
Lola.
for the side of Fancy, and they're just getting
Nah.
flawless round.
Gini
Fancy take
dong.
every single member of Fancy out.
Ini kan enak.
No answer for the opening frags at mid.
Iya, harus di bench terus.
That
Bukan
was
titipan
really the
backdown
key
dia ternyata.
in the maps
Hari ini gue
previous by both
latihan tapi jam
squads. It was,
7:30.
hey, we got to do
Ah, saya lu.
something different to get the opening frag, and then they use the numbers advantage to get a victory. That was during
Maaf aku bukan
regular time.
streamer nih.
Once we got to overtime, then it was.
Agak udah cabut cuy. Berarti 13-1 nih.
But when they were on regular time, it was about.
Dia udah nggak ada di Discord 13-1 berarti.
Figuring out if we want to push very
Si
quick
Agil
then or
sombong
big
mah nggak mau
rotate
nobar.
here. And you have
Iya
so
anjing
many
sombong
spots
banget dah tuh orang dah. Tuh kayak orang tuh kayak jijik banget masuk ke Discord dah.
fracture, but
Goblok
right now,
dasar.
United
Iya,
not pushing the
otak.
right buttons.
Otaknya
Definitely
otak-otak
not,
cok.
Buttons not even pushing the buttons in time. I think that's the biggest
Oh.
problem right now.
Fancy udah capek gak sih dia main cepet mulu dari tadi, tapi ya nice lah.
As Fishio leads the charge with
13-1 guys.
Doom backing on up. You can see
Kena
headshot though.
setrum.
Fishio getting the overdrive, reset
Aduh.
that one there. Wanna fly?
Ah, ini nih.
In the fast lane, has to check right, able to pick up a couple.
Ini yang
Now
kita
just Izzy left
tunggu-tunggu.
alive yet again, forcing
Waduh,
away.
nice.
And it's another round.
Agak
win
udah
for Mid.
udah
It
cabut
is
dari
so
Discord ya. Berarti
fast
13-1
when
dia
they
udah
hit
masuk
the go
lobby deh.
button, how
Makanya kalau
quickly
bibir
Mid
kering tuh
then
pakai lip
collapse
balm.
onto Fancy United.
Padahal gue udah pakai lip balm tetep
Like, it
kering
just looks
juga.
like Fancy United
Nggak
look
tahu emang demennya
tired
korekin
right
dulu.
now. They tried to go A, tried to go B,
Kulit
got
bibir.
the spike down a few times. It just wasn't enough. At
Enak
all.
kan sih
They need to
nobar
try
nggak
something
pakai cam
different,
gini.
and it looks like they're gonna try for Dish this time around. They're not calling a timeout just yet either. So I'm actually wondering what's going on here. Do they want to build the
Disrupt.
momentum? Do
Ada
they
sih
feel like
disrupt.
a timeout is not it's not good right now? But they're gonna go for
Bibir
Dish.
kering gak punya ayang lah.
4 ultis up
Pakai
on
lip balm,
the
goblok.
side of Fancy United. Will they do something with it as they set up Dish? They do have a full buy, and so I think this is a big one here for Fancy. If they don't get this one,
Gila main cepat terus, mampus.
next
Aduh,
Fishio
jangan
with
dong,
the
jangan
slide,
mampus dong.
and
Aduh, kenapa
style
warna flame
onto
mati?
WannaFly, and this is the
Jangan
opening
mampus.
kill that they've been lacking every
Flame
single
mampus enggak kok,
time.
orang gak ngapain.
Thunder, canceled
Counter
back
rolling
by a
thunder.
rolling
Jangan
thunder.
memicu
Fishio
deh,
gets a
Rian
second,
manja.
and now we've
Gua tuh nggak
got
tuh
the
nyantai
neon
gua tuh
online.
aman cuy.
It's Beta, suppressed, trying to find a way on in Kadum. On the wraparound, getting caught out by Suka and Heizy.
Gitu
Closed
dong.
door. Doesn't mean anything to Kadum. He picks up yet another
Smoke
one.
MN.
The sky smoke coming on down.
Tan side,
buying a bit more
aftershock.
time.
Default.
It looks like it's going to be
Tan side.
a retake starting very soon. The stun comes out from the
Ya
relay bolt.
busuk jadinya.
Could be a trade. Kadum gets traded for Fishio.
Yeah, Nizzy left alone on the side.
Wah, pinter banget posisinya.
Wraps around. A nice crouch by Beta buys time, but he
Ya,
doesn't
nggak ada
have
smoke
much of
dong.
it left. Has to do the defuse. We saw how important the defuse was before, and he does run out of time. Fancy United on the
Nabila.
board.
They finally find another round by going
Kasih
through Dish, and it was because
Cam Napski.
it's
Nggak ada
all
yang buka
Fishio
cam anjir
being
di
able to
Discord.
get into that site, cutting
Cam
it,
Dina,
finding
dia nih
that
buka
first
cam
frag.
din.
That's the most important part.
Gak
but
ada anjing.
Thus far, Fancy
Dina
have
malu,
not
coy.
had a good shot
Dia
at
takut
finding that
malu-maluin.
first kill. It's been Myth that's been finding the first kill and stopping Fancy in their tracks. Now they need to try many other sites still because there's definitely going to be some Dish defense right now.
Wah,
B main
disangka
looks to
aneh-aneh
be
gua.
a place that they haven't tried just yet. They like arcade quite a bit,
Yep.
but Fancy they're starting to get into the groove again.
Aman
And,
cuy, aman
well,
cuy.
if they both get into the groove, you do get more overtimes again.
I mean, it'll be great.
Itu ada suara cewek
Right
siapa
now, it
anjing?
feels like the opening play has
Mana?
just been Fishio, go do
Itu
your
ada
thing and
suara
get us an
cewek.
opening kill. him. There
Di
he
mana?
goes. He gets taken down by
Di lu,
Wanafly.
ada
No
sorcerer.
trade out
Oke,
available. But Nizzy gets
Suara lu
Kadooz. So
kocak.
Neon for Neon. Suka gets the counter onto
Kagak anjing
Beta.
dari mic Discord lu
Red in the
anjing.
Ah, saya
crossfire,
lu.
gets run through the smoke. Nizzy very low. Is able to work his way
Waduh.
low and trades it out on 11 HP. Wanafly as well, the
Waduh.
last one alive. They now know where he's at. Cosmic Divide goes down to secure the round. It's going to be difficult for Wanafly. Gets one
Aduh.
shot in the back, and Fancy
Jadi ketat
United
gini
start a
skornya.
little streak of their own, 2 rounds in a row.
It was
Lama
a
dah.
3v1, but they still wanted to commit that
Lama
Cosmic
ya, coy,
Divide.
aduh.
Really goes to show how
Udah mau
they
latihan
recognize that
anjing,
this
kacau.
match is
Lu
so
nggak bisa
important.
ini
How
dong, Cok. Nggak
every
bisa
single
nobar
round
dong.
they need to secure.
Iya,
Because this is
busuk
the
nih.
tournament life for both teams. This is the third game of this best of 3. It's the elimination. It's the lower bracket for these teams. It means that every single round matters, because if this goes very close again, just like it did the first 2 maps, then you need those maps just to edge the other team out.
Yeah, and think about it. I agreed with you before. I thought Fancy United was going to take the pause at 5-1.
There we go. Wah,
They
salah
continue to push
tebak
on. They
dia.
were able to buy their full buy. And if they win this, Myth's economy is kind of messed up. They now know that the overdrive has been used, and Kadoom is very, very far away from picking it up. So that overdrive is going to expire in just a little bit as Vicio backs on off. No more overdrive. Nice play here by Fancy United, and Kadoom back
Gila,
down to the
smoke-nya
classic.
sih bisa
They're backing
taruh
off
di
right
B,
now with
bisa taruh
their
di
guns. They're
A.
just trying to look for a pick. They can't just get as Fancy, slowly making their way onto A. They've been pretty relatively one-dimensional. They always all go through the same side.
Ah, ini pintar banget nih. Ini kena stun.
That angle.
Oh.
They use the orbital strike.
TP
Did
nih.
not find anyone.
Bang
Just
Pes Des
does a little bit of
Yuril
clearing for the
Enggak,
site,
Bang.
and that's about it. They're gonna try
Siapa
to hold
tuh?
this site right now. The spike has to
PSG
pull up all the way,
masih aman
trying to
kok,
plant this
berlima.
into the corner. They're going to play
Oh,
through long
Fikri.
and leave Vicio on the
Ada orang,
side.
nggak ada orang, nggak nambah orang.
Vicio stays on. You got
Thank you donasinya.
was it Nizzy as well staying
Jadi
on for the
Fikri
Sky
main 2 tim ya?
Smokes. Kadoom
Iya,
with
Fikri main
pistol.
2
He's
tim.
gonna peek
Latihan
first
sama
'cause he's
Fikri
the
tetap.
least valuable as Vicio
Jadi banyak
goes
taktik
down
dia,
to
Fikri.
Beta. Beta
Ya
gets
Allah,
the
masa
angle
kalah?
by Dish. Yes, I can. Answers back. Couple headshots. Only one left alive. It's just Suka.
Ya Allah.
A couple of damaged teammates.
Waduh.
Oh, through the smoke. He's able to get it.
Hampir aja.
Back by Beta.
Coba lo kenal Alexi gak, Cok?
Alexi B.
Find their way back on
Alexi
in.
brand
And again,
Alexi.
Kadoom, he got
Alexi
the
B?
level up. He started with the ulti in a classic. Leaves
Kagak, kenapa?
Smoke stone
Oh, ini ya.
Yang sering main sama Bunny, Flipsider.
Ceweknya Mamat Manja ya? Ceweknya Mamat Manja, Alexi. Oh my god, why you choose Mamat Manja? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, my god. Oh my god.
Myth though.
Oh my god,
their
kenapa
economy not that
Mamat
great.
Manja?
Wanafly has the tour de force. That's why he's on that shorty.
Why
Only
Alex-
one
Mamat Manja?
he can't afford
Alexi
much
mau
more.
nggak
It's my
ini?
baby.
Fancy
Hi, it's my
also not
baby.
great for their economy.
fuck?
They're buying 2
Oh, Mamat
specters.
Manja
and
harus-
two of their
baby.
farmers
Harus dibungkam
are
nih,
gonna
16
anjing,
get
years
Mamat.
a
old.
side
He's
still,
literally
though. It's
baby
going to be
bro katanya.
Si Mamat senengan anjing.
Ew.
That's lining up, and they're
Ew,
doing the exact same thing, but
Alexi,
Kadoom was
ew.
winning in that fast lane, taking out Vicio, and Myth are going to just clean up shop. It's
So
all down to
ew.
Suka right now.
Oh,
And he gets
kata dia
one,
it's
but
my
he just
baby.
gets
Baby
taken
apa?
out
Baby
with
dog.
Fancy. They tried to rush, but they just rushed
Baby
into
dog.
the depths.
Yeah, and with that round,
Welcome
they're
Novel
really
Helmi,
Joking.
thank you.
Oh yeah, I know you're joking. It's
Again,
okay.
the largest
Waduh,
lead we've seen.
nambah
is
dong.
Joking lah.
8-4.
I'm
Because
not
of
Stop
8
assuming
I can be
no.
the one for you.
Fancy United
Yep.
holding the lead over Myth.
Nambah dong Kasbon.
Ya
But Myth was able to
Allah.
counter
Ini
back,
kali.
close the gap here against Fancy
Eh,
United. As we got
Alexi, you know this
ourselves
song? Asa
a
dese,
heck of a round.
semelo
I was
semua.
thinking about this
Ngen
series,
Masih
and
desi.
semelo
just
semua.
wish I
Dia
knew how to
apal
play
din
it,
anjir,
but
sumpah.
it
Asik di
is just
konto gak sih?
forever
Astagfirullah ya Allah.
Gue mau ngomongnya
in my
asa
mind, and it's
dese
not
sama
done
lo
yet.
semua.
So
Ngen,
3 is where we're at.
kalau kan kayak
Free, and
gimana tuh?
you know what?
Let me
From
join your
Myth,
Discord. I
Beta
go
is the
sing
one
for you,
who's
viewers.
showing up. Okay,
Kacau,
Alexi
kacau,
is
okay.
able to slow things down
Come.
with that
Asik.
slow orb. Runs back into
Wait.
side. They're running this setup
Kacau,
yet
kacau.
again,
Oh my god.
with
I don't friends with you lah.
Wanafly.
Nggak ramah,
Asik
kurang
di
ramah.
kaco, kayaknya harusnya hasil di
Some
kaco
people
deh
come
soalnya
in.
Nggak
kan
ramah, nggak ramah.
That's why he's standing there
Nggak ramah.
because he's not
Biasanya
mid-spotted.
Can you add me
Kacau,
first
Just
on my
Ah,
Discord?
buat
getting
bocil-bocil
away with it, he just
nggak bagus
stay
ya.
there. And it's a
Jangan
different
ditiru ya,
setup
guys.
this time around, and it
Jangan
looks like
ditiru
they're going
ya,
to be red
adik-adik.
this time.
Bagus
Takes some
banget.
Eco.
Kena
Looks to be
Eco
pretty
kah?
good. They find 2 kills.
Ya Allah.
Ay,
First, they
bercanda.
find a third as well onto Conquer.
Ya
There's
Allah,
an
kena
overdrive.
Eco beneran.
Fisher is gonna take that out. Beta's the only
Makin
one left
lama
remaining.
aja ini game.
1v4. And looks like Fancy are just gonna steal this round away
Asik
from
di
mid.
kaco.
Believe that the sight
Kalau
take
gaul
work with
gini
how
dia.
many resources were there. High Z very low. Yes, I can. Loses the gunfight.
Aku diajarin kaco guys, siapa lagi?
Justru gua ngajarin yang baik-baik, Cok.
Sorry diajarin kaco loh itu loh.
Forcing back
Nah,
Fisio. The
yang percaya ya,
crossfire is
nipu.
there. Where you gonna
Gua ajak Alexi ke sini ya.
Oke.
By Suka, he says banana slam.
Oh, Mamat Manja langsung katanya, Bang, tarik aku bang. Wah, Mamat Manja kalau Alexia aja ada lu. Tarik aku bang. Wah, anjir gak logis Mamat Manja. Bang, tarik aku bang. Wah, gila sih. Mamat. Giliran ada Alexia ya, kenceng lu ya.
Cok, udah di bawah, tolong tarikin Cok. Aduh.
Si anjir dia bisa narik sendiri lo padahal lo.
Discord gua nggak full screen.
Mungkin itu full screen.
Balik lagi Cok.
Halo Alexi. Sing that song. Come.
Oh, so many people joined your Discord.
Oh, you shy?
Made in Thailand, Fancy United.
Sama lu semua.
Karena Vewo, there's Odell here, Alexi.
Odell is here.
Oh my god. Odell come Discord Odell.
You need to call her.
So far, pretty sure.
Rusak capek coba yang ngajarin.
Map just those first two alone.
Aku
Come,
yang ngajarin
Already
guys.
got the longest series thus far. And this is
Asa DC sama lo semua.
11 this time around. We're on
Nien
78
Oha
rounds so
sama
far.
lo
This is
semua.
They are starting to look tired.
Odell lu banyak
as well.
bacot
We
tuh
can
masuk
see it from
Discord
the
sini
game.
anjing.
Iya lu Odell tai.
Just watching
Udah
it,
dari
it feels like
tadi,
Fancy
nggak
just
masuk-masuk.
keeping
Cerita
things on air.
tentang
And you know what's funny? It dawns on me now.
You tell her like sini bitch gitu.
Bani yang ngajarin ya?
And that was before
Asli
their backs
jangan
were on the line.
nggak usah banyak
It was
baca
pure
tuh Discord
before
cepetan.
desperation kicked in.
Udah morning.
Now we're
Wah,
starting to
gokil
see
Bani binatang.
Okay, Fancy
Wow.
are
Hey,
Alexi, you're not Scream?
They've been the most they've been the team that's really favored
What,
one side
sorry?
over the other the most so
8
far.
PM.
We saw that on
8
Ice
PM
Singapore time.
SGT
min
They
7
prefer one side
PM
over the
Indo
other,
ya.
and it looks like they
Same
try
lah,
to
same
RP
lah.
and they're like, nah, we're not trying that yet. We're going back to
Dia nggak peduli Cok sama jam Indo.
Was there any movement? Yeah, there was a lot of movement too. 3 members now
Jadi kayak
over at
Jackie.
B plus Nizzy within spawn looking towards B.
Sedese
leaving on a fly.
sama lo
All
semua.
alone as Suka doing
Ngin
some,
Alexi.
Mamat.
Alexi Jackie kah?
0 point dropped.
Are
Are
no,
we
but the
going back
spikes
to
on
B?
it.
Alexi I'm tired ready lah.
Yeah, it's A for now. Curious little Nizzy now rotates on over, and
Ini
then
di
yeah, they
pensiunnya.
called it out. It's going
Cok
towards
itu
Ini
B.
adalah
cewek siapa
sambungan,
Cok?
iya.
A good old
Dari
gun
Kan
mana?
gua
fight
anjing.
here at 7 to 4.
Taking a look at the SI
Lu.
he's on underpass. He's
Bukan
already
gua,
putting
gila,
those
orang
stars
ada
down.
siapa sih?
That's the rotations coming
I think
in.
it's Alexi
They
Discord
might
right.
think it's a double
You're
fake.
in
This
bootcamp
could be
ya
the
Alexi.
Rolling Thunder getting committed. It's a lot of ultimates
Oh,
getting committed
yeah.
from the side of Fancy.
It's
They
okay,
really want to
no, no.
execute on this
No,
side
it's
right now.
okay.
Someone
Leon
is
is
just
on there
asking.
already. There's 2 members still
Who is
left
that
on
song?
tower. They're gonna want to
Who is
see
that?
that.
Semblangin kah?
Orb right there. They take alone fills. Oh, they take Kadum as well. Fancy are finally finding their footing again. Nizzy
Kayaknya
takes
daripada
down
Alexi
one
sama
more.
Mamat
It's not
Manja
going
mendingan
down
sama
just yet.
Rusman
They're
gak
just
sih?
looking for all the kills. One line finds 2. They don't even need to put down the
Alexi,
spike.
you know Rusman?
I was like,
Jadi
we're running
75
out of time
anjing.
for the spike. And
Alexi,
I
you
love
know-
seeing
you know-
Fisher's
you know
point of view
Rusman?
there. It was sprint into I
Streamer
don't see
Dota.
anything. This is my fire.
You can
maybe.
check
I think this is
on
my
YouTube,
teammate
I think,
because me, I
Rusman.
don't know. Into we win the round.
R-U-S
So great job, but also
M
most importantly,
U-
winning the gunfights.
Oh,
in the
Rusman
that
sih.
felt pretty straight.
Suruh lihat
Once
stream
they
gua
got
aja nih, ini
space,
Rusman nih.
That's where made in Thailand.
You never mind. You
A
go
lot of
to
progress
Asteris.
Jangan.
Itu.
halfway on
Bisa
through.
Mas.
And Kadum now
Anjing ada.
down on the bottom side
Jump
of the
scare,
scoreboard
Cok.
again.
Dia
That's
tahu
what you
Jackie,
need
coy.
online if you want to close
Jackie.
it out. If you're made
Oh,
in
you know
Thailand.
Jackie, Alexi?
Fancy United things didn't look
Who is
so good.
Jackie
A
with the
very,
pro-
very
Oh.
important eco round win.
Jack.
Oh Jackie, kenalin Jackie aja. Rusak
Myth did call a timeout late.
Oh ya,
And
Rusman maaf.
didn't really pan out. For both teams, timeouts have been very successful so
R-U-S-M-A-N.
far. Like,
Mabang.
whenever they call a timeout,
Udah
they seem
mabok
to find
begini.
another strategy.
Iya,
They seem to be able to
Rusman
put the
Dota
shots.
ya.
Perusakan
But
karakter.
for Myth, this time around it allowed Fancy
Kayak
my
gile.
God.
to close the
Cok,
gap.
kasih
I
tahu
think
Cok, dia who
was
is
it
this guy katanya.
3 rounds in a row for Fancy in that
Gue juga gak
first
kenal
half.
sih.
I think that's a
Anjing
major
lu.
feat of recovery.
Gak kenal tapi
Makanya lu jelasin, kan lu kenal dia. Siapa
Nggak tahu.
dia? Siapa dia bilang?
streamer Dota.
Streamer Dota. I don't know, Odell is liar lah.
Yeah, 7 to 3. That feels very tough.
Hanya tahu Japoy enggak? Dia harusnya tahu sih. sama Filipin.
With the dashes,
Malas
with
gua speak
the
London,
slide
nggak bisa
from
gua.
Neon.
Slash
And
dulu cuy.
on the side of Myth, they had some pretty good reads, but just could not convert.
Di mana kita?
It was a very chaotic fight. I think one of the biggest things
Kalau misalnya
why it feels so chaotic
belajar bahasa Inggris, les di mana cuy?
because they have two controllers and there's just so many smokes. The site kind of gets readjusted. It's not the same site when there's smokes all over because the angles become different.
Utang inamo. Let's go Luka.
Utang ina mo.
And it's a dish push here by Fancy. On
Dia
the
sudah
opposite
bisa
side of
nyanyi
it.
rame-rame.
Kumon kah?
Be wide on open for
Kumon
Menit
aja.
Thailand to take.
What, sorry?
They know already where they're coming from because they
It's
check
mid.
dish. They
It's mid,
check
Hong Kong.
B arcade as well, so it's going to be a 5v5 pistol round retake. That's a spike going down. They dash in.
I don't know.
Slides away to safety. Gets
Oh,
taken out by
the
Beta.
mid is from
are
Thailand.
just making
The Fancy is
mincemeat out of
from
Fancy. They tried too many things.
Vietnam.
They just all get taken out. None of them have taken a point of damage just yet, and it's yes I can against 5 fully healthy members of Myth.
You don't know
Can he do anything at all here? It
mid.
just looks
You don't know
impossible.
mid.
With this gun, he takes one down.
Oh my
Almost got
god,
a second,
Genie
but
was
gets taken down by Beta.
from mid.
This is the thing that I don't like about
Yeah.
Vicious Neon. It is also what got them back into the game. Where is he sliding to? He just slid into 3 people. I guess he assumed that everyone's on the site or back inside of A long, and he just slid into 3. I don't know how I feel.
I don't know. It's mid after that I think AAA. If you know that in.
Both these squads have made a lot of bets on defense on all
AAA.
3 maps that they played. That was the first time where it felt like they got very wrong in the form of Fancy United, and they lose a pistol round for the second time. Both times this map here.
Ada aksen.
Coba di Discord, gue udah capek banget. Yang di Discord ada Lexi, Asterix, sama Dina. Tadi ada Odell, tapi Odell nggak maju. Odell nunggu match Onyx sama si ini katanya.
Ini jam berapa?
But looks like you mentioned there's going to be bets.
Gue ada scream at 7 PM.
Wah, kena Iko kah?
The bet looks to be successful as Heizi finds yet another kill. Gets attention onto Conqueror. They need to heal up. They're changing their minds. They're going to heal instead.
Yeah, the bomb has rotated that way.
Padahal nipu.
Almost had the opportunity there.
Alexi, you know nipu.
They're going back.
Nipu is lying. Nipu. So you call Odell later. Odell nipu ya. Odell nipu.
And a good attempt by
no.
They fall a little bit short. Only 4 rounds away from turning lives being saved from an epic
Nice.
by Maiden.
Ini gara-gara nonton Napski, sumpah itu. Kalau itu. Itu gara-gara nonton Napski. Yakin gua.
Alexi, who beats you? Oh my god. So rude.
Right?
Oh
Napski.
my god, Iceberg taught me that.
And I think that it's going to be a hard so 9-5 right now. They don't really have the right to fight this. Fancy had
Oh my god, I'm ready lah.
Iceberg okay now.
It looks like they're the ones that are feeling the
She has operation, you know.
They're even
Appendix.
slides in but gets taken out. Kadum takes one down though.
He's in hospital right now. I don't know.
Gimana dong? Latihan.
Ya latihan pakai orang lain.
Rusak lah anak orang.
Ya.
So Wannafly now has to rethink what the game plan is. And Myth on their bonus round might be losing this one as they start to rotate back on over.
No, Bunny always use me.
And the rest
For
of
what?
Fancy United
In
rotate
his stream. In his stream.
Yeah, for what? I mean.
Gun
For
changing
viewers.
around here. Wannafly.
Oh really? Oh my god. You know Pansos? It's Pansos.
Kenapa?
Pansos you use someone to be a star.
I can play the card.
To be apa ya? To be famous.
Cloud chasing.
Latihan ngap, jam 8 ngap. Jam 6.
Pansos with
Bentar lagi.
Alexi, oh my god, Bunny.
Jam 6 sama jam 8. Apa Ron? Bunny Fish. Apa? Ini orang dijual sama Bunny.
Iya, Bunny katanya Pansos sama Alexi.
Do you want to see Bunny Fish PH version?
Bunny Fish. Fish. Ikan. You don't know ikan, right? Never mind. What is?
I send you Nabski.
Okay. Wait. Gue kayak nanya ikan gitu, kayak dia tahu gitu kan ikan kan.
mati kan.
Oh,
Bunny
fish picture, right? Yeah. Fish.
No, he doesn't have time.
Does he?
He
does.
Oh ya, ini loh ikan ini, ikan yang jenong palanya apa ya?
Oh.
Ikan apa ya yang palanya jenong ya? Gue lupa. Ikan apa guys?
Ikan lohan. Suruh dia ke stream gue Nap, lihat ini Nap.
Alexi, you go.
Lohan fish.
Yeah, same. Yeah, we call it lohan fish.
Ikan lohan.
You need, I think Alexi, the Asteris asked you to join his stream.
Asteris?
Yeah, Asteris.
Ikan lohan.
Wait, I'm gonna give you Asteris.
Be the pig, okay? Come to my stream.
Kenapa guys?
He asked you to watch his stream.
Dividends because right now Fisher has found first kill. They're still trying to push 4 more. Can they sandwich it? They find 2 each. Oh, Wannafly finds another kill, so it's now down to a 2
Bunny head.
What a weird push.
What happened? Oh my god.
Or this one.
Screenshot.
This one?
Okay, screenshot for me ya.
This one, okay. This one good. This one handsome, okay.
Quick before we clear out this area. Now it's left to Wannafly. Stepping on up.
Oh, dia
He's had a
cok.
couple of clutches before.
You want to watch Bunny? After this, Bunny will play.
He was doing
Versus
Already
Onyx.
after that
Rusak anjir,
Yeah.
rusak.
I'm waiting for the Boom
Rusak,
Esports and
Cak.
Onyx Esports.
Gundu aja udah kayak kelereng.
But I think I need to go stream later.
The last 2 members of
And then-
Fantasy.
Alexi live on Twitch, guys. You can search. Ya lo bisa search Twitch dia, Alexi follow.
Yeah, but it's
Exactly
not
what you
lit
need
up.
to get into champions.
Yeah, but it's not lit up.
Not yet.
It's
If he
not
gets
powered
into
up.
Yeah, I wants to.
Kayak kelengkeng, enggak? Bagusan kelengkeng.
Ranking tuh bagus.
Nice.
Fast and
GG cuy.
please.
GG.
It's the one that
So good,
allows
man.
him to get that clutch.
Cepet man.
Oh my goodness, Fancy United. And that was the backbreaker. Both
Cocok sih
squads
dia
were
maju
in the hundreds
menang
of
anjir
credits.
si
So this was a big
Fancy.
one in terms of economy.
Kebanyakan
Were you able to buy out again? Lots of
apa?
I
ultimates
go first
on the
anjing
side
Bunny
for
noob.
Fancy
Nice.
United. One away for
Cupu, you know
Super here,
Cupu?
but-
Remember?
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh, that feels bad.
Iya.
Yeah, it really does. And
Alexis stream
Or you can
enggak tahu.
call him goblok.
2 specters on the side of mid.
Goblok, no. You must same like me. Goblok. Yeah, accent. Like go.
Say again.
Goblok.
Tries to go through that
Goblok.
Yeah, nice.
Watching him, he gets
Kalau
one, though,
mau
as he
nonton
gets
dia di
taken out.
Twitch
They find
katanya.
2 kills on mid. They find the pushers from Fancy. They find 3 kills. They find a 4th
Nice.
as well as Wannafly.
Titipan Beckham iya di bench.
Oh man. Yes, I can.
Goblok.
Last one left alive.
Nice,
And you like
Alexi.
the slide there, but they did the alter ego
Rusak.
double peek. Line right on up.
Nice.
That's the thing with the
Bonsat, nice. Bonsat.
Fancy.
Apa tuh Arya?
Oh, do you know that word?
Gak kedengeran anjir.
Bunny always said
Alone
that.
kills can
Oh my god, it's always Bunny lah.
Bunny bad influence.
Oh, and yeah, important pause
bad
coming out here
influence.
for Fancy United. Myth
Bunny
were
parah
able
sih,
to
Bunny
claw
sih, parah
was
sih.
it Fancy United
Rusak
were
anjing,
able to
Bunny
claw
emang
their way
tolol.
back
Oh my
and
god,
force
Bunny
the
parah.
overtime before
Tolol is stupid,
in
right?
our previous
Yeah.
round. It was them. They were the ones up and down and almost closed it on
Oh my
out.
god.
So
Hey,
Myth
you
were like,
already
"We gotta make sure we close this one out
screenshot
for real.
the
We won't go
picture?
overtime again." But
Yeah.
I
Okay,
feel like
good,
Fancy
good.
United
I
are
already
in
sent-
such more dire straits, especially because they weren't able to get
I
any,
laughed.
like too many kills in this one. I think
Gak
they
ada
only got
titipan
one.
Beckham
One
udah gak ada cuy.
It was just one. Yeah, the shorty. You can tell he tried to aim that. He went full Miyagi, breathed, and tried to full aim
Nice.
the full barrel onto
Bunny
that.
tolol.
But it
Beneran,
just didn't
beneran.
work
Si
out, and
Rus
he's
di
no
bench.
alone fills, basically.
Bener sih, bener.
Unfortunately for them, the shorty chooses its
Siapa
match.
di bench?
Cheers.
And yes,
Alexi,
I can,
what-
it's not
what
currently
is
bench?
to wield it just yet.
Oh,
But
di bench.
Myth,
Iya,
pretty good
what is
economy for them
pak?
so far. They've recovered from
It's like
well, the damage economy, like you mentioned,
you know
because
restaurant
the rounds were very
chicken?
scrappy. They lost so
Yeah.
many members.
The
It was
leftover.
Wannafly clutch
You will
that
recook
the only
it.
one left on his team. He fell
But
with 5
it's
members
from
on,
garbage.
Fancy as well.
Oh,
So they
yeah.
lost
Oh,
so
pernah
much
liat
economy
videonya,
for
anjir.
It's
pretty
like
much a recession
slum
for
food.
this game right now. But they're all buying up.
Balut.
Get back to this game.
Have you
Fancy
tried?
want to win a few more rounds. Myth
Pag-pag?
want to close this
Yeah.
out.
Holy shit,
Like that
no.
one earlier, you said.
Ya di bench.
I love it when you used it.
Gak ada yang bilang
This is the
ben.
important round here for
It
Fancy
is
United.
edible.
Bencet.
They're low on economy,
Edible.
but this time
Yeah, it's edible, but
early push by
Inactive
Fisio.
player
He's
gitu
ready,
bench.
he's stuck trying to get out,
Sampah,
and is
Nat,
able to
dimasak
get
lagi,
away from
anjing.
the, slow
Oh, kayak gue
orb
pernah lihat dah. Gue pikir tuh di
usage
India.
by-
You guys know balut?
Bukan di ben.
Belut.
So now we have
Yes.
ourselves
Balut.
is-
Balut,
Have you
right?
tried balut?
Balut.
Yang telur.
Ya, telur hidup.
Balut. Egg.
Thailand.
Ya, bunny, right?
Right.
Bunny.
Spread out. It
Like
is
bunny?
beyond
Like bunny head?
across, and they hear that.
Yeah.
They do hear that. They expected to push.
Yang ada bayi ayamnya,
Iya,
Nap.
bayi itu.
Oh iya.
But
Balut.
it looks like
Is
they're
it
going
good or
for
not?
this B execute coming
Balut?
in from both
Yeah,
sides.
balut.
B arcade and B main
It's
are
good,
pushing.
but if you
at
are
the same
first
time.
timer, it's not good.
Alright, so
Oh,
B is the
okay.
call.
Tong
Only
pakai
two
tong
members on there as
hitong.
Fisio's walking through all these
What
smoke,
the
but no
fuck?
one's on
How
this
do you
side.
know
Want to
that?
see the other side where the
Ali.
spec
That sound is
Not
very
Rolling Thunder not
popular
gonna
in
hold on to
Indonesia.
anyone as Conga Red
I told you
gonna
already.
take the
Why?
side. Kadum realizes
Why?
no
I don't
one's
know.
in tower
So
either,
popular.
and alone fills on top.
Tunggu, latihan ini, latihan, tunggu di invite.
Hage dicabut, Cok.
Harga dicabut.
Turrets
Wah.
for the
Pertanda.
rest of
Enggak
Hage
deh,
United.
Wait, I'm gonna call Adel ya. Wait.
Bukan Hage, anjing, cabut.
Oh, gigi. Age
You
udah cabut.
say liar again?
Halo, Yoichi.
Nipu,
Age udah cabut sih.
Alexi, what
Ya,
is
nipu.
mahal kita?
Alexi, I love you.
Oh, mahal kita is.
The economy tanked here for
Oh, aku
Fancy
cinta.
United, and
Oke,
they
oke,
have
oke.
themselves
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5
Okay.
chances to close it out
Oke.
without overtime.
Bye, guys.
Murah kita. Murah
Such
kita
a
apa?
great spot. I
Bye,
think
guys.
Benci ya?
the biggest lead we've seen
Murah
so far
is
in this
like
game.
cheap,
Besides
right?
6-0.
Oh,
at the beginning.
same.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Off Icebox, but
It
they're
seems
close
like
to
Indo.
They have
What
such
the
a
fuck?
good
Mahal
economy
is
behind them.
Mahal
as
is
well.
expensive,
Expensive.
yeah.
Doesn't matter,
But
fancy.
It can
Wouldn't
used
even
to
need a
be
miracle
I
to
love
win
you
this one.
too.
They have 3
This
stars.
one siapa, nggak tahu.
And their
Mahal
buy
kita.
is just
Ada lah,
not
tahu.
great.
Estimate
And
gue di
Myth,
CS tuh.
I think they will be
Tuh
able
kan,
to
gue
win
bilang
it this
sama.
round. They just need to play
Your
this carefully.
viewer said Alexi
Alright, here we
Gago.
go. Fisio clearing
What is
things
Gago?
out.
Gago's
Hopping
like
around,
stupid
using
here.
high gear.
Oh my god, it's like
Getting
goblok, right?
themselves a little bit of
Yeah.
information.
It's like
Knows
goblok
not
tolo.
dish, and they're gonna
Yeah.
gamble. They
Kayak
gotta
kaku.
gamble on something here.
Ani kaku.
Kaco gago.
Checking out the door. Lone
Tangin na,
Thunder
boss.
fly ready to watch
Bangsat.
for it.
Kaco
Rolling Thunder still in the
gago.
hands. You want
What
to make
is
sure
bangsat in
you use your
Philippines?
ultimates if you need to. You don't
Like,
want to close out the
bastard
series
is
without using it. Here we
bangsat,
go.
right?
Rolling Thunder
Yeah,
will buy
yeah,
a little bit
bastard.
of time, but
Enggak,
not a
ulol.
lot. Incendiary
Anjing.
used, but not working there. Kadum.
Oh,
And
GG.
it's about time we saw
GG.
that.
Let's go,
It's
man.
used
Bunny
by
versus
Alone
Onic.
Bills onto Beta, and it's a 4v2. Suka and Yes I Can, the only one still left alive. The spike has not been planted yet, but
it's hard
Suka
to
has
explain
himself
the
a corner.
bastard
He's
here.
going to have to
Okay,
reflex
okay.
really well.
That's right.
Checks it, Beta. He wins the first one. Only one
It's
left
only
alive between
you need
Glory
to
and
add
Myth,
you.
and its name
You
is Yes
bastard.
I Can.
Let's
Will he be
go.
able to do it?
You bastard.
35
Gini
seconds
dong,
left on
cepat
the
gamenya.
Let's see, and it's Kadum with the 4.
Bye-bye,
We've been
Fancy.
wondering where that man's been,
Fancy
and he's
United.
in the winner's circle. As
Banyakin
Menit
main rank top
Thailand
leaderboard.
Go to the brink multiple times and find
Okay,
themselves a victory.
after
And
this,
they are the ones
Boom
moving on
Esports
over
versus
Fancy
ONIC
United.
Esports.
They've earned this victory. They've gone from that overtime to scrappy overtime.
Yeah,
They've
when
played
you
so
gonna
many
play?
rounds and finally really showed up on Fracture what the gap between the two teams are. And Made in Thailand will make it to the next round.
You know,
And it's
Piscas
heartbreaking.
is
Heartbreaking for Fancy United being
That I
so
What, sorry?
close so many times here.
Whiskas.
The Vietnamese squad
The left guy
going home.
or the right guy?
right.
Oh, I don't know.
He's Pinoy.
Unfortunately, but hey, that is part
This
of the last
caster
campaign.
in FSL 2, right?
They got
Yeah.
pushed to the brink and said, "Hello, friend." I
Oh,
know
you
what
guys
you're
know
like," and they buy
Venus?
themselves the victory. Let's head back
Venus?
on over to the desk to break
Yeah.
down all of the action.
From
I don't know.
Mobile Legend.
No, I don't play Mobile Legend actually. I think everyone
Astray.
who play Mobile Legend in Indonesia know.
Because in the SEA Games, it's Indonesia versus Philippines.
Oh, Venus, Alex kenal. Oh my god, Venus gak play Mobile Legend PH. Oh my Venus. Alexi Mobile Legendnya jago loh.
Yeah, oh my Venus.
Oh iya.
Iya.
Ini yang bikin kalah cuy.
Your rank
Di map
is
ini nih.
in Mobile Legend is mythic,
Sumpah.
right?
Yeah. I
Oh my
used
god,
to
so
be
cool.
Mythic before.
Oh,
Di
oke.
But
game
that's
ini.
a long time ago, like
Ini
last
kalau di
Oke,
game ini dia
at least
bisa
you-
nutup map 2, wah
you mythic.
nggak mungkin dia rata di sini. Ente.
Ya, Mobile Legend baca ML.
Nice try.
Oh my god, Odell is fucking liar lah.
Nipu.
Gila beta.
Odell.
Oh,
Beta match MVP cuy.
Penipu.
Jarang-jarang lah, biasa ke admin.
Alexi, I'm gonna do the giveaway first, oke? Later I'm
Mabar ke
gonna
Alexi.
wait ya.
Sure.
Lanjut sebelum di invite mah lanjut. Oh, gue kira gue keluar Discord. Iya, Rusman keluar dari ini, coy. Baru sadar. Kenapa di VLR iklannya FNX anjir? FNX kan pemain CS. Di bench. Ini beritanya nih. Yang Rus kan? Oh, ini. Tuh. Bench. Bukan di bench, cuy, bench. FNS pindah Valo. Serius? Hah? Kok bisa? Drake ini apa nih? Gak bisa anjir. Gak bisa. Oh, di copy ini ya, nggak bisa diklik ya linknya ya. Apaan? Ini.
Oh, heart daw, Maynard. Well, I'm gonna play with Mamat Spike Rush only.
I'll be your pocket sage, okay?
Okay.
Oh. Mamat.
Who is Mamat? He's my baby.
Astaga. Kayak geli gitu ya. Kok ada Bani maksudnya The Rock. Kok Bani sih? The Rock itu.
Mamat, avenge me!
Mamat anjing.
Mamat wanna be Mamat. Oh, the crosshair placement, bro. So good. Easy clutch. If you clutch, we're gonna video call, okay? Oy!
Are you okay?
Video call?
Go kill.
Video call kah Mamat? Mamat real kah udah video call? Mamat ada video call, guys. Video call Mamat.
Good night, Mamat.
Gak jadi ya?
Let me. Yeah.
Only one game?
I need to go. I need to off stream. Good night, Mamat. Let me be your dream. What the fuck, Mamat? Rushing. Good night.
I cannot sleep until tomorrow lah.
Ini bohong, ini nggak mungkin. Percaya nggak guys, Mamat nge-clutch tadi? Percaya nggak? Nih ya, coba ya kita dengerin ya. Nih, detikan spike. Ya, gua gede nih. Tuh, teng. Tuh, ditembak lagi dari belakang. Ah, nipu. Nipu kayak, coy. Nih, teng. Tuh, ditembak lagi dari belakang. Ah, scam. Kalau real coba bikin videonya lah. Mukanya di HP tuh kayak gini. Coba mau bohongin kita, Mamat. Ya. Bohong guys. Ngemit si Alexinya. Ntar surut Napski tanya. Real nggak nih? Kalau misalnya si Alexi bilang enggak, Oh, berarti Muhammad. Weh, Onic Boom cuy, Onic Boom cuy. Bentar lagi, 2 menit lagi. Mana Agil? Udah dipanggil latihan kata Agil. Mana Agil? Gak manggil. Bang latihan. Ayo Gil latihan anjing. Invent. Latihan cuy. Lah, mana Gil? Latihan muke lu tuh latihan. Online-nya kagak. Latihan online-nya kagak, kocak beliau ini. Anjing. Nipu. Buru-buru Gil, lu dikatain Gil, Roshau noob. Cannot play Valorant kata dia. Roshau noob, fast noob. Gil. Anjing scam kah? Scammer lu. Anjing invite cok. Kita invite yang bisa masuk. Kita tes Persija cuy. Buat masuk Persija cuy. Gak ada anjing. Pas noob katanya, Agil, lu lagi mode invisible ya? Tuh kira Steam kocak. Wah, kuis anjing kuis. Ada yang mau kuis nggak? Nggak ada ya? Oke. Ada yang mau kuis ya?
Match found.
Ada yang mau kuis cuy? Tadi nggak ada yang ngingetin. Aduh, kenapa gue ingetin ya? Itu lumayan tuh 500.000 buat gua. Yang gantiin latihan Famos nggak ada, masih racing, kita berempat doang. Gak ada yang ngingetin. Kalian pada nggak mau ya udah. Kita DM dulu. Oh bagus ya dikali ya. Like-nya tambahin dulu dong. 1K. Nah, ayo. Kalau like-nya dibikin 1K baru. Like-nya gue tungguin 1K baru. Nah, jangan AFK tuh like-nya. Kata Rusman AFK. Satu K kuis. Susah banget nge-one tap orang di sini, kenapa ya? Yang ada di one tap anjing. Dia mendok. Makan tuh ya. Satu kalek baru kuis ya. Kemarin nggak bisa satu kali karena udah mulai kuisnya. Sekarang ayo perang sini. Tahan kiri enak gak sih? Siapa yang main Valorant tahan kiri cuy? Tahan kiri enak gak sih? Dia nge-spray. Gak enak anjir. Gak enak kah nge-spraynya? Pas anjing. Tiga bang, bikin malu gini. Apa main tangan kiri, Cok? Orang 4-12 anjir bikin malu. Ah, udah belum? Udah, kalau udah 1K baru dibikin quiznya, guys. Lima pemenang nih. Banyak loh 5 pemenang. Tuh susah banget kan ini, bapuk anjing busuk. Gak biasa. Pro player bohongan. Lihat. Ih, bikin malu. Udah mulai. Belum kocak. Buruan like. Nggak ada kuis dari. Lumayan 500.000 buat sendiri. Nembak orang di jalan, gue pengen hilangin CTRL ini aja.
10 kills remaining.
Gue like 8 kali. Popin. Nembaknya nggak kena, popinnya bisa.
Halo Alexi.
Hello.
Halo bro.
You eating?
Yeah, I'm eating, but I'm eating regal. Yeah, it's a cookies. We call it regal Marie.
Regal Marie.
It's good bro. And banana, pisang. In Indonesia we call it pisang.
So diet.
Yeah, some diet.
Diet.
Alexi, please sing Mira Santika. What is Mira Santika?
What's that?
5 kills remaining.
I also don't know.
Allah.
Pinay only Japoy, teams and scam. Huh? What?
What? I don't even understand.
Same. I thought it's Philippine language. What the fuck? Say Pogi si Maxi. What is that?
Pogi is handsome.
Oh, handsome.
Si is like you calling.
Cara nobar.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna call you handsome, right?
It's like you are handsome.
Oh, you are handsome. Okay. Pogi si Maxi.
Alexi, you already video call with Mamat?
No.
Mamat nipu anjing. Mamat nipu babi Mamat.
The real nipu, right? Terus you tell him you're gonna video call him.
Gap kamu Mamat.
Not clutch. He did not clutch.
Oh, okay, I understand.
Mamat bohong anjing. Wah, Mamat banyak-banyakin guys.
What is bohong?
Bohong is lie.
Ya, lie.
Oh.
It seems like nipu.
Ya.
Ya.
Nipu.
Nipu and bohong.
Alexi liar like Odell.
Yeah, Odell is a fucking liar.
Not liar.
Friends don't lie. Anjas.
Ini belum nih. Ah, udah GG nih mah. Belum nih. Ah, udah GG. 100 lagi loh padahal. Ah, udah GG. Ya, ada. Oke.
Are you eating, Alexi?
No, I'm eating chewing gum.
Oh.
Nih, gua siapin deh.
Oh, we play Breeze. Oh, I mean the Boom Esports and Onic.
Gua buatin kalau udah 1000 baru.
Are you from Jakarta, Nabski?
Yeah, I'm from Jakarta.
Oh, it's like Manila.
You come Jakarta? You want to go Jakarta?
I want. My friends used to go there. But in Bali.
Bali is different different
city.
Different city and different island.
Oh, you need to play.
Same, right? It's Java. Never mind. It's same.
Apa ya? Nebak apa ya?
I think you need to
Lo tebakan apa, Nap?
Tebakan, bentar gue cek.
Oh, you know Jollibee, Nabski?
What?
You know Jollibee?
Jollibee? No.
Bali beda kocak sama
Jollibee.
Jawa. Bukan Jawa.
Jollibee is the famous.
Bali iya kan. Dia udah bener loh pada bilang
Bali pulau
beda pulau.
Iya, sama gue udah bilang. Bali bukan Jawa. Emang iya?
Bukan Jawa kan, pulaunya ya udah beda. Padahal udah bener loh dia bilang beda pulau.
Emang iya. Enggak tahu, Bro.
Tebak-tebakan ini aja ya, Aceh ya. Apa headshot deh.
Gue dibully dah, sorry, Bro.
I want to eat nasi goreng sobat.
Oh, nasi goreng.
Yeah.
Fried rice.
Have you tried nasi lemak? You know nasi lemak?
No.
Wait, there's Odell.
There's a restaurant here, but I'm too lazy to go. Indonesian restaurant.
I think there's Odell here, no? Oh yeah, Odell. Wait. I'm gonna drag Odell. Nah, Odell coming! Fucking liar!
Odell no,
Tebak-tebakannya ini cuy. Tebak persentase headshot tertinggi ya. Berarti headshot dari kedua tim. Oke? Nih kalau like-nya udah 1000 tapi udah 1000 belum? 49 lagi cuy. Angka jangan nama. Ya angka. Tebak persentase kan persen angka dong. Gak tahu. Oh, di cancel. Tadinya latihan jam 6 Bang sponsor Bang Dre. Ternyata di cancel sama lawannya. Berarti latihan jam 8 latihannya. Kan persentase itu angka kan? Gak mungkin tebak persentase Elmimor persen, gak mungkin dong. Angka ya. Emang udah 1000? Udah belum? Udah cuy. Langsung gas. Gas kuis. Cepat. Oke, sebelum ditutup. 5 detik ya, 5 detik. 5 detik kuis tutup. 1 2 3 4 5. Oh, 12 orang. Enggak lah. Tutup kah? Persen. Ada ini yang jawab nama, awas saja. Tebak persentase, persen bisa nama, awas saja. Tiba-tiba namanya jawabannya flip jeder. Persen. Anjing udah langsung 160 cuy. Udah mulai cuy. Gua kasih waktu 3 menit dari sekarang. 18.20 tutup. 18-20 tutup. Tadi telat ya, 18-20, 18-20, 3 menit lagi. Kapan bang gue mau mandi? Jawab dulu bang, Bang Dre. Habis itu baru mandi, jawab dulu. BME. Fikri pakai chamber cuy. Pura-pura nggak tahu aja dulu.
Boom, who hardly break a sweat
Pikir
as
pakai
well,
chamber.
and he
Pura-pura nggak tahu
managed to
aja
shut
dulu.
down that attack, and
Pikir
DUNTZ
chamber
with
cuy.
relative ease. The player I said we should watch out for, is showing us exactly
Gila,
why. For
Bani
ONIC
sama
now, the
Fikri
thing is
berdua.
their win conditions are a little bit more
Gokil
broad
loh.
than Boom is, because every single player on ONIC has the ability to just show up and tear through their opposition. So
Dari
for me,
kedua
what
tim,
I'm really looking forward to seeing,
bebas, yang penting paling tinggi persenannya dari 10 orang ini. Bukan nama ya, bukan nama ya. Dari 10 orang ini, persen yang paling tinggi siapa? Anggap yang persen paling tinggi si Pamos, 25%. Ya 25% jawabannya. 25. Boleh saja angka berapa persennya. Berapa menit lagi guys? 2 menit lagi ya, 2 menit lagi, 18-20, 18-20. Nih, semenit lagi. Baru gue tutup. Efek Pamos ya, efek Pamos kah? Pamos masuk gak ada ini kah? Tulis 41, ya nggak apa-apa Alexi CH. 41 bisa aja 41.
King is the first one to get the kill as well. Seems to be a bit of a follow-up. Snake bite doesn't come into the corner, which will give
Gila.
frag, and ONIC may be happy with that one.
Kata lucu udah nggak ada kayaknya.
But importantly enough, look at NC Slasher. Look how deep.
Gila, 8 jam lagi selesai cuy. Buatan kita 8 jam lagi selesai.
Cut off all rotations to this A site. For ONIC now, remember with sheriffs and very little armor, if any armor, you're actually favoring just trading 1-for-1 because the economic damage on Boom will stack up. NC Slasher though needs to be wary of this KO. This duel is everything.
Ooh. Well, NC Slasher did nothing.
Aduh, Bang Siporesi udah bilang mustahil, bahaya. Enggak, masih 20 jam.
He wanted to try his best to find himself an opening, but it's expected from Boom as they have cleared it out. But it does indeed clear out the B site. But it doesn't. They do not.
Pamos nih bos.
Famous that it wraps all the way around the mid pillar. And it opens the round here for Boom entirely in their favor. Everyone has to fall shortly after.
Wow,
The only
seru nih.
that ONIC gets
Oh iya, kenapa Devon ya?
on Blaze King, the rest fall quite quickly.
Udah ya. 18-20 Udah 18-20 ya, 18-20 ya. Tutup ya. Tutup udah 18-20. Udah 18-20 tutup. Sesuai dengan rules.
Iko Fragger.
Jangan lupa follow IG gua, itu persyaratan utama. Oke? Gua mau nulis 38 jadi 83. GG Revan, kamu bagus. Kalau 83 cuma Arif ya. Headshotnya gede 83 cuma Arif. Tapi Arif nggak main. Mungkin nggak Famos di BR Bang Kaco, nggak tahu. Seharusnya nggak mungkin. Sija nggak akan lepas.
Kayak gimana kamu
baru mau join ya, telat kamu. Pokoknya setiap ada tim Indo pasti ada kuis. Tim Indo yang main pasti ada kuis.
Ada Lexi ada.
Bear in mind it is the bonus, so kills are really what Boom are going for here. Even being able to save a Vandal could be perfect.
Well, Menit may be trapped here. Fragment forcing him a little forward, but his team though have his back by placing the toxic screen further.
Tapi nggak ada ini.
Menit will try and go for something similar like he did before. Split between two players, and now there's an opportunity for Famous to divide even more. Kill onto Shiro, but still we're looking at a very close scoreline when it comes to the numbers.
Pura-pura kaget aja tadi Famous
Menit says no to that, puts ONIC on top, and gives his team the first round.
If ONIC won any, if they were just even a little bit less crisp, that could have been a very
nggak di cancel sama musuhnya.
And Shiro both very low on HP towards the latter stages of that round, but it does.
Jadi latihan sih di cancel sama musuhnya. Jadi jam 8 tapi.
And for Boom, it's a chance to move to by Famous taking a risk with an early operator.
Kan jam 8. Dan jam 6 di cancel.
They really need this, otherwise that lead they got off the back of the pistol round is going to be completely mitigated. Both Famous and
kalian tahu nggak tadi gua latihan lawan siapa? Ayo tebak. Kira-kira timnya dari mana? Nama timnya apa? Berarti scrim 4 lawan 5. Enggak sih. 5 lawan 5 masih pressing. Anjir 4 lawan 5 mah. Mendingan gua usah latihan.
fairly spread out. Two players spotted towards the
drone
left
dimana,
side of
gila?
the map, right? The dagger has been
Nikma
thrown over
Galaxy
from
kan
Boom.
bubar kocak.
It's given them that info.
Look at the aggression from
Lawan
the
DRX.
Jeff and the Viper here. This is perfect.
Lawan
Boom
EDG.
realised they're
Waduh,
gonna need to
hampir
try and
tuh.
take some map control against
Bukan,
a team
bukan
that's
DRX,
so
bukan
explosive
EDG.
like ONIC.
And they know
Dari Korea, dari Korea.
very far forward as well.
Gue kasih clue dari
There's
Korea.
intention to follow through. Two players now looking at
Yes,
NCK,
yes,
but no,
yes.
they're going for a shot. And
Tapi
Berserk's has
Korea,
got an
Bang.
opportunity to potentially come for a flank as soon as
Damwon,
Devil's
bukan
gives the ball
Damwon.
that they're pushing. Even
Nah.
one's away with a kill. Even has time to draw out the snake bite. Even's got
Ini
time to
benar
bring
nih,
out the
ini
gun,
benar
but
nih.
no. The crucial player in this position is
Mantap.
Berserk's.
Marin dulu, tapi nggak ada hadiah ya.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Tebak-tebakannya nggak ada hadiah ya.
Gives them the info, blinds Berserk's and gives them the opening to the site.
Tebak-tebakannya nggak ada hadiah.
With the numbers.
Yang penting seru aja tebak-tebakannya.
Yeah. Just missing each player. And the operator retaking here is really not the
I
weapon you
cannot
want.
On Slayer. Di cancel.
Itu lol.
I'm
Slayer
troll.
lagi nge-trial 2 player.
If I'm good
Lawan
at
Maru
analysis,
Gaming
I'm
kemarin
gonna
guys. Maru Gaming kita obok-obok kemarin. Maru Gaming. Swear.
I'm gonna analyze Celeste.
Apa finalis? Finalis Korea. Gila loh kok. Gue toilet dulu deh, bentar ya.
Yeah, Famous so good.
Wah, Famos so good, man. Persijaan Famos ini, bos. Aduh, ente.
God Famous. We call him God Famous God.
Retake of Cave was there.
In Indonesia,
really
yeah,
effective, and
Famous God.
it really shows that these teams know each other, and that knowledge means that the second they know Tobotal's there, they know there's probably going to be someone on the close angle. Instant flash from NC Slasher. It's calculated. ONIC, I love this. I was worried going into this tournament that their sort of explosive, flary play style where they just hunt for kills may come back to bite them. In this case, we're seeing some serious discipline, which is kind of filling my heart with a bit of pride, Pavlos.
Last player standing.
Yeah, it's putting him in a good position. 100%. 100%. I'm just wondering what kind of pacing we'll be seeing today, right? Because so far the match is very, very fast paced, very sort of, you know, in your face play style. But this one, I expect ONIC to just sit back a bit, and that's exactly what they do here.
What I really like from Boom is that even when their economy isn't too great, when they are only on sheriffs, we're still seeing aggression. We're still seeing that tour de force get used like a scalpel to just shave off bits of flesh from ONIC. With money yet down, trying to get onto this B site is going to become much harder.
Oh, Famous' rotation is perfect at some point, and he knows there's going to be a follow-up here. That's going to give him another kill. Yes, flip shitter falls. But Famous is still alive, and he's got the most important weapon of them all. And it completely opens things up here for Boom. Gives them a clear opportunity to have double the amount of players alive than ONIC does. And, you know, those rifles aren't there for the taking. Yes, there's no defensive player to go and pick them up straight away. But having the knowledge, having Famous free roam towards this map, might be doing this single-handedly. He's got 4. Single-handedly for Boom.
Pavlos, this is how our series is going to start. I cannot wait to see what they have in store for us in just 5 rounds.
Famous
now 12
yeah.
to a KD of 6. What a way to open your map, and more importantly as well, as we said, they were utilizing beautifully to send him out to pick up 1 player at a time. It's not particularly flashy ace if you exclude that last kill, but it's positioning, which is everything, and that comes with knowledge of your opponents. We're going to emphasize this throughout the series. This is the 10th time these teams have played against each other. Of course, they're going to know each other's play styles.
Are you gonna watch Party LCQ FSL?
I don't think so.
This is crazy to me.
I'm scared.
I think this is
What do you think?
really
Oh, never mind.
Why are you scared?
Never mind. You want to watch Party LCQ? If you want, let's go. Oh, okay, let's go. Okay, let's go. We're gonna watch LCQ, yeah?
Sometimes their map can be a bit shaky.
Literally gonna just DM it. I'm also scared, bro.
Famous has another operator.
Gimana ya, Del? Coba jelasin dong.
Boom now using on beyond to get these wide angles and this vast array of map control. Berserk's considering aggression as well. Shows
no, we're just gonna analyze.
Allowing Boom to do it. Seekers are deploying.
I'm so scared.
Imagine if someone gets offended
towards the B site as well, so it's kind of putting question marks in Boom's brains. Is this going to be a B here? Is this a fake?
I can't imagine what the fuck.
And the Seekers throwing the other as well, so more warnings.
Never mind, if you want to watch, I'm joining you guys.
Cancel Napski.
Cancel Alexi.
Hello
Galaxy. Salam kenal.
Apa sih dia bukan orang Indo, goblok.
I know.
Very nicely done. Blaze King
Spec, how are you,
as well.
right?
No,
Over
it's
eager to find
like,
his
nice
team
to
an
meet
opening,
you.
but it's not quite there. Viper Spit drops, Spike as well. ONIC have got all 5 players.
It's got to be a save. It's got to be a save from Boom. You're against the Viper Spit. They've already expended their Seekers and Hunter's Fury. If Boom back off, saving the Vandal and the Operator, you still have something to wield next round. Bear in mind, Flipshitter still has his null command, so retakes are still very much viable once you have a level standing when it comes to player counts. But for ONIC, it's a clean execution, a really solid entry, and a really nice way to isolate, then kill Berserks. It was actually killed by Severine, who didn't have who had an inferior weapon. It's just with the assistance of his team, with the fact they were able to just collapse onto each player one at a time is what really, really aided ONIC there.
And now ONIC will be finding an equalizer.
I'm waiting for your on-cam.
I don't know what you're thinking here. I mean, this is very early days as well.
Ondel on cam, never lah.
Itself, but I think we're already seeing a little bit of a back and forth. ONIC
never
play
gonna
style,
happen.
wanting to play the macro play, wanting to play around these rotations, already showing a couple of fakes. How can Boom sort of play better around this? How can they dictate this pace?
We're seeing a lot of presses for info, but
Berserk main situ nggak ada yang nemenin, cok. Kasian banget anjay.
It was just a single wall from the Viper.
Biasa dia nemenin gak sih Keo? Itu main di break, terus si T-Botol mainnya di backside. Ngomong apa sih? Bantuinnya gimana coba? Kalau mau dia ini gak sih dibantu sama si Bani? Baninya nempelin Famous mulu.
That's what gives ONIC the chance to explode onto these sites. So we're seeing that change of play now. Flipshitter pushing through mid, and look at the angle Famous has now. He's going to be able to take that initial point of contact once the Hound is gone. He's given his position
di sini
away,
bisa denger step
and now
orang
ONIC
elbow
falls
gak?
into their
Do,
courts.
sama Bimen, enggak ya? Bisa.
Oh,
gila TP-nya dia sih.
In position for a kill. Flash drive coming through. Everybody falls, Monyet. Excuse me. Where do those kills even come from?
You know, Monyet is monkey in
all
English.
3 players nearby are no longer with us. And it's thankful for the Berserks now. Well, not in contention for this retake because they're just leaving.
Pavlos, I think we found our first underestimation from Boom there. They didn't realize how quickly ONIC were able to get onto that site, and that meant for Menit, he was able to just shut down the relocating chamber and the players who were stacked up with him to try and initiate the retake.
That is incredible. ONIC. The entries there on point.
What I really like is that Boom are saving, and they're not scared to save. I think they've identified that Famous is having a standout game, so they're continuing to just feed in those operators. The one thing that worries me though is that Berserks is yet to kill. He's having a very slow start, and against the likes of ONIC, who are these fast, explosive teams, either Berserks comes online, or we need to see an early timeout from Boom.
I guess we're also seeing the discrepancy between how simple it is for a chamber to have an impact game on the defense rather than the attack.
Yeah, absolutely. And yes, we have seen Jets sort of step it up in the second half, but you need, you know, the best castles come off good foundations.
I mean, Elmer's got 0 kills so far, right?
Do we
Well, Famous on the other hand has had full-blown impact.
LCQ.
Wah, kenapa nih?
So we're gonna watch extend.
Gila, Famous 12 kill cuy, jago banget.
Yeah, on the extend I think.
For a good while now. He's held on to it, I think, since round 3.
Halo.
Imagine it's because Boom are trying to set it up for and hold it for a
Tiring,
retake.
Disinfektan dulu. Disinfektan dulu.
Option of a retake comes in. Boom are kind of 2-3 players down to the
Busuk,
extent where
busuk
going for a
gini
retake
cuy.
is just not viable. And I
Habis
like the fact they're
disemprot.
sort of suiciding to try and get as much damage done as possible. They are saving these weapons, and because that AWP is continuing to cycle, it's what's allowed.
Wah, kayaknya gua harus bikin milestone baru dah.
Versus no kill, not good. Soalnya nggak ada yang nemenin dia. Susah juga.
Kayaknya kita harus bikin milestone
Lihat
baru.
tadi dia barusan main di break, terus temennya di backside. Dia
Modal untuk hidup karena Famous di buyout.
Sorry?
Gitu ya guys sih guys.
Quadcast.
Famous calon-calon di buyout, kita harus punya modal untuk hidup. Wah, busuk nih Persija nih lama-lama nih.
Iya, by the apple.
Anjir, mainnya bagus banget. Masa iya di buyout cuy? Patungan cuy, patungan untuk roster baru. Iya, bisa tuh. Patungan untuk roster baru karena Famous mau di buyout. Oh, patungan lah. Patungan cuy, beli pemain. Ada yang gratis sih, Rusman. Bangre gratis kan?
Kalau Boom kalah lagi di LCQ, kayaknya bakal ganti roster dah.
Siapa yang kalah?
Kalau Boom kalah.
Lagi, always hurt.
Kalah is lose ya.
5-3 and already seeing us standout players of this map, potentially this series. And the only thing that the silver lining Boom can take it is they do have an ult advantage.
Apa nggak digaji anjir bisa gitu ya? Janganlah bang. Kalau main nggak digaji tuh kayak semangatnya pasti
lu nggak dilatih lagi cok.
Di cancel, manusia takut ya.
Iya semangat dong nobarnya.
Enggak karena nggak bisa latihan cuy. Si pikir kan lagi tanding.
Anjas.
Tunggu kelar game ini baru latihan.
Gila capek banget ya.
Oh pikir gaji gede makanya. Double.
Kacau kalau nggak dapat musuh lawan timku dong.
Jangan mau
yang nyari lawan bukan gua. Minta IR.
Udah nggak nge-stream lagi nap.
Minta IR aja tuh.
It's a matter of national pride.
It really is. It really is.
Have you already filled up the
A lot of it. And it's definitely not gonna
I haven't
die down here in the last chance qualifiers.
I wonder how loud the Indonesian casters are right now.
Ini nggak bisa.
To submit.
Onik itu tahu dia Fikri itu AWP-nya main di B terus. Fikri nggak bisa harus ganti-ganti. Dia harus colong A, colong B. Nggak bisa di satu tempat terus.
Ya udah ketahuan dulu kan.
Aduh, busuk dong.
10.000 dari Valorant fans. Pesan Bang Kaco, bersereks mainnya kurang banget dikasih.
Atau kayak lagi nggak. Emang berserek lagi kurang mainnya? Kayak nggak confident gitu ya mainnya ya?
Apa itu Phil?
Iya kayak nggak confident sama nggak connect gitu loh sama temennya.
Wah gila, nambah lagi ya tuh billing. Thank you Bang Siput Racing.
Tuh kan dibutain tuh sama Bani cuk. Berserek minta flash dibutain.
Thank you Bang Siput Racing ya. O7 benar ini guys. O7.
What I really like actually is that Viper's from Tebosel. I think it was a little bit early, but the premise is there, which is
nambah lagi
to
tuh billing.
these A sites. They've never been one-dimensional. They've always had players through corridor, players
kocak nggak apa-apa gini aja.
Out the boom rotations, preventing them from cancelling plants. And in committing that Viper's pit early, you just rule out any option of there being a follow-up or for Onyx to get out of the site anywhere but through main.
Asterik main kah di boom? Gantiin bersatu.
Nggak bisa orang nggak bisa. Iya kasihan
bisa gua.
Makasih Mepo.
Without the Hunter's Fury, without that aforementioned pit.
Wah, busuk teh botol nih. Busuk. Ya, gua nih.
Udah dapat.
Wah, di terus smoke si monyetnya.
This is perfect crosshair placement here for Boom as well as
seru sih ini game
is all coming together for them. Nicely traded from Elmi Moore does keep them in contention, but they need a hell more lot to do to stay in this one, and especially considering how deep Severine is, he may have a chance to close himself.
Anjir, si kedengeran kan dia naik.
Kok
dipantik gitu?
Iya,
the situation when it comes to these rounds.
They know exactly. Oh, Onyx got too quiet.
Patungan dong guys, patungan. Buyout pemain lain soalnya Fikri mau di buyout. Patungan cuy, patungan beli roster baru. Bobo busuk anjir. Tuh. Aduh, aduh makin gede dah chance dibeli anjir. Patungan cuy. Aduh, kayak bahaya gini anjir nasib. Masa 4 lawan 5.
Gua cuma ada 2000 enggak.
But Boom since they've had in their hands.
Wah, narik pemain bolanya nih mah.
Bring things to an equilibrium. And now there is a good chance of
Onyx
being behind in this half.
Gak 15 juga kill Fik santai. Menit kecil aja.
Soda is missing. Oh my god.
Woi Bani, lu lah yang nge-carry jangan Fikri. Aduh, calon-calon dah nih.
And now they're just trying to use it to make sure that they can get a hold of these next couple of
rounds. Aduh, bantu dong. Busuk gini anjing, masa tiba-tiba nggak ada on lawan. Welcome ntar tulisannya welcome famous. Bukan on lawan.
Still doing well. slow down a little bit, but not too
Bani,
drastically.
tanggung jawab dong, lu.
Siapa Naps? Nggak tahu gue
Bang
megang siapa
PT
aja dah.
dan
Yang penting lolos.
Famous.
Oh, udah 1 juta pertama dari Masih Racing.
After plants are really going to be something to watch out for.
Coming into this one, I know
Bar-
there's a lot
Thank you,
of
Bang.
expectations for Boom.
Kira nggak pay.
Nambah lagi ya.
Famous has been carrying
Thank
this
you,
team
Bang,
for
Masih
about
Racing.
this particular half.
Berserk juga nggak ada yang nempelin, masalahnya siapa yang mau nempelin dia?
Considering
Berserk harus
how
nempel
much
sama Bani,
reliability
cu.
he has
Fikri
using
ya,
that chamber
Fikri.
on this map.
Rizky,
Still has that
Justin,
null Pavlos.
David, ayo dong, semangat dong.
Kayak gitu kan.
Jangan
Nah,
kill
gitu
15 dong
ditempelin
Fikrinya.
tuh.
Harusnya Fikri kill berapa gitu ya? Ya tengah-tengah lah. Tengah-tengah kan standar-standar gitu ya. Kok kill 15 kayak bobo musik gini anjir. Gak ada player lagi.
Bani what?
Bunny cannot kill
And
anyone.
Menit finds an
Ya
opening.
Bani.
20.000 dari Val. Pesan, sumbangan nyari pengganti
Thank you Val.
Bani
Udah
Lalalala.
1.200.000 guys.
Sama Geweko.
Right now, luckily for Berserks, is the rest of the team are doing a very good job at sort of mitigating the impact. This
Thank you donasinya tadi ya.
You
Ini
can't
they're gonna
consistently go
hit
into a
the-
top
Keren kah?
fight hope to win here. Bit of a duel into corridor, no casualties yet. In fact, neither player's really gonna.
Oh, nevermind. Kayak dia denger orang rotate ya.
psychologically.
Nggak
As we
jadi.
see,
Yang
Famous go
for
for a bit of an ambitious peek into mid here.
Emes dapat lagi nih.
It's not too far-fetched though, right? It's not too far forward.
Nevermind, they're gonna go B, I
It's very
think.
careful. And that's what matters. If you look on the left extremity, there's only
Apakah ada
one
barter
Lihat.
pemain guys?
Flip should have yet to use.
Berserk mati sama siapa?
He better hope he's not peeking that too
Awal-awal
deep, but
itu.
it's
Sama monyet.
definitely enough to keep him busy.
Iya,
For rotation to
maksudnya
come
mati
over, but that doesn't even happen. They split their defenses. They polarize them to
Thomas
the
di PSG
side.
flag,
The
iya.
teams on it have made a
Nah.
decision. They're going to hit this B side.
Fikri
30
itu
seconds left as well. If Boom can delay, that's
agentnya
actually
inisiator,
having the KO here is perfect.
duelist race.
Dash,
Ah,
spot it
kena
up to
Buat
timing,
ambah-ambah
nilai
Bay
bola.
Usman dari
But he
M11.
himself dies when he rendezvous
Kata
away.
Kemes,
Now
sorry,
Usman
sorry,
ada
sorry,
bayaran,
sorry,
cuy.
gua nggak lihat katanya,
Di
sorry,
BO.
sorry, mati nih Bani nih. Bani.
Nah, gini dong, Bang. Gini dong.
10 seconds remaining, not much time. Has to get the spike down, but Flip Shitter is
Mainin
still on the
sama
back
Bani.
line. Big brings us
bener
back.
Kata Kemes, sorry, gua nggak ngeliat.
Now ahead on that 6th round.
Flip shit, he holds on to that
Skill dia
ultimate,
masih
he
mau
holds it,
Fikri.
he holds it, and he deploys it. Penultimate round of this first half, he uses it, and it's used to perfection. The
Macam-macam
Sky's
ya,
unable to get the flash.
Iya,
He's
dua
digit
out,
sendiri.
and beforehand, he's already using his
What,
fragment,
sorry?
which kills money
Is Aini okay
as
now?
well. Look at that fragment,
Yeah.
just perfect. Then money
Aini
has to
is
dive
6,
into
right?
it. Flip shitter.
Nasib
What's
kita
up,
gimana
everybody?
nih,
Yeah,
Gil?
ini
Supported, of
sih
course.
Agil, Ior, nasib
Nah.
kita gimana ini?
Time to save him shows that Boom may have got their adaptation
Buat patungan,
in
Bang.
time, and they may be able to end this half with
Berapa
one
lunak
last
sama
hurrah.
One
Itu mah
last
uang apa,
hurrah.
cuy?
Well, that's what
Yen
they're
ya?
looking for to
Yen.
at least increase the gap.
Mata uang apa tuh Yen ya?
For Onyx to win this map, Berserks has gone so
Eh,
good.
thank you Bang Wila.
Agay.
But this
Berapa
game he's
sih?
been lacklustering. Only gets one
Gila,
instantly traded
famous,
money
famous
showing
monyet,
who's boss.
nice trade bro.
Now
Hi,
for the
bro.
A side,
Yen
they go,
Jepang.
Dari mana lo?
Yen Jepang kan?
giving
Yen.
them room. Viper's Pit as well. This is the last round. They can use everything they have at their
20.000, 25.000-an. Oke.
Just runs out of it to get more kills.
Fem-
To
uh,
double as well.
20.000 kocak.
Similarly to Severin, right? If he dies, a Viper's Pit
Kasbon dong, Kasbon dong. 20k. Kasbon.
through the smokes,
Menang nih
kills
di
with
tiga.
shock darts, and now puts Boom on the front seat.
Boom yang main kenapa Persija yang deg-degan cuy? Ih,
timing dong.
Wah, kalau nge-clutch nih. Ini kalau nge-clutch gua udah kayaknya gua
Famous kalau nge-clutch sih kayak
kalau
sering
famous
makanya.
nge-clutch gua take a break aja dah. Nggak bisa gua kayaknya.
Dua orang nempel-nempelan tuh kena
Nggak bisa gua kayaknya udah
Oh, dapat satu.
It's even quicker to the trigger.
Omong.
Shiro up
Di buyout
against
kah?
him. Shows his elbow. Shows his head.
Istirahat kah waktunya istirahat kah gua?
Yeah! But it's Shiro to get him down. And it's
Nice
Shiro
try,
to put
bro.
Onyx on that equalizer.
When you're in doubt,
Aman,
when you
cuy.
desperately need a hero,
Enak,
so
enak.
there's
Ah.
one for you. It's the Sobas
Persija masih jalan.
to rise really,
Masih
really
aman.
stuff from Shiro there. And what is does that
Masih jalan, masih jalan.
that you've really got to watch out
Nggak
for.
jadi
And on the topic
farewell.
of kills, Pavlos, we can't go without mentioning Famous, who has
Dia masih jalan. Masih bisa tahun depan.
Flashbacks to
Aman,
Kadu,
aman.
who did so damn well for Made in Thailand. We've got some of our chambers now who are really looking to elevate their teams and take them to the next level. Now, as we enter this second half, the one thing I'm really curious in is Boom made very big and very concerted efforts to get map control on their defense.
I see you're gonna scream
Teman
left and
satu
right.
masih ada Rusman.
Or if
Oh
they
my
can find a way
God.
to mitigate Boom doing it when
Thank
they
you, thank you.
attempt to do it.
Oh iya masih ada Rusman. Rusman
A lot of questions to be
Bisa
asked
sih.
here. And I think one of my main
Kalau
questions
Gatek
here
Kalimantan,
is how important
dia
is it for
orang
Onyx
dari di
to
Backward.
right, it is their own map pick. Later on,
Tapi
we'll be heading
pick
into
kalau
Crosshair,
misalnya
then Haven, you know. How
ini
does this
sering juga
reflect
sih
in
kayak gini.
regards to the map?
So when they played against each other so many times, you're inevitably going to be having repeats of moves. So
pada getar kayak ketemu Famous
it
God.
would be nice to win your opening map. It's not a win condition for Onyx at the moment.
Line up kemana ya dari CTA?
Bisa baru apa yang bisa kayak gitu sih.
Fokus dong.
Bisa baru yang kemarin lo, gue lupa namanya apa.
Reload. Apa? Oh, yang kasat itu ya?
Iya.
Yang dua.
Itu loh yang pisau kayak CS gitu, Cok.
Oh, Seno Hunter.
Seno Hunter ya, iya Seno Hunter ya. Seno Hunter. Hai Reza.
Chat di Twitch ya, boom carried by luar players.
It's definitely there, but under some teams, under pressure, they just turn into those diamonds.
Coba anggap ya.
Maybe a diamond in the rough for
main
Onyx. Let's see if they can defend Boom, who get ready to
udah 10 guys.
what's going to be a very fast hit to this B site.
Not really though.
Never mind, they go back to this. It's been debated.
Terus nganggur.
Hagai Gator ketemu Famous.
Iya, makanya kan gue bilang tadi kan. Ya, ternaik kah si... Aduh, mati lagi aja. Wah, godnya udah mati cuy.
Dia ngedes nggak pakai smoke ya? Iya sih.
Nggak pakai smoke tadi. Tapi dia udah keluar smoke.
Nggak pakai smoke. Nggak pakai.
Anjir. Oh, dia udah taruh smoke-nya satu di ini. Di jalanan tunnelnya.
Nggak pakai anjir, udah pasti dibunuh Cok kalau kayak gitu.
Lu doang maksudnya kalah.
10.000 dari someone. Pesan, akankah Famous tukar berserek?
Smoke-nya dipakai smoke mid.
Thank you Bang Samuan, donasinya aman.
Nggak salah juga,
aman cuy.
nggak tahu anehnya kalau dia ngedes. Nggak ada smoke, nggak mau banget dibunuh.
They've read the position where the gap in the defense is, and now going through doors. Oh dear. My worry is how will the Sova deal with that?
Yeah, well, he's got the crossfire. He's got the right lineup ready. You know, he can even throw a he doesn't even need to take this fight, right? He can throw a recon when his teammates arrive and take the 2v4, take the trades.
Itu anjir.
4 lawan 2 cuy.
Oh my god, hole-nya dibuka, susah ini. Pusing udah, pusing.
Tanya-tanya kah? Harus do something nih. Sus. Iya, dia harus. Dia make play-nya susah anjir, nempel semua.
Iya. Udah gitu hostnya dibuka juga pula. Terus dia plus apa namanya? Plannya juga buat backside.
Very clean round. Something I am interested in seeing, and they did it very well in our first half, is I want to see some early timeouts. Maybe not this early, but next couple of rounds, if Boom end up losing the bonus quite significantly, then I do want to see him start deploying them rather than holding on to them for a little bit too long. When you hold on to and wait for the perfect moment, usually you end up missing the perfect moment, ironically. So bear in mind, both coaches of both teams are extremely experienced, so I doubt we'll be seeing that. But what's interesting...
Bani begadang nggak kemarin cuy? Sering begadang nggak dia?
Begadang nggak sih dia kayaknya? Gue liat
orang
jam 1 dia masih live dah dia.
This has not been his game.
Gue udah tidur soalnya jam 12. Gua aja yang nggak main tidur jam 12 kocak. Wah tolol sih Bani, kepala telur bener-bener loh. Bukannya istirahat ya? Begadang mulu.
So yeah, this is Boom now dropping to the pistols obviously. Onyx with a chance to seize control of
itu yang tadinya isi palanya kuning telur jadi hitam tuh.
Honestly, I think that when
begadang terus loh. Udah tahu match ya besoknya. Karena istirahat yang cukup.
I quite like how slow Boom are being. They realize that they've sort of showed their face over on B. They've made a bit of noise in mid. They've destroyed the trademark in A, and it's actually going to allow a free
plant. Ya, untung aja.
The pick's perfect. What a recon dart from the Sova there. And even though it's only classics, doesn't matter. You've still got your sniper.
Di heal. Nggak kena wall ya.
Play for lineups and hope to just win via time.
It seems like plenty lineups, right?
Oh, main line up ada Sokdat juga. Wah, bisa satu sama anjir ini mah. Busuk dah ke delay. Harus tengahin dulu.
Oh my god, where's the line up?
Wah, line up.
BG Kaco gak tertarik kah sama GW? GW juga terancam nih.
Oke. Thank you donasinya.
Got one and got no one.
You're right, Palos, it was only an eco, so don't look back in anger, I've heard you say. And so for Onyx, I'm really looking forward to seeing if there's going to be
Semangat ya, semangat ya.
Semangat. Because they haven't actually gone for bulldogs on their second round, and we've seen a lot of teams sort of bring in kind of 1-2 bulldogs for your second round.
Kelamaan tadi match yang sebelumnya ya.
Behind it. In this case, the spec
seru nih padahal.
Nggak, Addison kenapa dia? Malah ini kah? Lagi ngefilter kah? Addison tiba-tiba real.
Hai Jamski.
Wah, lagi ngefilter deh cuy.
Oh my god, Bunny.
Although there is a trade, Famous with a spray down does get rid of Menit. So it is debatable how much they were able to salvage out of that one. At 1-for-1 on an eco, not that bad, but when you're on defense, it clearly opens up avenues for Boom.
I think for Onyx, bearing in mind they've got the momentum at the moment, they've got a fair bit of cash in the bank. As long as you are keeping Boom's economy low,
kalau kayak gini bisa headshot nih orang nih.
Famous is going to spot out a few players who sort of flirting with the idea of pushing into A, but it's all a big bit to buy time as Severin pushes up through corridor here. Famous suspects it, but he isn't going to stay to see if his suspicions are correct. Instead, the rest of Boom, they make the exodus, their pilgrimage over to be where the
ini kecolong di mana? Oh, trade kill ya.
Kecolong di Emen dia. Dimajuin tadi.
Which is ironic considering we've been shouting his name for most of the
season. Wah, sendiri harganya. Oke. Dapat lagi.
Hage masih
nggak bisa TP dia. Nggak, TP-nya kebuka juga dua-duanya. Oh. Jadi mau nggak mau dia harus lawan.
It's a slasher with a Spectre, Shiro. He can do the heavy lifting. Hasn't done too much of that this game, but we'd love to see it. You know, an upset wouldn't be too bad, but Boom should have this in hand. Should have this wrapped up.
Di shock that.
But should.
It's
not a certain word, is it? Neither is this round, and therefore we will give them the element of consideration.
Ditembak asal kena loh.
Yo, menang bonus kah? Wah, Shiro. Wah, gila menang bonus cuy.
Onyc turns out to go in their favor.
There you go. I love how they're able to give the defuse as well to Severin as well. That gets the early Viper Spear, and that's pretty much going to secure double digits with Boom going to the eco. Boom need a timeout. I would imagine they get one called in now. Something I really love is the fact that we saw Onyc be so methodical with that retake. Every bit of utility to zone out players. That counter.
Okay. Mantap bro. Gung. Santai gung.
And you mentioned kind of Onyc being the underdogs here.
Cuy, kalau misalnya begini hasilnya cuy, kalau hasilnya begini cuy, kayak gini kill 21 sendiri, dia pasti lebih milih Persija cuy. At least masih bisa ngalahin Onyc di stage 1 dulu.
Yes, I am.
Kecuali tadi menangnya gampang mungkin iya.
Hitting babi.
Kalau kayak gini mah mendingan di Persija deh cuy.
Open-minded person.
Nauski also in babi secretly.
Mak lo anjing.
Oh my god.
No. Alhamdulillah. It's not alhamdulillah, what? It's haram.
Haram.
Wah, setengah. Kalau udah setengah GG sih. Gila. Monyet sih bagus banget sumpah.
Ini nice crosshair Monyet.
Dia kalau misalnya dia pintar pakai utility smoke-nya tau gak lu? Kayak bantuin temennya. Almost hard carry, yoi.
No lah, still haram buat.
I'm sorry, I apologize directly to him.
Iya, babi lu mau dapat approval kayak gimana?
Monyet. Ucil. Aduh, Hage lagi menyala aja nih. Iya, Rafael, karena kamu mengundang-undang Rafael ya. Tiba-tiba naik tuh jamnya ya. Lihat nih. Udah berapa tuh?
Oh my god, Boom, susah sih.
I know what you mean, because I mean we saw Onyc do the exact opposite. The thing that you want to see from Boom do, Onyc did that previous half, right? You had Menit pushing forward, the assistance of MC Slash's guiding lights, Severin also helping out with the toxic screen. Very coordinated Onyc squad, and it kind of shows why
something to look out for as well.
Bantu dikit lah.
Gila
Gila, Fikri 21 dah.
Emang di mana mainnya? File di GH ya? Apa di rumah?
10.000 dari Famous. Pesan, Bani begadang terus, bersereks underperform. Mending dengerin Odell.
Mending dengerin Odell. Thank you Indonesia.
Iya kan? Yang di Onyx aja nggak ada nyampe 20, Cok.
Hampir di GH.
Ini 21 sendiri.
Oh iya.
Iya, dia di GH, Cok.
Si Fikri emang nggak di GH dia. Tapi rencana ada GH deh katanya.
Still seeing him at the top of the standing while the rest of them falling flat a little bit, and that is giving Onyx
gendong
in their confidence.
Ini kenapa anak magang yang kerja keras?
Iya, ini kenapa anak magang yang kerja keras ya? Gue juga bingung sih. Bisa. Ayolah, bikin match OT lah. Biar seru gitu.
Famous again.
Fikri lagi.
Always famous.
Famous lagi.
On top, no damage taken from the Boom side, and now they've got clear alleyway to move in to the A main position. Yes, there's a trademark there, but it may be too late because there's also infiltration onto their back line. Onyx seems split. If they can get picked off one by one, that would be perfect from Boom, and it looks like it's exactly what they're
Wah,
going for.
busuk nih. Dibokong kah?
Oh my god, no one watching.
And I don't think they're watching it.
God.
Oh, he misses a shot.
No awareness at all. Because there's Famous at mid.
Kalau
ada Famous di mid, jadi dia nggak nyadar kayaknya.
Enggak, itu kalau Monyet bunuh si David beda cerita sih.
Maksudnya nggak ada
Jadi jualan dua.
Zero with 2 kills, but Berserk is right next to him, which leaves Elmimore on a 1v2, unable to do it. It's Boom on top.
Udah nggak tahu ya, kayak aneh gitu sekarang.
Kamu bicara sembarangan Siki ya. Kalau di PC kita rata.
Tuh, soalnya ada Famous di mid, jadi kayak mereka nggak nyadar.
Kita rata.
Tetap aja bisa di push dari mid.
Gak main sendiri.
Pergi dulu ya kok.
Jangan dong. PM Famos jangan dong. Tetap dong, PSG Famos dong. Jangan dong.
He has a team that are doing very damn well. 10 to 7 Boom, 3 rounds away though, so 3 rounds separate
paling rata lu. Masih rata killnya, Cok.
These duelists
scared for that. Then don't watch.
Something we haven't really seen from them so far.
He is so scary.
Wah, Fikri lagi yang open kill.
He doesn't even rendezvous back. He doesn't have
Fikri lagi lo, opening killnya lo.
Better someone teabagging you.
Maybe there for the reinforcement, but he's holding back himself.
Later you're gonna post
Slash is pushed up as well.
Right.
Kasian Cok, lu jadi penghambat karir orang.
cancel.
But he gets 1 kill nonetheless.
Fikri lagi kill 2.
Which keeps Boom on top.
First kill terus.
Is pushing forwards himself, makes noise by running, and Flipshitter spots him. Chaos.
I'm gonna put your camera in my watch
You've got
party
Cheryl
now.
and Lemmy who are both in position
Kill lagi nih.
spec to
And if
push. The
someone
sort of force
whiffs,
misses, and now Cheryl knows
Untung Shiro nggak lawan.
They will
Not comment
your
anything.
how
face.
quickly can Elmimore get there. Is Cheryl going to have to do this single-handedly?
He's simply outnumbered. On paper, this shouldn't be feasible, but if he can slowly try and pick them off one by one, that's the first, and there's 3 more. This is feasible, palatable.
Wah, di shock that. Shock that.
Going down,
I think Boom gonna lose this round lah.
Wah, ini kok kalah sih.
Elmimore got one.
They're good at these retakes,
Hero
and they're
got one,
definitely
then
going to give it a
GG.
go. There's a Hunter's Fury available.
Wah, shock that-nya anjir, anak beliar kah ini orang? Anak beliar cuy.
To his opponent, and that means
that lebih dari enggak sih, gue sudah
always famous.
Udah lah ya. Oh, Fikrinya yang pengen di buyout ya? Emang Fikrinya main bagus sengaja biar di buyout. Masa iya Fik?
Because their utility usage is just perfect. We go into this next round and look at the ult manage from Boom. It may not be required because the buy from Onyx isn't great, which makes you suspect
gitu ya.
if they lose this is going to be next round. But
Fikri,
you notice
Fikri itu udah kayak Kishi tau gak?
you've got that
di
Hunter's Fury for an
Cerberus.
advantage, and should you end up having to drop to an eco, you have that Blade Storm on Berserk.
Ada plot twist anjir.
Couldn't ask for a better position.
Soalnya Fikri bilang, kalau mau buyout gue buyout semua ya.
Making themselves look big.
Targetnya tadi taruh alarm bot di mana, Cuk?
Well, Money.
Ini kecolong, Cok.
You've got a Guardian.
No smoke, no
Relax, your
smoke.
team's on an eco. You don't need to do the heavy lifting Lime as well. Trades his life. And their defense is looking even more comfortable. Now Boom are split up. They take the extremity of their previous
What ulti with Marshall? What the
and
fuck?
falling victims to Onyx position.
What I like is the second Onyx have realized that this round is
Jet gua aman kan,
they've
tapi
been
dulu
starting to
gua
play
di boom
this
pakai
bit.
Jet aman kan.
Shiro as well doesn't need to kill, he needs
Nggak
to
under
info.
kan.
And he gets it, right? He knows exactly where Famous is. He's got the recon as well. Just by shooting at it, just reveals where Famous is.
Dulu gua main Jet aman sih.
It's towards the A site, and Severine is hiding within it, which is a vital aspect of this, because there could be a clear pincer maneuver once they enter this A site. Famous.
Gila, Fikri loh. Fikri bunuh lagi, Cok. Fikri bunuh lagi.
Itu, bye-bye.
Lagi Fikri. Lagi Famos. Famos lagi.
Gue bisa nonton satu map doang dong.
Not anytime soon. Moni, he's gotten the first kill quite spectacularly. But it will be a spectacle if he's able to cover the three that remain, especially when the spike is planted for all three. All Boom have to do is just stay back. They have to make so many mistakes for Moni to get away with the victory here. 3 bullets, 2 players.
Fikri lagi sih yang bunuh. Percaya nggak, guys?
And quickly captures it. He's hoping for another kill, but it will not be given as the round is taken from them.
What I absolutely love from Boom there is their on-the-fly decision-making. It is flawless. They
Oh
realize
iya,
that
maaf.
over in window. They decide to actually use that to their advantage. They realize that for Onyx, in order to duel him, they need 2 players, which means that there's clearly a player on B who's having to make that rotation. And as that rotation comes in, they're able to absolutely
Time out.
shut
It's
it
okay.
down. Face's presence buys enough time for them to be able to zone out Stabo, zone out I do apologize.
Emang dunia cepat ya. Dunia tuh cepat. Kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah, kadang di bawah. Habis itu di bawah terus. Makin
but the issue is, Boom, off the back of a round that they've won off aim decision making, they now have this huge plethora of ults, like a myriad of abilities to just dump onto ONIC the second we see ONIC get any foothold in this next round.
So good.
Right? As soon as they feel that Boom has got a hold on this game.
Perasaan si siapa namanya Berserk kayaknya Neonnya juga jago dah, lumayan.
Right?
Kenapa dia nggak coba Neon ya?
Control now on defense, but Boom, they themselves have switched up their playstyle. Instead of going in as full force, try to play the map a little bit more, play the info. And now it's their turn, Onyx's turn, to show
berputar ya.
they can adapt.
Kadang Oni, kadang Boom, kadang Persija, kadang Boom, kadang Oni, kadang Persija, kadang AE, Oni,
AE baru
sabar, kadang AE, Oni, Boom, Persija kok dibot.
That opportunity to do so. He's being relatively passive with it, but to be honest, he doesn't too aggressive because you already have a pretty good idea as to how Boom have been playing. They've not been too sneaky. They've been fairly loud about their approach. The issue is that when Boom are loud about their approach, it means there's clearly another.
B-nya di fight. Gila, wall apa tuh, Cil?
Enggak. Gue pengen nanya nanti habis match ini gue tanya Fikri deh, gue WA Fikri deh. Emang kemauan lu ya pengen di BO deh.
This initial defense here.
A slight take coming in from him.
Oh, Bani.
Iku Bani gak apa sih?
Iya, lo respon anjir, banyakin begadang jadi lemot tuh otak. Yang berputar untuk Onyx, Boom sama AE guys.
The issue is, Boom are trying to play lineups.
Kadang mulu sih.
Falling back into their old ways.
Oh, nge-flash.
Aduh, nggak dilihatin observernya anjing.
Nggak tahu anjir, tolonglah. Waduh. Wah, Ucil sih make playnya sih. Ini Fikri. Kita tuh nonton apa sih guys? Sumpah. Tadi udah di Ucil, udah bener. Diganti Ucil jadi mati.
He is making sure that Boom kicking and screaming, he is
tahu mau nonton apa.
To this finish line. What I really like as well is I was worried, as you mentioned, I was worried they're falling back and playing lineups. The same thing that was really
3 kill lagi udah 30
stages of this half. They've actually made that adaptation.
27.
And it shows the on-the-fly thinking that we see from such
kok bisa
experienced
27 killnya?
Having Berserks go to the other side of the
kenapa tukeran lah? Fikri killnya jangan deh.
Now of course are forced to the sheriffs, but we see something very interesting going on towards.
Saya nonton nikmatinya
Berserk's maybe in trouble here if he's overwhelmed. He's got reinforcements.
Ya Allah, dihalang. Wah, dihalang. Sama Shiro miskom ya.
Okay, that's a quickie. That's just the quickie. That's sometimes how the rounds
Severin
just go.
sakit loh. Ucil krimek.
Ucil Frankie remake anjing, remake apa? Chromex saya sekalian tuh. Senang lihat Fikri top rank, sedih juga lihat Fikri top rank. Gimana ya? Ada senang, ada sedihnya.
Ucil Frankie, astagfirullahalazim.
Remake apa crispy? Fikri.
Udah 7 jam live.
Surprisingly, an attack operator on the chamber, something we don't see all too often.
Something
that isn't exactly unorthodox. Really interested to see what he can do with it.
Gua abis game ini masih keburu gak ya, keburu lah ya.
Fikri lagi.
Cuman gua belum
gila trade killnya.
Doesn't care he's on the attacking side now, right? He doesn't care. He's doing splendidly on the defense, and now he's opening things up by taking slow peeking positions and rendezvousing back when required.
Wih, rame loh. Yang nonton loh. Like dulu dong. Like-nya mana manis.
That is really, really effective, Pavlos. I love it. And now for Onic.
Permanen kan Kaco dari tadi kayak hyper banget, kayak happy gitu, ternyata nggak scream, lu baru inget gua.
Apaan, Cok? He's gonna get shut down.
Cancel cuy maksudnya.
Iya, maksudnya lu tuh kayak happy banget.
Wah,
ini gimana sih? Udah jam
kecek.
Udah jam 7 anjing. Oh, nggak sempat, nggak bisa nonton sampai kelar nih guys.
Kecek.
Karena tadi 2-1 anjing, lama anjing. Fans United bikin sakit perut anjing matchnya.
Marah-marah cuy. Tapi capek sih tadi matchnya si Fancy sama MITH.
Wah, busuk.
Yang menang si
Fikri bunuh lagi nih.
Tapi seru match tadi.
Wah, posisi Ucil bagus sih sebenarnya.
Mau ke DC Selasa Rabu. Anjas takel. Dia pakai Phantom itu kenapa udah jelek banget sih.
Coba tengah.
Anjas. Nuts and Slasher. Nuts Slasher.
This isn't only about
Nuts Slasher.
finals. This isn't only about that rank 1 Indonesia spot. Pavlos, this is about revenge.
Kelamaan sih tadi matchnya.
Iya, busuk anjing, lama tuh tai emang tuh Fancy.
Dari Odell ngomong please.
Oh, kalah aja ujung-ujungnya ngapain
dibagi 3 sama Famous.
Odell
Banyakin
ngomong
begadang
please, Berserk dibagi 2
Mending
sama
suruh
Famous.
Odell ngomong go.
Interestingly enough, now they're starting to save. They're realizing that they really need these guys. They're just a moment away from losing.
Makasih donasinya.
Iya, Oni kena comeback.
Solid performance.
Yeah, no, the Hounds have definitely
Tahu
figured out
anjing
how to
kesel
deal
banget
with
gua.
those prickly things
10.000 dari Kang Sayur RT 143. Pesan ngapski kerusakan.
Nasi kerusak. Thank you Kang Sayur.
Now it's map points. This map pick. So it's Onic with everything they've
Sekarang mereka ke
got
B.
to try and keep them in their game.
B hanya 3.
You're right, and interestingly enough, Onic actually do have a buy. It's certainly not pretty, but Elmimore is one away from a tour de force. So
Berserk dari kill.
Thomas lagi mode tense kan dia, Thomas.
Kayak mereka mau cepat langsung ke B deh.
Ya mau cepat
itu
biar
si Bani ya Del yang di situ ya Del. Bukan ya? Boleh Ucil kan?
Boleh Ucil ya.
Anjir, boleh Ucil buat apa? Oh, buat perang ya.
Iya. Buat nutupin B-man.
Benutupin B-man sama elbow.
Ketahuan yang monyet ya. Ya, busuk dah
ya,
monyet.
udah ketahuan.
Busuk monyet.
Dijagain gak tuh sama Bani? Masih live. Astagfirullahaladzim.
Nggak tahu gue kenapa bisa wall Bani. Bani pakai
masih dan tebang.
Malam
anjing.
Malam cuy.
Since that hour join, it's been a few seconds that they haven't been given info.
Wah, dapat lagi Bani. Jadi ketarik ke A, dia tetap ke B.
Ini si Berserk
Ucil
udah
naikin wall,
dengerin
coba nge-push.
Dimajuin dong sama
wah. Busuk guys. GG guys. GG. Bener aja.
GG game.
Gila, kill 29.
Iya, Cok. Di comeback pas di attacker.
end there. Getting one kill was perfect. That buys you enough time. Getting that second kill as well is what causes the rotation.
Skornya udah kayak
That's just round securing. It's with the guarantee. It's with that confidence. Do we see Boom elevate themselves to take Onyx map pick 13-10?
It looks so good for Onyx that second half, right? Right at the start, they were just hitting their shots. They had the good retakes. Boom sent to fall.
Emang mapnya Victory.
Emang mapnya Victory. Went smooth sailing forward. There was wind in their sails, and they were able, with momentum, to take down Onyx. What a performance!
What I really like about this matchup, and this is something for
newer
viewers when it comes to Valorant.
Nahan beberapa banyak zone anjir.
Well, guys, this has been an epic matchup, but there are more to come. Fracture and Haven after this one, so we're throwing it to a small break before our analysts are here to break it down.
Onyx Esports mau tahu nggak cara mainnya Famous? Hah? Mimin Onyx Esports mau tahu nggak gimana cara mainnya Famous? Gue bisa kasih tahu tipis-tipis. Itu BWL bukan BSJ, tetap aja BWL, tapi ada kita-kitanya. Apa tuh? Nggak gratis dong.
Udah latihan dong. Bye-bye, Cok. Latihan dulu, Cok.
Wah, ditinggal gini, cuy.
Lu bukannya jadi latihan lagi apa enggak?
Jam 8.
Oh iya, gua latihan. Bacot anjing. Kontol lah.
Canda.
Dadah.
Oke, hati-hati. Semangat latihannya. Enggak lah, cuy, bercanda kocak.
Dari Dimas KGP, pesan, Famos lagi mode Rusman follow Bang.
Oh, iya. Thank you donasinya. Gak kenapa bisa KGP anjir. KGP menyerang kah cuy? Wah, bau gini anjing. Rusman gak ada. Gua jangan lagi live dong. Jadi gini. Fikri itu iya. Enggak lah. Siapapun yang menang, mudah-mudahan bisa mewakilin Indo di champion. Oke? Emang Rusman bisa Rusman ada buyoutnya cuy? Bukannya gratis ya? Ya Rusman enggak Enggak. Nanti gue bilang sama PSG. Udah, Fikri tahan aja ya. Ntar kita kasih dia main chamber deh. Main panik aja. Rusman gratis cuy, malah Rusman yang bayar. Intinya mah sebenarnya tergantung dari famersnya sih. Kalau famers yang pengen pindah ya mau gimana cuy. Gue tuh udah mempersiapkan untuk kedepannya. Kenapa? Emang ada dia? Oh, ada Rusman, nggak ada kan? Udah gua mempersiapkan untuk kedepannya biar Persija juara cuy. Ini cuy.
Salam Bang dari viewer Napski. Mohon izin ikutan watch party. Parua PSG Famos and welcome Boom Famos.
Jangan gitu dong. Jangan dong. Kita nobar aja tapi nggak ada buyout dong. Coba busuk gini. Iya tapi stream latihannya paling gua matiin soundnya ya sama layarnya. Gue kasih muka Bani aja lah. Bani, main serius dong Bani. Bani bukannya serius lo mainnya lo. Biar Fikri lawan aja udah. Waktunya pause, anjir pause. Enggak dong kan stream. Kalau stream kok pause? Enggak, Bani karena begadang sih. Secara nggak langsung begadang tuh tidak bikin kita tidak fokus sih. Kan viewer ditinggal. Pause anjir bisa aja lu. Wow. Nanti untuk apa? Untuk champion lah. Ini kan lagi nge-GB boom buat lolos champion. Karena PC udah di champion. Biar bisa pergi bareng-bareng. Orang bisa dengar step main gitu anjir.
$10.000 dari Om Kusnul X KGP. Pesan, kalau mau buyout Rusman harus buyout Om juga, karena Rusman kesayangan Om.
Oke, nggak jadi Om. Nggak jadi Om. Nggak perlu di buyout lah itu. Udah. Buat Om aja lah. Buat lu aja Om. Nggak jadi Om. Biar nyaman dia tuh. Bisa ada buyoutnya lewat Om-Omnya. Bisa ada Om Kusnul cok. Bahaya sih. Omnya Rusman sih. Enggak ada beot.
Salam dari tembilahan Bang Kaco. Famos bisa mode gat ya. Buyout Famos kira-kira mahal gak tuh kok?
Mahal. Itu lagi ngecoba spray transfer. Luruh kemana itu? Mantap tembilahan. Bokap gua dulu kerja di tembilahan terus, wih. Tembakan apa tuh anjing, janganlah. Fikri nggak nonton kan? Untung Fikri nggak nonton. Kalau dia nonton, makin bulat dah tuh pilihan dia untuk pindah. Anjir. Gua kasih yang bagus-bagus Fik. Kalau Fikri nonton, lihat nih Fik ya tembakan gua. Auto headshot. Tuh, satu. Headshot. Orang nahan angle-nya gua headshot. Nanti Fik. Banyakin ngendok anjir. Auto headshot nih guys.
$10.000 dari Om Budi anggota KGP. Pesan, halo Kaco, kapan join komunitas Om?
Nggak busuk. Nggak ada. Thank you Indonesia. Nggak ada join komunitas. Bisa komunitas itu. Nggak. Nggak ada Om. Terus cukup Rusman aja Om yang join.
10 kills remaining.
Apa sih? Nggak enak kencang lah. Cuma enak sesekali doang. Banyakin ngendok anjir bocil.
Enemy kill.
5 kills remaining.
Asteris kapan main sama Om? Mumpung Om lagi di Jakarta nih.
Bacot.
Biaya transfer Rusman pakai biaya admin dah
Oke,
kok.
donasinya, geng.
1 kill remaining.
Nggak jadi beli Rusman.
Alright, I'll take it.
Mamat Manja aja tuh, Mamat Manja mau main tuh Om. Tadi siapa Om? Siapa tadi yang donasi? Tuh, sama Mamat Manja mau dicocol itu black hole-nya.
I fall under the idea that I also want to see a third map. I also want to see, you know, good action. But yeah, this is going to be a tough one because this is Boom's home ground.
What I quite like about Fracture for these teams is that it's a mirror matchup. So, or at least on paper, it usually is a mirror matchup. We are seeing a Fade get thrown in matchups, and he strats to go against that. Suddenly out the window. A Fade, Breach, and Brimstone mean these retakes
Mamat mau dicocol cuy.
lethal.
Yeah, no, it's going to be really interesting.
Vamos menggunakan.
In regards to how they like to play this, right? So I think we're looking
at
a very interesting one.
Buat nih, Mimin Onyx ada nggak Mimin Onyx? Aku tahu biasanya Fikri jaga mana kalau pakai kayu.
Is that for Boom? They stuck to their guns over on Breeze. It worked for them. Why fix what isn't broken? Kind of stick to what you know. Remember, this is their map pick. They've clearly got strats planned regardless of the composition. And so, as we go into this pistol round, remember, Boom may be on the attack, but they're also a massive
10.000 dari Om Budi anggota KGP. Pesan, pesiap Buyaut Rusman, 1 KGP pindah ke GH pesiap.
Gak jadi Om. Gak ada. Tolong ilangin mau buyout situ ya. Buyout Rusman gak ada.
Quickly a 2-on-2 and a 1v2. Where did everybody go? I do not know, but all I know is that Shiro is trying to do it all by himself. Not much help
Rusman
to work with.
nggak jadi masuk daftar.
But you know, Shiro is now
Anjing
approaching. He's got a lot of work to do.
Pindah
And you miss it, Pavlos. Shiro now 1 versus 2. Blaze King, the low HP means this is absolutely doable for him.
Can he do it? Onto the tower. Flip shit is the first player to work with, and now it's Blaze King, and he's low, and the Prowler's running right after him.
Whoa!
Blaze King with the headshot though will not give him that benefit, and we'll be looking at Boom running up first with the first kill.
Boom to end the map on a high to then open the pistol
right
round.
click,
A very strong and very effective round from Blaze King. One of the players who they weren't playing badly, but a relatively quiet game when you compare it to Famous on that first map is a great way to show that the rest of the team is online and ready to play, and the load isn't going to have to be solely bore by Famous.
Boom. Oh, if they carry on the momentum of the previous and just
10.000 dari Om Husnul Satpam KGP. Pesan, Om udah gak sabar pedang Excalibur de Asteris beradu dengan Samehada punya Om.
Om anjing cabutlah. Tengok donasinya anjing Om. Wah bahaya cuy. Atau tuh pedang apa tuh anjing? Astagfirullah.
Boom.
Amkusnul udah
This is going to be a tough one.
di tempat Rusman aja anjir. Bahaya gini anjing.
Think we have a timeout?
Perhaps. But overall, I think we can definitely speak volumes about this matchup, the anticipation behind it, the ramifications of actually getting victory. Right, we're talking about the getting into the final of the upper bracket. You know, so
Om ketemu Rusman aja tuh Om.
very good spots. Dropping lower, seeing how many teams that are kind of there and are making their mark. It's actually not very healthy for these teams to actually end up down there.
You're right. When we spoke to we got to speak to the coach of Boom, didn't we? We got to speak to Meow a little bit. He mentioned that out of all the teams in this tournament, he considers the rivals not Onic which is interesting. Bear in mind, Alter Ego, they went out...
Eyes on the prize.
Yeah, they went to the lower bracket first day as well. So, or second day even. So, potentially... and what's also interesting, actually, is we asked him sort of what region do you think is going to be qualifying for
bahaya cuy.
Yeah. And he said, even if it's not Boom, it's going to be an Indonesian team.
Wow.
So, it really shows the sort of...
the confidence.
How high he holds. Bear in mind, Boom, Meow isn't
Oh,
from Indonesia.
jadi Asteris sudah tidak mau ya. Ayo Visnu kita pulang
Yeah,
saja.
Indonesia is definitely on the rise, right? I mean, looking at
Ya, Rusman nggak jadi ya. Rusman tetap sama ini di timnya KGP. Aman kok.
Find some of their plays are. They've got set pieces, they've got B plans, they've got C plans, and I mean they've got
Rusman tetap di sana.
10.000 dari Om Budi anggota KGP. Pesan, kita satu komunitas KGP mendukung De Asteris menjadi ketua cabang Jakarta.
Thank you Om, enggak Om.
Players need a pep talk. So yeah, no, the Indonesian scene is definitely on the uprise.
Rusman aja jadi ketua
this head-to-head, this sort of clash of titans of this region. This
sorry Om, saya
it's not that early, right?
menolak untuk join.
It's an important matchup to say the least. Is really cool to see.
I want to put you on the spot here a bit, Pavlos.
Yes.
We spoke to Analyst Desk. All of them believe that this is going to be a Boom 2-0.
Not really. I think Conky said he wanted a 2-1.
He wanted it, but he didn't believe in it. Are you a believer?
No, I don't know. I kind of want to see a third. But Shiro is there to start things off here with a frenzy, but the spec is just overwhelm. As simply as that. Boom to be getting their first advantage here, and a clear leeway to enter that 2-0 standing.
Their first advantage and also their first ultimate. Really early orbital strikes being wielded here.
Wah, busuk.
Severin looking to get some orbs onto that rolling
Wah,
thunder as well, but it's just the one. Ends up falling.
Nggak buta ya?
Couple of kills going their way.
Oh, ketutupan box.
Shiro can find
Flashnya di kanan terus ada box yang ngalangin.
Yeah, I think your threshold for
unlucky.
2 kills is good, 3 kills is great.
And they get a third. It is great. 23 points of health, not many bullets on the frenzy, and it's Blaze King to shut him down. 3 kills for Onic, not that bad.
Blaze King has started this map beautifully, Pavlos. If he can keep this up,
waktunya nanti ditambah.
I'm gonna call it. I'll dub it as pulling a Famous. I'll have to see if he can though. Famous actually.
Dukung nggak? Dukung yang menang bang.
But
siapa aja yang menang?
Neons as well that have also had a fairly slow start to the game, and it's actually the Neons for me, which are going to be the true difference maker in this map.
Yeah, but I think we kind of see the Orbital Strike perhaps to be used this early, right? You've got that early piece of utility. Do you want to use it on this now third round that Onic have their buys, or do you kind of want to use it the next one?
I kind of want to see them save it for the next round. I think situation.
Kanan timer Subathon juga.
Then I'll love them to use.
Tapi yang donasi di Saweria.
Very nice avoidance of the
10.000 dari Om Budi anggota KGP. Pesan, gimana kalau KGP aja yang buyat De Asteris?
Can be taken over by Boom. A site. Granted, spike down.
Bisa KGP yang mau buyout. Enggak, Om Budi, enggak.
Escape wasn't quite able to do so. Now they can play the close angles, and with Orbital Strike maybe have a chance on that post.
Buyout Mamat aja tuh.
Their spike to explode. Onic though don't want to keep that going for too long. They themselves starting to push aggressively, hiding away.
Dia masuk franchise enggak tahu.
Doing so well. Famous is pulling. Famous, and he's putting his team on top.
Wah, di buyout beneran anjing. Wah, udah tidur lah.
And they get both kills! Onic stay alive! They revert the impossible and get themselves their first round in this map.
What a round, and what a way for Onic to find their first. Yes, it's off a bye round, so yes, it was certainly laboured in getting there, but you've baited out your
guys.
And more importantly, you've shut down Famous, who for a moment there looked like he was going to have a career-making round.
Wow. I love that you mentioned pulling a Famous prior to this round,
prior to Famous
and then Famous just did Famous things. Blaze King, imagine if he would have got on those kills. That Orbital Strike, if it was placed a little bit more forwards, it could have done so much more damage. But you know,
belum tahu bang Super Racing dapat franchise apa enggak? Belum ada kabar.
Just go so fast, you just get out of there so quickly. And yeah, now it's time for Onic to get a buy-in. They use their ultimate, but you know, how much did they get in return?
What's interesting is that Onic, they took a lot of casualties. Their buy certainly isn't up to capacity yet. Bulldogs, Judges, Guardians have to come into the mix here. But is it enough to stop this hit to be? The Null Command's certainly going to level the playing field.
Ooh, Severin just pushing through the fragment. He just doesn't care. He wants these kills. It doesn't pay you off well, but Shiro finds space to put that Bulldog to good use. Famous, of course, can perhaps be resurrected. Aftershock is creating more space for them, but Monia is just lurking through smokes. And so it's Flip Shitter, but it is Monia to get the best of them. Tokped so...
Wah.
So aggro himself. Why is this so close? Why is no team finding any comfort? Really, ONIC does not want to give them space.
Loh, anjing.
And the spike hasn't even gone down yet.
Busuk.
Incredible.
Bukan internet gua, Cok.
Positioning. Main entry for Elmimore. And Blaze King is just waiting for the right moment to help his teammate tokped to get the spike down. The lineup is there. Oh, what a flick. Oh, Elmimore is feeling himself and tokped with all to do. Everything has to come down to this guy out into the open.
PSG kalau
but he
dia dapat
flukes the
franchise,
shot, and that
Dejek
means that
siap
Monye
demo
puts
ke
him to
Riot
his grave
Indonesia
and
kayak
gives
Koko.
ONIC the equalizer.
Famous Serif
Monye
God
has now
Mode.
realized that pulling a famous is something
Iya,
that
Famous Serif God Mode.
exception.
Aman.
ONIC now equalizing both rounds off the back of Monye, having an incredible little. It doesn't have to be
bahaya
huge
gitu,
amount of
anjir.
kills, but it's 2 really high impact kills in both rounds.
Thank you, donasinya.
Solid commitment here, and the fact that you're able to make up for the fact that tokped did such a good job at getting tower control was really effective. Now, ONIC being able to sort of respond. They didn't respond cleanly though, so the momentum is still up in the air, which is why we're seeing
franchise Valorant tuh
the one thing that goes against Boom now is yes they have a
ibarat kayak turnamen kedepannya gitu untuk Valorant. Masa depannya Valorant sekarang sistemnya nggak ada, sistemnya pakai harus franchise gitu. Wah, busuk kah? Ente banget.
I don't think he respected the distance that aftershock could cover. Now Severin may be in trouble himself.
Kena Iko kah?
Challenge on the backline.
Tuh nggak sih? Kok Fikri nggak ada senjata?
All space control
oh,
to deny this retake. But Monye and Severin might be bringing themselves back into contention. That's exactly what they do. And we're now looking at a 2-on-2. Orbital Strike versus Rolling Thunder. And it's the Rolling Thunder to catch both of the defensive players.
Bisa menang dong ini, Boom.
But they know they're being challenged. Door is open. tokped looks to fall back to the help of his teammate. Fault line could be on point, but both players avoid it. But you cannot avoid the hot lead of the attacking players of Boom. They're the ones on top. They're the ones on that third round.
What's a round from Boom there, and they won that with their utility Pavlos. That was a victory with equipment rather than with gunplay. I love the fact that we saw tokped.
Sebenarnya nggak tim gede doang yang bisa ikut. Yang penting tim yang bisa dapat franchise. Ya, ibarat kalau banyak yang bilang tuh ibarat mirip-mirip MPL. Nah, kayak gitu. Cara dapatnya ya harus tergantung dari Riotnya.
It's a weak buy from ONIC. Shiro having to drop down to a glass cannon. Sheriff, Monye as well. Ready with an overdrive.
Nggak tahu gua sistem fixnya, gua nggak tahu. Yang gua tahu tuh franchise sudah tim yang ada franchise berarti bisa ikut. Dah intinya begitu. Cuma sistem pastinya gua nggak tahu, entah benar-benar mirip kayak yang MPL Mobile Legends kah apa gimana, gua nggak paham sih. Pokoknya yang gua tahu, kalau misalnya tim yang dapat contoh, misalnya anggap Persija yang dapat, cuma Persija yang dapat misalnya gitu di Indo, udah ente buat yang lain.
Oh dear, okay. The shot does come through, but who gets the first kill? It is going to be Severin.
Karena belum tahu selain franchise tuh ada sistem kayak gimana ya, belum tahu.
And the rotation from Elmimore is approaching as well. They have to be quick with this one. They have to be very fast. Shiro trying to open things up, but he ends up falling out into the open end.
Takel! Lari! Ya Allah, gitu banget. Wah, itu sebenarnya takel udah bagus. Monyet bisa ulti. Berapa slot? Nggak tahu. Kalau itu intinya nggak tahu. Yang gua tahu tuh slotnya kayak gini sistemnya. Untuk APAC 10 tim. Udah. Yang ketahuan tuh kayak untuk region APAC cuma 10 tim. Nggak tahu dah tuh, bisa aja Korea 4, Jepang 3, berarti bisa aja 2 Singapura, Indonesia nggak dapat, bisa aja kayak gitu. Mungkin juga malah per negara cuma 1 kali ya.
That really wasn't too worth, was it? Rolling Thunder for an exchange of 1-for-1, and the push is still commencing from Boom. But when there's a crossfire like this, it might just be worth it. Overdrive enabled, just why the hell not? Just put them to their graves. ONIC with a statement. They're not willing to let Boom run away with momentum.
Flip should he had a nice flank there. Unfortunately, this may just be a matter of sort of doing economic damage wherever possible onto ONIC. I want to highlight Famous' play there. So we saw the
berarti ya minimal Indo dapat 1 sih.
That was going to catch out.
Indo bisa dapat 1 atau 2 sih.
Instant dagger reaction from Famous.
Masih belum tahu tim yang dapat tuh apa.
Okay, well, goodbye Flip Shitter. And Boom on 4. Well, that gap will be closed by ONIC as they're now on 3. I can do maths, Kramer.
Does round 7 end with a
ya nggak tahu lah guys, belum. Kita tinggal tunggu sebulan lagi sih katanya sih pengumuman tentang Penchas itu bulan September katanya. Katanya bulan September pengumumannya. Jadi ya kita tunggu aja sih. Tim apa yang dapat, sistemnya kayak gimana.
Too great on Berserks, but you've got the overdrive to make up for that. And for Berserks, he's having a very weak game, currently going 1-7. He really needs an ult like that overdrive to sort of bring him back up to speed.
IG album si Bani kayaknya deh.
Menit forced out of the position with the dagger thrown at him. Boom stagnating just a little bit. ONIC taking their time on this one. Respect
lebih bagus dibuat sistem divisi Dota. Ya sebenarnya lebih bagus kayak gitu ya kayaknya.
It kind of shows how Boom is respecting it as well. I mean, they've done it.
Yang kalah ketemu AE, ya benar-benar. Yang kalah ketemu AE.
Just playing the mind game, right? Just hold back for this one. You don't need to go for the same thing over and over again. Sky Smoke will be falling through, which means that Lime is alone here. Has to do it all by himself. He can have the possibility of falling back with a rendezvous. But the presence was just shown as an obfuscation. The rest of the team, they're heading towards this A site. And there's a good response by ONIC. It seems like they've read it. 3 players strong.
Wah, sengaja banget dia nge-fake TP itu Bani.
For this 35 seconds. Boom will have to inch forwards. And it looks like they will be rushing in, and Sinjure will be delaying them even further. There is so much thrown at Boom right now that it's stopping them from initiating this A-side attack. They try to head towards B, but Lime is there to kill them. Already ONIC seem to be in control. Boom in trouble. What can they do?
So time they got to save. Elmimore, that
save with
thank you, Bandre. Sponsor, thank you.
Single-handedly, what a play from Elmimore to realize there's a chance to fake, to
Korea
push through
2
tower,
tim,
shut down the
Jepang 2
opposing
tim,
chamber, and then
Sida
force
4
Boom
atau 5
to
tim,
wield time
Oceania
against them, and
1
there
tim.
isn't a stronger weapon than time.
Komposisi
It
ideal
grinds even
menurut
mountains
GW
to
gitu.
dust, Pavlov.
Indonesia dan si pasarnya gede loh.
Ya mungkin kalau sistemnya kayak gitu oke juga sih. Thank you Selasa Rabu.
Interesting way.
Yang kayak gitu oke sih.
I love the fact we're seeing a timeout now. I think Boom
fair.
realized that not only was that round a big misplay, a big blunder, they desperately need a solution to how ONIC's defense has been staged. And so what we've seen from ONIC is that they've, once they have that man advantage, they've been backing off, they've been allowing Boom to play into them. And as we've seen from kind of NC Slasher on that B site, they then just dance around the site, buying time, getting kills where they can, rather than focusing directly on just killing everyone. And for Boom, that's really dismantling them right now.
And I wouldn't be surprised if ONIC just pulled the trigger on a very aggressive defensive round again. Right?
It's been working for them.
It's going to mess with Boom's head because the one before didn't happen. So Boom are probably going to say, all right, let's play this one a little bit. Okay. It's a big mind game fracture, isn't it?
What I think is also pretty strong from ONIC here is if after the timeout they then win the round with a good read, that is going to really weigh heavy on the sort of stratagem of Boom, and it's going to really put some strain on the IGLs, even more so than what was on Breeze, which, let's be honest, Pavlos, that was a game of chess.
Kenapa? Berserk kenapa? Waduh, Berserk. Berserk kayak nggak PW gitu mainnya deh.
Not at all. Shows a difference in perhaps caliber or play styles of these teams.
Dia kayak nggak confident gitu deh mainnya.
And the fight is still on.
It adds an extra layer of skill to both these teams as well. And for me, this is really how we separate the good teams from the great teams.
Boom, play it
Berserk masih PSG aja.
And so do ONIC. Oh, scratch that. First instance of aggression is shown. Menit, there's a smoke between himself and his opposition. Yes, he's got a teammate to fall back into.
Gak tahu sih, mungkin ya. Soalnya dia belakangan ini suka kayak apa underperform gitu. Biasanya kalau orang underperform berarti ada sesuatu.
an attempt for an opening towards this B
Mungkin mainnya
site.
tertekan, kena pressure, atau nggak nyaman, banyak.
Okay, this could be the best site of the two to kind of take, but this shows a lot. No rotation just yet, which means that Boom have a possibility of unlocking the site if given.
Wah,
and granted they get
dikirain
this
di
kill.
flash.
Shiro with the first.
Oh, lihat tuh langsung bunuh dua cuy.
One will be connecting. It is Boom with the advantage.
Really strong take there, but that was a huge stuff of utility.
Kata siapa?
Second there felt like Blaze King was really
Langsung
close
bunuh
to
loh.
Severine, but he was under the map. Didn't quite notice that one.
My worry is now how much afterplant utility does Boom have? They may have to really depend on that aim here.
Ah. Severine. Is he going to check his top left in time? Yeah, there's just so much thrown at him. Rolling Thunder as well. Severine pushed out into the open. Moniet will be able to find one, but up against the 3 when the clock is ticking. And Flipsitter having his crosshair scoped in to Moniet's head. It is Boom to come out on top. They're the ones, again, in the lead.
A tour de force hangover definitely doesn't sound like a pleasant experience, does it?
No.
For poor Moniet. Boom, they do take the lead at 5-4. And for me, right now, I'm listening to... We are in the first half, and I appreciate it's maybe a bit early to say, but if it's consistent, I'm labeling Tebotal as the MVP of this map. His utility usage has just been immaculate, Pavlos.
Map 3 kah? Anjir, map 3 nggak bisa nonton gua
Now
cuy.
we start to wonder how back and forth will this be. We saw the first half of the previous map be very, very close.
Kalau map 3 nggak bisa nonton.
Of course, considering their reliability on Flipshitter, right? Well, not so much, right?
Paling map 3 nonton masing-masing.
So now we're looking at a different
Sering gua
scenario.
jalanin.
Perhaps it depends how the second half goes, but of course, I assume Boom want to start things off with a bang. Early entry coming in from Flipshitter, famous fours as well as Berserks, but then the opportunity to resurrect one of them. Moniet just holding strong, all by himself. That's all you need, your comfort. Now he's got reinforcements as well, which could make things even more difficult. Shiro falls, Moniet trades. Famous, unfortunately, will not come back into play. And that means that Blaze King is all by himself.
This is also allowed.
Pengumuman giveaway-nya.
Well, this is so difficult.
Oh dear, I don't think he knows that Blaze King is here, which means it's a free kill.
Maunya kapan?
And it's helped me more now.
Jam 10-an kah?
Orbital strike! Careful, close by! This could be his death, no. Walks out in front of Elmimore. Blaze King
smoke ambil.
throws down a spike. He wants to pick it up. Incendiary to the right-hand side. Elmimore wants to push.
Age nggak tahu tuh molinya.
It's Boom on a 6.
Just perfect.
Molinya nyangkut.
About that. It's for a moment it looked like that utility was out of, dare I say it, Pavlos, a little bit of panic. But once that Molotov went down and he followed it up with that spam through the smoke, it meant that if Elmimore wanted any way to get back into that 1v1, he either had to get to the other side of that Molotov, which he would have died to the spray, and he attempted to do so when he was killed, or you back off and you allow the spike plant. Neither of which are favorable positions when you're wielding an operator, because as you know, operators and retakes are such darn difficult weapons to wield. And for ONIC, they are, luckily, thanks to the bank they've been able to accumulate, the trust fund really doing them good right now, is going to bring out another operator. But look at the bank, you lose this, you enter the final round of this half with nothing.
Oh, okay, well,
Anjir,
gets out of it, gets out of harm's way, repositions. ONIC are very quick to react to this. Look how many players are spent here to the defense. Nightfall making them weaker. Moniet concussed, pushes with the overdrive, ends up biting him in the face. And now we're looking at the 3 and 4. This is actually getting a very difficult for ONIC. Even though they had the right idea, they were over-eager, and it turns bites back to cost them.
Luckily for them, that position from Shiro means that the Nightfall got enough time for the rotations to get into place, and for Elmimore to get established on this A site to try and defend any overambitious peak from Boom here. Remember, Boom with that initial push used a lot of utility, so trying to re-engage this A site is going to burn everything they have left.
Yeah, it's not a tour de force though, it's an operator, which means he can't have a possibility to refrag. He has to get one and run away, but no, he sticks around. Fault line concusses him, finds himself a sideline, and realizes, I don't want to use my rendezvous here. Perfect. Give him a double, baby! Give him a collateral! And that saves Onyx's situation in this round. It seems Boom had the advantage, but no more. Tokped does something. It's Slime's game today. I mean, Elmimore's game, but it's ONIC now on 5.
You like calling him blind, don't you?
I do like calling him. I see L-M-E there, and I'm like, there's an I missing there. So I was
certainly going to leave a bitter taste for Boom, that's for sure. A really, really strong round. And honestly, if those operator kills is what's going to bring the confidence to Elmimore, who's had an alright game. It's fairly average for him. This is where he wakes up. Once he realizes the impact he can have with these snipers, now he has one round left to prove it and to set himself up for the attack. Surprisingly, the operator goes to Severin here, who's potentially working with a very good spawn to crunch onto Dish here.
Elmimore is just having a field day. It was like, let me do some heavy lifting now. I want some of this.
Man, yeah, you've done all right. Yes,
Yeah.
Take a step back.
Give me a
Have a few rounds off. Relax. I've got this. Let me take
Put your feet up, man. Get a foot massage.
That's some good teammating.
Yeah, you know, looking out for him.
Flipshooter has to be careful here, though.
Yeah, it's looking rough. For
Tuh, baca pengumuman guys.
maybe seeing a
Gua
6
pin
to
ya.
6 half, unless we see some madness. Flipshooter in a really good position, but the Prowler, of course, already spotting him, not able to replace his crosshair at the right
Setelah
position.
gua latihan.
In trouble, Elmimore again. It's got to be Elmimore, right?
Gila Hagai.
And with Famous all that.
Ini baru nggak kebaca. Soalnya Hagai pindah-pindah ya ngepiknya.
Spike will be collected, but other than that, there is not much he can do.
Gila Hagai, kill 4 lagi anjing.
But again, of course, it's Elmimore.
Udah kill 4, kill 4 lagi.
I tell you what, Boom looked like for a good while there they could have potentially strung their way through to actually quite a convincing half, potential 8-4, maybe even 7-5. But the fact that ONIC had Elmimore, who I believe just got 8 kills in 2 rounds, really stepped it up. Now top fragging on the server means that ONIC moving to the attack, have both your Neon and your Chamber hitting their shots, gives a really, really scary precedent when you've already got that Breach Brimstone Fade combo, which is already going to make your afterplants so deadly.
Crazy amount of plays we've seen, haven't we? I mean, running through this highlight reel, it just goes to show how many of these have been, I don't know, Tech Bottle just doing mad things, Flipshitter as well. Monnier, this is a crazy game.
What I think one of Boom's strengths are at the moment is being able to work to push as a team and have each player into their role and be able to execute it perfectly. We find that when they try and start splitting up, when they try and start lurking, that's when the problems start to arise. And for ONIC, I think being able to identify and extrapolate that's where they started getting their rounds back. They started rotating a little bit earlier, as we saw. We sort of mentioned it could have been an overcommitment when they had that 4-man push over to window. Luckily, worked out for them.
What can we expect coming into this half, right? How important was
Wah,
this
seru nih, 6-6.
for either team to gain an advantage at first, initially, now as they switch sides?
What I think we saw quite a bit from Boom is they used Flipshitter as a almost lurking chamber. It didn't have too much effect on ONIC. If they can utilize Elmimore to that same effect that we're expecting from him, then ONIC could have a very, very convincing attack.
It all depends how Boom pace themselves coming into this one. Of course,
Kenapa
as they
gua
are
ini?
now in the pistol round, it may have an influence on how the pace progresses.
Kok gua hapus kocak, jadi kapus dong.
Very quick round.
Speedy Gonzalez round.
ONIC
being Sonic.
Yep, and for Boom, this is time to await your doom. Both of them stacked up on Dish, and on the other side of the smoke, little do they know, chaos awaits.
Hey, apakah?
Instead of Famous,
Wow!
smoke, and there's a party of 3 there with guns.
Wow!
Blaze King trying to find some pot shots through the smokes. There's an attempted
Anjing
flank,
rata,
but
coy.
no, it's all shut down. ONIC clearly take the advantage when it comes to these trades. Do not allow Boom any piece of that pie and have a feast themselves.
Yeah, a solid round from ONIC, and I think Boom getting a little bit over-aggressive, actually, to push into your own smoke, especially when you already had Dish control. It feels like a little bit of an overcommitment in my eyes, Pavlos, and credit's due to ONIC. They didn't have to do anything too wild. All they did was just punish the aggression of Boom. And when teams are this close, it does come down to which team is making the least mistakes.
Yeah, both teams know each other so much as well, right? So there's a lot of, again, mind games coming into this, right? Are they going to do things we've seen them do before? You know, before seeing before these two teams have played each other, right? Approximately. So we're kind of looking at a derby of sorts with Pride. So let's have a look. ONIC, of course, will be running away with the first round of this half, putting themselves on top. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen this, right? Breeze fell in a very similar way, so Boom's rejuvenation is to be somewhat expected in a way. Whether ONIC will allow that is a different question.
You're absolutely right. And something else to highlight as well is, with both teams knowing each other so well, and with there absolutely being a rivalry in Indonesia, you know, the Indonesian casters calling this the Civil War, I can't help but think that, I really can't help but think we're seeing very little BM. We're not seeing any teabagging, we're not seeing any shooting bodies.
Very respectful.
This is a surprisingly civil game.
Yeah, no, very civil. I mean, you know, all of them coming from the same scene, you kind of expect them to know each other to a certain degree. You know, they've been around long enough to, you know, kind of know all these players, know each other, be friends. Maybe it might be a rivalry in game, but out of game, you can be certain that there is a certain respect and friendship.
Yeah, it's very, very common actually for teams that are at the top, because what Valorant does very, very well is you win as a region, and you don't necessarily win as a team.
Yeah, especially in this one when you want to represent Indonesia in the world stage. Over in Istanbul, Flipshit first off getting himself killed, but of course you don't really expect too much from them this particular round. Either way, ONIC are poised to grab this one fairly easily. Don't want to take too many chances. Boom, stacking up, grouping up. If they don't have strength in weaponry, they might as well have strength in numbers. Unfortunately, they're putting themselves in a pincer. There's players all around them, and that is how they will fall. Simply, Monia is just putting names to his belt, because why not? He's allowed, isn't he? Making his mouthpiece a little bit prettier.
Yeah. Doesn't quite favour the doesn't matter when you've got Monia. He's going to be able to hit that 4K and bring ONIC their 8th. 8-6 the scoreline, and for Boom, this is where things get interesting. The full buy comes out. If this fails, Pavlov's, there needs to be a timeout. If that doesn't work, we're going to map 3.
Map 3, Haven.
Yeah, I'm really liking ONIC's attack at the moment.
ONIC?
A bit early to say.
Very early. You haven't seen it buy round yet.
It's sort of the latter stage of that first half, and these first 2 rounds going into the second. It looks like Boom has sort of run out of options.
Okay.
So, a timeout
very bold to say.
It's really early to say, I know. But look at Monia, currently 18 frags. He's really, really doing well.
Yeah.
And if you can further this as well, if you can just keep enabling him, as they're doing so now, they're just allowing him to go aggressive, to find those kills. This is exactly what you do when you have someone on your team who's delivering.
Yeah, I like that he doesn't overstep either, right? He just pops out of the chute, kind of says, hello, is there anybody here? Is there a kill I can get?
Pokes his head through the door.
Yeah. Like, no one there? Okay, alright, I'll go back. Because no assistance, stays all by himself towards the safe site. Does a lot of noise, right? Does throw a few pieces of utility to keep everyone busy from Boom, but I think they realize there's no footsteps. There's no one coming. This could highly be a fake. And rotation's also coming through. They know that arcade is clear, so it's probably going to have to put their focus over to main. But it's still slow. Very slow. And Boom still questioning. Still 2 players towards the safe side. It's going to be a very long rotation time for them. Monia enabling his overdrive and will find it completely clear. They're getting the spike down. We're looking at a 5v5 retake.
I'm very surprised Boom haven't made any concerted effort to get a first kill there. This could back.
Wah, anjing mati.
Lu nggak latihan, Cok?
Dia setrum, Cok. Bentar lagi.
Overdrive. Why
8.
not?
Itu Ior udah dipanggil coach tadi. Suruh udahan.
Oh, Helmi Moore just peeks in and out of battle, but still unable to find a kill.
Ior nipu katanya. Wah, gua aja ketipu tadi.
Finding some damage, but the follow-up comes in from his teammate Monia, draws out the Spectre. It's looking good for ONIC, but at the same time, this puts pressure on Boom. Spike. It's just too much to handle, and ONIC now on 9 put Boom in their place.
Boom really
Ior off, Ior nipu katanya lu. Berarti emang nipu Ior tuh.
Gila.
Kaco masih di sini.
Wah, apa jangan-jangan gua?
Instead for ONIC, they make the push to tower control. They hold the arcade control that they initially had.
Gua lagi nemenin dia stream sampai hilang dia, gila.
Apakah jangan-jangan gua?
And that really came to haunt them, particularly when they were trying to focus the player who would push back from main, and instead they had to get caught from behind.
Oh, gua nggak dipanggil? Wah, Farewell udah.
21-7. Sure, it's not a famous.
Tadi dipanggil di stream kan, coba tanya viewers nih tuh. Tadi Ior dipanggil di stream.
That's a pistol buy for Boom as well.
Bali.
It's getting worse by the second.
Aduh, busuk gini Farewell.
ONIC.
Waduh.
A lot of momentum
lagi nih.
building up for them. Potentially get to double digits. Oh, have we seen this one before, Kremer? Have we seen this one?
I'm getting deja vu, Pavlos.
Getting deja vu. This time around, Boom aren't really pushing it apart from one, so even if one gets it,
Ayo, Piri.
Kami pindah gara-gara Ior menipu.
Kind of anti-strat and know that something like this could happen.
They've actually got players waiting on the other side of ropes here.
Yeah.
So if ONIC misplay this, it could be cataclysmic.
Yeah.
Luckily, it's just a push to B.
Yeah, they were waiting for quite a long time, and now they're going to start pushing forwards very, very quickly as well. Money at first.
Farewell ngapain media aja anjing.
Ooh, open a strike. Oh, what? Berserks? Give me more. Give me more of those. Blaze King as well. They're just popping off. They're loving it. They're loving their pistols. And I love them. What
Kena
is
iko
that?
coy.
They're scratching their heads. What's going on? Lime doesn't scratch his head, ho. He picks up his gun and says, give me this. I want this. This is my weapon. No. A big denial. The pistol of Boom puts him right back in the game.
Chaos on the B site emerges, but for Boom, they are those victors standing atop a mountain of corpses, or a mountain of hedgehogs, you could say, because for ONIC, they didn't watch their feet when they were trying to get onto that site. The fact that Blaze King was able to stay alive for so long meant that the players who were fighting from main, they were able to play the range game. Look at the HP of everyone from Boom.
Buset, Subathon lu masih 28 jam
really struggled to convert those kills. All of them kind of sub 30 HP, but they won it. And
lewat 55 gue udahan ya.
This is probably like
Bang Kaco, salamin ke keren hapus BSD semangat magangnya wajah tersenyum.
Look at the ults.
Salam buat apa?
This is about to be a huge power spike for Boom as well. And actually, the option they face
Salamin
is
ke
who do you
keren
give the ult
hapus
orbs to?
BSD semangat magangnya.
Right
Semangat
now,
magangnya.
every ult kind of bar the neon
Thank you, Alesso.
and the chamber is justifiable for an
Aniki nggak
execution.
pengen nambah kagak, lu pikir gue narik dari Ior,
as
enggak
well
lagi.
as
Itu
well
buat Ior.
In fact, dare I say, an overdrive has its place. Is a little bit
lanjut
more
kemana guys?
situational,
Waspatinya
and
guys.
with ONIC, the only real response they have on the horizon
Nggak
is
ada
the
nih yang
tour de
lanjut.
force from Elmimore, and with the
Nggak ada.
money of ONIC
Nggak ada,
as
nggak
well. Remember, they did have a few successful rounds, but they did suffer casualties. They can buy, but that cash is going to keep getting pummels for every player.
Betul, sebenarnya bisa aja gue akalin dengan hidupin PC gue sebelah.
Exactly.
ONIC may
Tapi gue nggak tahu settingannya.
this opportunity themselves to compose after losing that.
Sure.
So yeah, it's a very
yang
strategic
satunya.
tool to use.
Iya,
and
PC-nya
sometimes may
Nita.
come back to bite you. Let's see if that is the case this time around, or Boom can prevail and use the momentum that they've gained with that pistol win in their favor. Very aggressive here from Berserks.
The Bangkong tuh boleh
End
tuh.
up going for it.
Sedikit atau
Steady,
Frostman.
overstaying is welcome. Fall back.
the
Very,
Frostman.
very composed. I like this from Boom. And ONIC on the
Regista juga lagi live tuh, Coach Justin.
Apa gue main di sebelah ya? Streamnya dilanjutin gitu. Nggak enak lah, aja beda.
Latihan lu beda ntar.
Bisa main gua.
You're right, and for Severin now, who's going to be leading this entryway. I like the fact
Ya pindah aja
that
ke sebelah.
ONIC
Yang penting kan kamera doang nyala.
once they collapsed onto sites with money at
Kan bisa aja sih.
they've been perfect.
Iya,
So I'm glad they're not
Sleepy
fragmented
juga live
too
di
hard,
Twitch.
but for Boom, this is a really well
Tapi
situated
ekip
defense.
gua harus pindah
Are
ya.
going to start to initialize this. Fragmented players, as you said.
Kalau Valorant IDI, Valorant Indo juga ada yang live kan teman-teman.
Famous actually nailing down these kills.
Emang teh?
Victory! And now it's Boom on top. Spike hasn't even gone down, and they desperately need to put all their players in the same boat. Severine will hold on, and it does equalize those scales. They're now even.
Emang di pos bang si Racing?
Aftershock denying the close potential. Tokped as well, forcing them out into the open.
Emang timernya di pause guys?
Watch your left. He
Gua
does, but he's
live.
unable to find the kill. Can he isolate them? They're both in a very close approximate position. And Elmimore might have...
Woo!
Oh my God! What a flick! What's that?
Man!
Elmimore is the boss of this game.
He just decimates him! Pavlos, that was ungodly!
What the fuck? Elmimore!
He joins the top fragger of Munya. He shows Munya, okay, yeah, you may be on the neon, but it's alright, I'm a duelist as well on Chamber. Oh my God!
Elmimore is like... Love me more. He's like,
Gila, Fikri udah kill 3 loh.
You guys want me, so I'm just gonna turn the favor. If you're gonna give me these kills, I'm gonna take them. Although those kills weren't quite a gift, right? Let's have a look at that one again.
Nasty.
No, we didn't see
Ya,
that.
yang terakhirnya cok
Was the
bantingannya.
Oh, okay. Oh well. All of them were good. All of them were really, really good. And there comes a spray down across. 4v4
Orang yang
already.
dibutuhin yang ketiganya, yang terakhirnya.
What do you do with that one? Right, you gain
Pala
some
telur
confidence,
kegedean kah guys?
pitch the win, and then you just get it put in the dirt.
Famous contested here. Clean shots.
Yeah.
But for Boom, I mean, you've got to try and recover mentally, not just physically here.
Look, it's not that bad for Boom if you look at the weaponry. Flipshitter also
Udah
has a
54
force
cok, lu
available.
ini.
Tokped, yeah,
Pindah.
okay, there's not a weapon in play for him,
Lagi.
but there's some drop from ONIC that he can go and pick up with his team.
Belum di invest. Gua suruh
he's
ini deh.
falling back towards the B site now. Some damage taken by Elmimore, that hinders his confidence, but Flipshitter has a chance. And he takes it. Giveth and taketh.
So ONIC potentially getting a little bit too confident off the back of that last round.
Yes.
I think they're moving a little bit too quickly. They just sort of spread out and hope to punish the eco without anticipating the fact that Boom did have a few stray weapons.
And it's costing them left and right. This time around they'll be more
Wah, makin lama dong.
find an opening, not given this time.
Off stream aja kah?
Off stream aja.
Slash. Okay. We might be seeing an eco from ONIC.
Kalau di post, gua off stream aja kok enggak.
He's got an orb strike. He's got himself an orb. If he dies here, gets an orbital strike. If he gets the kill, even better because it denies more weapons.
Ntar gua lanjut lagi ya jam 10 ya.
Orbital strike for ONIC next round, but you know this is starting to get
Kalian nonton masing-masing atau enggak? Siapa yang ada ya?
Interesting is ONIC now. Yes, their weaponry isn't too
good,
Nontonnya
but their
Valorant
forwards
ID aja
available for
udah.
either team.
Ya di Valorant aja tuh, di Valorant.
Iya, ada
Actually,
siapa Wilson kan
I would
hari
really
ini.
like to see a timeout from ONIC
Ini
here,
nih.
just so they can try and plan and maybe extrapolate how they can use these ults to be used in
Kursi stream nggak bisa
these
cuy.
weaker weapons.
Kalau mau layarnya begini paling.
Frostman
Ada
ada.
Frostman, paling gue matiin mic sama suaranya gue matiin. Kalau mau tetap live, tapi waktunya jalan. Kalau gue off stream gue pause.
Steps past.
Udah, pindah Raffi aja.
Thank you, Cok.
Oke, thank you semuanya. Jam 10 ya, selesai latihan langsung gas ya. Oke, pindah ke Raffi atau manapun serah. Bye guys. Sampai jumpa jam 10. Yang ngerasa jawabannya benar, nanti pas gua live lagi kita umumin. Banyak kill banyak. Bye bye. Ya, gua post dulu nih. Ini nih, bukti nih. Berapa? 7:08 ya? 7-8 menit. Tuh, gua udah post ya, 7-8-17. 7-8-17, oke? Aman? Aman ya? Oke, gue off stream dulu. Sampai berjumpa next stream. Jam 10-an guys, bye-bye.
A serious kind of compliment, a really nice compliment of skill from